It's showtime, COD fans. Welcome to Boston. It's finally time for Major 1.
After 4 weeks of online qualifiers, the top teams are set. And today we'll see them face off in the winners bracket.
First up, the LA Guerrillas try to take down the juggernaut Atlanta FaZe, coming into the first LAN of the season with a perfect 7-0 record.
Next, Minnesota clashes against reigning champs New York. Will their momentum carry them to victory, or will the Subliners stop Røkkr's roll?
Plus, Toronto Ultra continue their revenge tour, taking on a fired-up Surge, who've come into Boston with a chip on their shoulder.
And finally, OpTic Nation will be cheering on the green wall against the hot new Spanish squad, Miami Heretics.
Vamos! It all starts right now, live from Boston. This is the Call of Duty League Major 1.
Versus Ghosty in 1 HP is all he needs. Shotzzy is tearing apart everyone. Who's been the MVP of the map, hits again. 3 in a row. They can't kill him. They cannot kill him. Snoopy is frying right now. Next guy drops. Dashy, 1v1. First Illey, former teammate. Just guys trying to hold these players back. Forward you go. LG has managed to sit forward. Skyz are up top. I don't believe what we're seeing.
The doors are open and the fans are filing in here at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway. Welcome back to Boston, everybody, for the 2024 major, the opening major of the Call of Duty League season. And there you can see the rowdy fans. They were tossing footballs, everyone fighting for their spot in the front row. Well, the time is now. It's game time. Welcome in, everybody. It's Chris Bucket alongside Study. We've got Alley Cat and Nameless. The major is finally here. No more online play. We're going to see the teams on stage once again. Study, what are you fired up about?
I'm fired up about not having negative 20-degree weather as soon as we enter Boston. That's first off. But, like, we have so many people who can come out and win this tournament. Like you said, 5 contenders, man. I think anybody can walk away with this one if they come out and play a great weekend of COD.
Nameless, who are those 5 in your book right now?
A bunch. I mean, I think OpTic, New York, FaZe, potentially Heretics come out and win. Toronto, you can't count them out. So we got some heavy hitters here, man. I can't wait for the action to kick off, Chris.
And Allie, we are going to stay pumped up here on the desk.
Oh, yeah.
They hooked us up with our own fridge.
I want this in my gaming setup. Actually, we have a very long day. Is it open from my way? It opens your side. Can you grab me one right here?
Here we go.
Okay, I got it.
Get a pinky.
We're good. Hold on, ASMR.
Yep.
Did you guys hear that?
Oh, spilling. A lot of
Anyway.
excitement. All right, while she's chugging her monster, let's catch you all up with what went down in our qualifiers, because all teams had to play 7 matches. At the end of them, only one of them was perfect, and a whole lot of teams, they're still looking for their second, maybe third win. Let's talk about some of the top dogs. Who impressed, though, Jay, as you're looking through any star players here in the opening month or 2 of Call of Duty?
Well, it's got to be Atlanta FaZe, and more specifically Simp. Like, what he's been able to do all so far throughout this season, he's like leading in the SMG category. We talk about hardpoint, S&D. He's coming out week 1, getting 1v4 clutches. Like, he's just unbelievable right now for this roster. And Atlanta FaZe is sitting at 7-0 due to a lot of what this guy does.
Love what we've seen from him, and of course, you've seen the Heretics making some waves. Let's chat about this squad and what they brought to the table.
Well, for those of you that don't know much about the Miami Heretics, they actually played in Black Ops 4 before we moved into franchising. So by no means are any of these players rookies or really new to the scene. If anything, it's kind of a redemption arc for them because we haven't seen them on LAN yet in this game, right? We've seen what they've been able to do online, a little bit of a strong start, had some hiccups, 3-0 OpTic Texas, and now they have to try and do it again as their first matchup during this major.
They're coming in with the top 4 seed. I don't think any of the coaches' polls saw that one coming. Let's take a look, though, at a team that everyone expected to be in the the top 3. Once again, they're coming in with the #1 seed. FaZe has been on top.
Yeah, it's been a while since they've been that #1 seed too, and FaZe have been unbelievable. I mean, you're talking about a team that has maintained a level of dominance after last year in Search and Destroy. Same thing in this year, and then bringing in Drazah, you know your respawn's going to improve. They have been perfect in the clutch situations. They have been dominating in their hard points, and they look like the team to beat here at Major 1. I mean, it's just an unbelievable roster that also plays at a very high level intellectually. They're going to be tough for anybody across that stage.
FaZe are the top dogs, but there are a number of teams nipping at their heels. Let's talk about the team that was on fire up until that grand final of the World Championship, Toronto, coming in with a top 3 seed, and they're looking to make a statement here that they are the team to beat in the league, that they deserve to be world champions at the end of 2024.
And they definitely do, man. If you talk about what this Toronto Ultra roster did all of last year, they were always contending for a championship. They fell short in the World Championship, and that was the biggest upset I've seen in quite some time. 5-0 was not expecting that, but going into this year, they make a roster change. They bring in a better SMG player, a better objective player in Envoy, and that has completely changed the face of this Toronto Ultra roster. Like, basically unbeatable in hard points and in their control. They're still one of the best teams. They can just figure out their S&D without question. They can compete with the best.
Well, we did all these qualifier matches to find out where our teams are going to land in the bracket. Let's first take a peek here at the standings. FaZe, perfect 7-0. Your top 4, you got Toronto, you've got the Subliners, you got the Heretics edging out OpTic with the 3-0 in their last qualifier matchup. On the right side of the screen, though, that's where things are going to get interesting, Jay.
Yeah, I'm completely agreeing with you, man, because already you have teams sitting at 10 to 20 points, and for majors nowadays, you get more points at majors, so you have to make sure you perform at these to even have a chance at making it a champs at the end of the year.
You can see Boston did not get into the top 8. That belongs to LAG. Instead, Boston comes in with the 10th seed, and Allie, that means they're playing in the lower bracket, so we will not see them today. How's it going to work, though, if you're a Boston fan? When can you cheer on your hometown squad?
Well, you can cheer them on tomorrow. They'll play the losers between the Toronto Ultra and the Seattle Surge, if I remember correctly, and that is going to be a tough matchup, but I have to say, Boston Breach again, I like their team makeup. I think they have a good chance, and obviously, they're going to have the home crowd cheering for them.
And I'm looking here at the bracket, Jay. What side do you want to be on? With FaZe, OpTic, Heretics, or do you want to be down there with Toronto?
I'm not gonna lie,
Surge,
everything is a
Subliners?
gauntlet, bro. Everything is literally a gauntlet. I wouldn't want to be on either side, but if you have to be on one of those sides, you just have to work your way through, get a couple W's.
If you somehow make it to the end of that bracket, you win the championship match. Well, Boston is hooking you up, Nameless. This thing is beautiful this year.
This thing is absolutely sick. I love what Boston's done, man. And then, you know, Jay, do you have one of these things? One of these trophies?
Bro, listen, man, I don't got a trophy. I got a big check from back in 2009, bro. Like, they don't make them like this anymore.
Check?
The checks got way bigger, and they continue to increase. $150,000 goes to first place, but not just that. Allie, we have jumped the points up for LAN, making it even more important to get these wins in person.
Oh yeah, points have gone up tremendously. We're now at 100 points for first, 75 for second. I believe it was something like 60 last year for first. So now in this year, it's just that much more important to perform on LAN.
You can see the top 8 are getting paid out. They're earning points. And if you're looking for some duos to lead their squads, well, let's start here with the top. Atlanta FaZe is perfect. And if you're looking for someone to set the kill record, it could come from either of these two this weekend. Simp and aBeZy were red hot last time we were in Boston. That was MW2. Now we're in MW3, and they look even stronger.
I mean, honestly, we call them a dynamic duo. It really is a dynamic trio, but if you do want to focus on the SMGs and aBeZy and Simp, I mean, they are just disgusting at this game. They've been disgusting for the past 4 years, but I think what's so interesting about this game is how well it fits their team and how well it fits these two. We've seen already what Simp has done with the beginning of this year with the fact that we have no sound EQ. We have covert sneakers added into the game. We have red dots. If Atlanta FaZe struggled anywhere, sometimes it was in their communication. Well, that's not going to be an issue in this game. So for Atlanta FaZe, you know, all these teams, they try to build to beat this duo, aBeZy and Simp. We need somebody that can go up against aBeZy and Simp. They completely changed the way a lot of these team dynamics work. So one of the scariest duos that'll touch that main stage today.
Taking a look at some of the numbers from the Tiny Terrors. They've been dropping bombs across their 32 events, 9 wins, 2 of them earning championship rings. They are 2-time world champions with 21 grand finals appearances. You can always expect them to be there on the final day. The question is, who's probably going to be joining the Tiny Terrors. Let's talk about a duo that's coming from up north. Toronto has some big ARs of their own, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to pick an AR duo to build a team around, it would probably be these guys. They have been unbelievable, right? Like, even when they had Hixie, unreal, made to the World Championship final, and then they bring in Envoy, who, you know, has more experience playing that role, and you've seen it reflect in the numbers. The respawn has just been unbelievable. I mean, you're talking about Insight, who's been dominating Search and Destroy, #1 in hardpoint KD overall. Scrap is the damage dealer. He's been #1 in damage, and Kleenex's numbers are through the roof as well. So everybody is playing in top form right now, and that's a testament to the chemistry of this team. But really, this AR duo is a force to be reckoned with. They play off each other so very well.
Here's a look at the leaderboard and where they land. Toronto, it's not just the 2 ARs. You also got Kleenex there in the mix. 3 players in the top 6 for a hardpoint. One of the reasons this is the best HP team in the game.
Oh yeah, they're beating teams on what? An average 90.
87.
Why their stats look like that. So if they continue to play like that, without question, they're one of the best hardpoint teams in the game.
They're not getting traded 75% of the time.
Yeah, they're chilling.
Both ARs. That's nuts.
Those are 4 of the most dangerous players in the venue. But if you're looking for 2 fan favorites, they are wearing Boston. Are leading this team with 2 world champs on the ARs to back them up. It basically looks like these guys are free. They let loose Capsidal, they let loose Snoopy, and when they're at their best, they can take over games.
And I love this roster. It's just like for certain rosters that get formed in the beginning of the year, they start off on a better foot. For this team, they're going to need more time in order to be in their full form. And when you talk about the SMG, Snoopy gets it done when you talk about the respawn. He's basically unkillable in that mode. But when the S&D flips, it all turns into Capsidal. And that's the thing that really throws me off with this roster is that both SMGs, they had their shining lights in their respective game modes. But if they can do it together, that's when they take their game to the next level.
Search and Destroy, it's always pivotal here. Games 2 and 5 in our best of 5 series. It will be the decider in any matchup. When it comes to the leaders, who have you been impressed by?
I mean, you gotta say Abuzah, right? I mean, this guy is trying to put himself on the board for Rookie of the Year. He's on the likes of Surge, and I mean, 1.35 overall. Again, you're talking about this is the youngest player on that squad, but obviously you see our top teams also joining the ring. So Snoopy and Capsidal on this list, Insight and Kleenex making it again. And I'm surprised I actually see Afro slipping in here, considering how LA Thieves have been playing.
There you have it. You've got 2 players from Boston in the top 8, and once again, the Toronto boys showing up there right behind them. Let's take a look at the schedule, because Boston, they don't play until tomorrow. They need to find out who they'll be facing off against from this winner's bracket. As we kick things off here in just about 20 minutes, you're going to see LA taking on Atlanta, Minnesota versus New York, Toronto versus Seattle, and Miami versus OpTic. This is your last chance to get pick'ems in. Nameless, what's the toughest one to pick for you today?
I honestly think the Minnesota and New York series can be closer than what people think. I think that's going to be a banger, and then Miami versus OpTic is the easy answer.
Yeah.
That one's just going to be insane. Who knows who's going to come out on top?
Chad, let us know what you're looking forward to. We're going to be breaking down all of the games. We'll be talking about the OpTic curse when we come back. This is the CDL. We're back with Major 1 live from Boston. The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Tune in throughout Major 1 this weekend to earn awesome in-game content. You can rock the Frostbite blueprint, charms, emblems, calling card, and get XP tokens. Be sure to link your account now to start earning.
The MGM Music Hall is filling up as fans are filing in from all around Boston, the Northeast, getting ready for the first major of the 2024 season, and we are just a few minutes away from that first matchup. While we're waiting on the games to kick off, we wanted to remind some fans out there of a little Call of Duty history, because we have a showdown in the opening round. That is not good news if you're a fan of a team that wears green. OpTic Texas has been one of the most dominant squads we've seen in the CDL, except in their matchups against Florida. What is going on in this showdown? Why has OpTic had some issues here?
It's got to be something supernatural at this point, because you got to think like the OpTic Texas boys, like they're used to this matchup. There's no way it can be mental, but somehow the script keeps scripting in a version of Florida, Miami. They somehow keep having to go up against OpTic, and they're winning majority of the time. So for OpTic Texas fans, this is probably the worst pull you could have gotten for round one, especially because historically, OpTic Texas doesn't do that well day one of majors.
Yeah. Well, recently it was a 3-0 online, and it was a dominant showing from the Heretics nameless.
Yeah, listen, I mean, to add context to it, it doesn't seem like OpTic was testing out their map because they played them no matter what.
Yeah.
But I will say also, it's been different iterations of OpTic Texas and different iterations of Florida teams, and still Florida has had the edge. It's the ghost of Dave Patty at this point. He's the reason that Florida has the edge. It's going to be an insane series, man. Can they get over that hump? That might be the final thing that they need.
That battle is coming up at 6 o'clock. Before that, though, you'll be able to see Toronto take on Seattle. And Seattle is a squad that we had in our top tier in the opening 2 weeks. After that, they kind of leveled out to 3-3 and then eventually finished 3-4. The Surge coming in as underdogs against Toronto Ultra today. If they're going to get things going, who are you looking at from this team, Study?
I feel like it has to be Huke. Like, he's been the nuke for this roster. Whenever they're walking away with respawns, he's doing it with that SMG in hand. Does not matter what map he is playing. But overall for the team, I feel like it has to be a better performance in hardpoint. You're going up against the #1 hardpoint team in Toronto Ultra. Yeah. Your rotations are the best, but your holds and breaks don't stand a chance versus these guys. And then if you fall short, if you lose that search and destroy, say for instance map Karachi, you don't want to play that against these squad. You lose that map too, though, you're also playing against the best control team. So it has to be through the respawns if you're Seattle.
Yeah, I think you made a really good point. I'm not making my prediction until I see Huke do his walkout and seeing what version of him that we're going to get today, you know what I'm saying? But I guess the biggest struggle right now for Surge is, yes, they might have the edge in search and destroy in the series, but honestly, just barely. We're talking about a 4-3 Toronto Ultra and a 6-3 Surge, and that just means Toronto Ultra is ending their series quicker, right? Because they're winning those respawns every single time. So for Surge, we're going to have to see something special today.
Big shout out to Easy Mac and our whole stats team who put together the numbers, because they called out something interesting here, nameless.
Yep.
Seattle, they beat up on the little guys, but they're having trouble keeping up with the big dogs.
Listen, I mean, this will probably reflect for most teams. It's tougher competition, but maybe a little bit more glaring on the side of Seattle Surge, sort of working through some issues in their hardpoint. But I will say they are good at an assortment of things. Like in Search and Destroy, you guys mentioned, they've been fantastic at converting the first bloods. In hardpoint, they've been fantastic at rotating. #1 in the league, just holding and breaking has been a struggle. So they have a great coaching staff and a star-studded roster that's won world championships. This is a team that can figure it out, especially going up against Toronto. They have a decent chance.
Toronto's win earned them the spot against the Surge. Meanwhile, the Subliners will earn the #3 seed and are now going to be facing off against some interesting competition in Minnesota in the opening round. No stranger to this series. You're going to see old man accuracy going up against a Subliner squad that won the world championship, dominated the grand final, and then has had some ups and downs in the qualifiers, but at the end of every match, they're still considered the favorite. Even in their losses, some people are calling it a fluke.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for New York, this team is just so strong, right?
Yes.
When you talk about the S&D, they're the best Surge team in the game. You can make an argument for FaZe, but New York won the world championship. It's still 9-1, right? They're working through their respawn at the moment, right? I think they're 9-10 overall respawns. It just hasn't been perfect for them thus far, but this is a team that I know in a LAN environment, they all have trust in each other. They can take over and make a run at this whole thing. S&D wins championships. That is the backbone of this team. So for New York, I'm not super worried, but I do think this match can be kind of close with the recent form of Minnesota Røkkr.
Just the only thing that scares me for New York is their respawn right now. Because the fact that they're so strong in S&D, 9-1, their respawns haven't been the best. All their hard points, they come down to the wire. Their control hasn't really been strong either. But going up against a Minnesota roster, this is definitely how you want to start off a tournament. Playing a team that you already beat in a 3-1 fashion is a good way to start.
Yeah, as we look at the map set right now, Minnesota Røkkr took that map 1. They are actually 6-1 in game 1s, but the biggest problem for them against New York is even say maybe they take that control. If they push to that game 5, Minnesota Røkkr's 1-1 in game 5s. For New York Subliners, 3-0. So even if they do manage to make the series go on on longer, that game 5 isn't looking to be in their favor.
Minnesota's winning it. Calm down. Saying it.
All right.
Saying it. All right, let's get moving here. We got to talk a little bit about the opposition here because the Røkkr are the underdogs. They have nothing to lose here. In fact, they had nothing to lose in the qualifier. They started off 0-4. They were in dead last 12th place. They somehow put together back-to-back 3-0s. They finished on a 3-match win streak, and they earned their spot here in the winners bracket. What are your expectations for them now, Nameless? What are they playing for?
Yeah, I mean, they're playing to make a run, Chris. No, like, this is probably the most underrated team in the league that we have right now. And when you look at this matchup overall, New York has been one of the worst control teams in the league so far. Minnesota are going to have the edge in that matchup. I mean, the last 3 series, Minnesota are 9-2 map count. That is very impressive, right? And that is without Gigawake taking over series. It has been Vivid in the Search and Destroy, and I'm gonna give some extra love to Lynz. He's the one who brought them back to life, the only one above a 1 in all 3 game modes, also leading the team in damage and hardpoint. So for this team, they're dangerous. What was the stat you said about map 1, Allie? 6-1 on map 1.
They're 6-1 on map 1.
They come out, they win that map number 1. They have the edge in the control. They're in a great commanding spot in the series. Minnesota, do not count them out.
You can see Lynz was that guy against the Surge. His 2.18 control performance was absolutely ridiculous as he was the thorn in the enemy side that entire matchup. Look out for Lynz and look out for the Røkkr as they will be taking the stage after Atlanta. Atlanta, though, is coming up first. When we return, it's Atlanta, it's LAG. This is the Call of Duty League.
Night like 100 degrees. The block stay hot, but my wrist don't freeze. Didn't pull it out, never had to squeeze. And I stay all day just collecting fees. Pulling down my scully, it's about that time. Better cross the street, better tuck and shine. Gonna walk these dogs, gonna take what's mine. You know what it is. So throw your hands in the air, cause this is what it is right here. You don't want it with us, what you think this was, huh? Yeah, yeah. Rolling up at 12 a.m. squad heat, and we all brought friends. No heat, or we breaking rims. Open doors, or we bust them in. Rolling up 12 a.m. squad heat, plus a couple friends. No heat, or we breaking limbs. Open doors, or we bust them in. Yeah. Rolling up 12 a.m. squad heat, and we all brought friends. No heat, or we breaking rims. Open doors, or we bust them in. Rolling up 12 a.m. squad heat, plus a couple friends. No heat, or we breaking limbs. Open doors, or we bust them in. We ain't playing no games. We taking everything. Everything. So throw your hands in the air, cause this is what it is right here. You don't want it with us, what you think this was, huh? Yeah, yeah. Rolling up 12 a.m. squad heat, and we all brought friends. No heat, or we breaking rims. Open doors, or we bust them in. Rolling up 12 a.m. squad heat, plus a couple friends. No heat, or we breaking
And we are back live in Boston here at the MGM Music Hall, gearing up for the first match of day one. It's 1 of 4, and we're opening it up with the big dogs. Atlanta FaZe taking on LAG. Welcome back to the desk. Chris Puckett, Study, Alley Cat, and Nameless here to break all things down, Atlanta and LAG. And I want to start here with the top-seeded team, Alley Cat.
Yes.
You hated on them all last year. You doubted them.
All right, listen, I didn't doubt them. The problem I had with the Atlanta FaZe last year was that they had so many small problems that I knew they had the talent to fix, and they wouldn't do it. So it bugged me a lot. But I think this year, they look incredible. I'm a big fan.
Did they fix all the mistakes?
They fixed the majority of them. They still have some communication mistakes, but luckily for them, the game really fits their play style.
Let's meet the team rockin' red. You got in a new face all the way from Alaska. The former LA Thieves world champion joining the roster, Drazah, alongside aBeZy, Simp, and Cellium. Why is this team so scary, Jay?
Because you look at this roster, they still have the core three who's been winning for a long time. And then you add a player like Drazah, who's a world champion. And what he does for this roster, it does wonders. You see what it's doing for Simp. It opened up so many lanes. He's leading when it comes to the communication. It's not like he's a slouch in the respawn. He actually makes them better. So I feel like this team literally has no weaknesses. They got a couple losses in certain modes, but they're basically undefeated.
Listen, the scariest part is that nobody really needs to go off.
Oh, God.
I haven't seen a game where like Cellium's had to take over, Drazah's had to take over. They are sound across the board.
Yeah.
And you can see it here in the scouting report. Like, they've just been unreal, Chris.
Let's take a look at our Monster Energy pregame. Al, you've been chugging it. You're the most fired up. Take it away.
I mean, I had a coffee this morning too, so I am feeling it in my system right now. But for the Monster Energy pregame Atlanta FaZe, there's only so much you can say about them, right? They've been almost perfect. 11-0 overall when it comes to clutch situations, and then they dominate their early series. 7-0 in map 1, 6-1 in map 2s. I mean, their search and destroy has been literally disgusting. #1 opening duel win rate, #1 post plant. I mean, they have been completely unreal.
LAG, though, has been a team to cause issues, especially when you look past them, when you underestimate them. The Guerrillas have gone to a number of Game 5s, and even though they just have 2 match wins, they are still a threat, surprisingly, to the teams above them on the leaderboard. What have you seen from the squad representing Los Angeles?
All right, on an individual basis, DiamondCon has been unbelievable, but so has Fame. He has turned it around completely, leading the team in hardpoint damage and kills per round in search. So everywhere he's playing great. Search and destroy has been the Achilles heel for these guys. So if they can figure that out, they'll have a lot better chance in this series. But the last time that they played FaZe, don't get it twisted, the respawns were neck and neck. Like they got 3-0, but it was a 20-point hardpoint and a 1-round control. They can go toe-to-toe with them. It could be, I mean, if they come out and they win that map #1, which is Skid Row, a map that they both don't have too many reps on, they have an opportunity in this series.
And we heard from multiple teams that the LAG, when they are scrimming them, they're one of the best teams to play against. And just they can't transition over to the main stage in their matches. And every top team that they have played so far this season, they have played them really tight. So can't count Guerrillas out just yet.
For your Monster Energy pregame, let's take a look at the keys to causing the upset here. Nameless, I'm looking at Estriel, but he can't be the only guy, right?
Yeah, no, it's not just him. I mean, it's going to be search and destroy is the main thing. But for Monster Energy pregame, breaking it down, 36.4% break percentage.
That's great.
That's great, absolutely fantastic. And then S&D form has disappeared as well. 0-4 records since the break. Assault gets 0 kills in 66% of rounds.
Damn.
Now that has to be better, right? First of all, but also Estriel, he's supposed to be the guy out there in the opening duel fights, you know, alongside Fame. He's only been winning 33% of his. That's not great. So that has to be improved throughout this series. But they have also lost a lot of round 11s, which is, you know, you're not going to win series if you're losing your last 3 round 11s.
Man.
They don't have a lot of dubs, but they have a lot of game time. And let's take a look at the maps they choose to play on this time around. If you're just joining us, the coaches get to decide 1 map for each game mode to ban. What's left over is what we play on. And it looks like they've decided on Skid Row, 2 invasions back-to-back, Karachi and High Rise, Alley.
I'm gonna be honest, as soon as I saw this map set, I got really pressed earlier, simply because one of my only notes for this matchup is LAG are gonna want to avoid Karachi hardpoint at all costs. And whereas at map #4 in the series, that could possibly be one of the most important maps in this series, is Atlanta is 3-0 on it. So if even LAG are able to steal that Skid Row hardpoint early on in the series, I'm assuming Atlanta takes a search and destroy, you push the map 3, it's a flip-flop, and then you go to Karachi, and it's basically a lock for the Red Boys.
I don't hate it, honestly. I really don't hate it. I mean, I think that LAG Invasion Control is a map that they can definitely win. It was close last time. They haven't been horrible at it.
Yeah.
And that Skid Row, they have a 120-point differential. They've been good at that map. So some opportunity here if you're an LAG fan.
Jay, You've been in these guys' shoes. What's it like being the first match, day one of the first event of the year?
I think this is the best opportunity for them to come out and try to make a run because it's your first match. You're going on the main stage versus probably the best team in the game. And if you can come out and just perform the way that you know you have, the way you do in practice, you're going to stand a really good chance of just having confidence going forward. You might not even walk away with the W here, but just getting a couple matches, playing great versus Atlanta FaZe would do wonders for this team.
It's time to make our pick'ems official as you guys have done online. We're about to do it here on the desk. And as the team leader, I'll go first. I'm going to lock in Atlanta FaZe.
Okay. Yeah, I'm right there with you, bro. Ain't no step in my rep. I got Atlanta FaZe.
Well, give me the number then, Jay.
What button are we pressing,
No.
guys?
There's no button here.
There's the FaZe button. You hit it?
There's a FaZe button. I'll hit it with you.
You
Okay.
hit- no, what- what-
Bang.
Yeah, I mean,
about
I've
you?
sat here and I've tried to make the most convincing argument I can for LAG, but I'm going Atlanta FaZe.
There
I
we
think
go.
Atlanta FaZe come out and take this one.
Atlanta FaZe, they have all the numbers. We love our statistics, but will we be wrong? It's time to find out as
Probably.
the audience got their vote in as well. The fans also going with Atlanta FaZe.
Okay.
Any surprise here?
No.
No.
Definitely not.
No surprise.
They've been watching COD for the last couple of weeks. They know what's going on.
There you have it. All right. I think the match is ready. You guys ready to get this party
I'm
started?
ready,
Let's
baby.
go, man.
Boston, are you ready to get this party started? Let's send it to the stage with Guy Blaze.
What's up, Boston? It's Major One, and it's time to get this thing kicked off yet again. And we got two awesome teams coming to the stage. Give a warm welcome for LAG. Make some noise for Assault, Fame, Astro, and Diamond Con, your Los Angeles Guerrillas.
These are the for sure underdogs, but they found themselves in the winner's bracket. It was not easy. You got a rookie on the team, some players coming up from challengers. They want redemption and they want to seize this opportunity. They have to go through the best team in the game that went undefeated throughout stage one. As Bryce loves to say, it's David versus Goliath. It doesn't get bigger than this. Let's see if they can take the dub.
It definitely doesn't get bigger than this, Nameless. A David versus Goliath matchup on the stage. Well, it's time to bring out Goliath. Get ready, Boston, because here come those boys from the South.
I have a plan.
Crazy with the rage, dangerous and rage. Captain, never been afraid. Deadly with the aim. I ain't wanna take light. Look into my eyes. I'm a killer inside, coming for the prize. Do you really want these problems? I put you in that coffin. But I'm never Joshing. You quit this ain't stopping. Hungry for the beef, leave you obsolete. See my lines deep, see me in the streets. If you want the heat, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Atlanta FaZe. We got the newest member, Drazah, the Tiny Terrors, Simp, aBeZy, and MC himself, Cellium. Give it up for Atlanta FaZe.
Drazah might have a plan, but I have some statistics. The only undefeated team in the league, and still after years of being the top 4, they're getting booed by the crowd. It is the villains in red, the Atlanta FaZe, looking to possibly get their first chip of the season. Blaze, I'm ready to get this started.
I'm ready to get it started as well, Allie. Let's see if FaZe can keep that perfect record. Now, Boston, let's start the season off right. You ready to go? Miles, Chance, let's get it.
Thank you very much, Blaze. Yeah, we're ready to go. Major One. My God, I can't believe we're already into the swing of things here in 24. Excited to be back. Let's get this one started.
And it is going to be a hell of a match that we're starting with, too. The Boston crowd already cracking me up. I heard boos when LAG coming out. I was like, are they going to cheer for Atlanta? Boos when Atlanta comes out as well. So we are getting the energy flowing for the series that we have at hand. And again, it is being phrased as a David versus Goliath matchup. And it makes sense. I mean, we always talk about the rookies in the CDL terrestrial. This is his first time on land in front of a crowd, and he gets Atlanta FaZe as his first. That's going to be a memory for sure.
Well, he may have got Atlanta FaZe's first, but he definitely got a louder cheer than they did when they walked out on stage. Estriel, his debut here on LAN in Under the Big Lights here in the CDL. We'll see how he fares. On the other side of the stage, no chance. FaZe, seemingly invincible when it comes to MW3 so far.
I mean, they've had the highest of expectations for years now, and they've been pretty consistent on delivering as well. This year with the new addition of Drazah, I mean, it was pointed out on the desk, they have a perfect record across the board, even in hard points. 8-2 record, like they're the best in the game or in that conversation. Every single game mode straight down the line, every single player is going to be in that conversation, I'd say. Simp especially so at the start of this year. Of course, though, for that first hard point on Skid Row, Atlanta FaZe 7-0 on the map ones. They always start you off right.
Here we go. Let's get Major 1 going. And Simp has been heralded as one of the finest submachine gun players to do it. He's been doing just fine with the assault rifle this season as well. That MCW looking fine in his hands. Let's see how things fare here on Skid Row to start the tournament off. I can't wait, mate.
It's going to be so good. And I will say, obviously, it is a matchup where you're expecting Atlanta FaZe to win, but potential dangerous things to look out for as well. The side that Atlanta FaZe is going to be starting on, that is always a massive opportunity to get the early time and set yourself up on rotation. Assault is already going to be worried about those P2 spawns, but you got to deal with the tears inside of the hill.
Yeah, one problem at a time. For now, it's P1. And for now, it's not a problem whatsoever for FaZe. Dance on the outside. Watch that Rival 9 here on LAN. The minimal latency indeed, with a weapon that kills that fast. We're expecting big things. Over to P2 already.
Well, that's a big fight from Assault, but again, this is still a good chunk of time that you are throwing away on P1 to effectively set up on this rotation. So LAG, they're playing the long game, but this might be one of the more dominant opening breaks we have seen from Atlanta. And obviously a dicey situation. If you lose this rotation for LAG, they're going to be in a horrific spot, but good news, you get your trophy player by the hill. Estriel getting the cutoff kills as well. However, Simp might have found the route.
Oh, no problem though. Assault reads it, and so far, so good. LAG. It's a clean sheet here on the second hard point. Top left-hand side of the minimap. You don't want to let those white arrows get anywhere near.
And right now, those white arrows are going to be having to take very deep routes, and they are coordinating together. The game slows down when it comes to land, and for Fame, well, you're checking all the corners, all the stuns his direction. Atlanta FaZe taking their time. Coordination is there. They're working the break.
Here we go. Drazah flying forward. It's 2 for FaZe. DiamondCon next man up. Guns at the ready. Picks Simp, finds himself 2. 2 members of FaZe left here in the play. They get through the top window. Drazah breaks it. FaZe are in.
And that is it. Already the break you're looking for is a strong P1, and they have followed up and done the near impossible. LAG quick to strike back, but still an extra few seconds stripped away on P2. And again, it is that pace that Atlanta FaZe able to slow down, or maybe cheeky gunfight to aBeZy. There's for the final 15 seconds. So that was a dominant P1 turned into a mixy P2, and that one rotation. Assault's here first, but he's got Cellium in his sights there to take him down. LAG finally have some semblance of control of the game.
Back alley here in the mean streets of Skid Row. That's the next hard point up, and once again, the Los Angeles Guerrillas, they are first in, best dressed. Can they hold on? Assault's got eyes on the back line. 4-1 from him so far. Can't get any more. Simp cuts him down. Nice trades abound. Nobody left there. On the point for LAG.
I mean, that is, what, 2 breaks in a row from Atlanta FaZe that are perfectly coordinated. Every trade coming through, the right guy in the right spot at the right time. And now you just get Cellium posted up for the hold. Cheeky angle to deal with, but it's perfect. No shots on him from DiamondCon, but Assault there from the trades. But you are weakened up enough that you got to wait for the teammates. Teammates deliver. There's the bounce back from LAG.
It's 3 for Fame. Can't get a 4. Good work though on the break once again. That's a very supple 20 seconds they're going to be fighting over for here. Cellium though. Oh my God, seemingly unkillable. It's a 3 spree from the Wonder Kid.
Yeah, put that man near some stairs. He's going to show you a bad time. And he might get traded, but look at the rotation where LAG had won the first 2. Well, now they're going to be playing from behind. LAG do currently have the best break percentage in the league. They're going to need it right here.
Into the barbershop we go. FaZe, first time we've seen them in a point since the first. Nades are up.
Oh, you'll take that.
Friendly fire. 50 seconds to go on the point. Here come LAG through the front. Drazah finds his first. 2 more on the inside. They've got the contest, so no one's getting time just yet. Oh, baby! LAG sprint to life. Cellium on the back door stays alive.
Yeah, he just that iron boot in the back. That is such a clean break that just gets demolished and broken down. And now it's Atlanta FaZe pushing the pace. So much was going right until Cellium just breaks you down.
10 and 5 from Cellium, looking for the 11th. LAG might be able to get another late break here. Fame flying forward, gets himself 2, and it's another sweet 20 seconds.
Well, is it a sweet 20 seconds? Yeah, Atlanta FaZe are going to be fighting tooth and nail for it. So any little bit of effort LAG put in, well, they get put on the back foot. But we're going back to another money hill. LAG, they got players on the wings, but the question is, where do the other two spawn? One's close, and the other guy spawns up mid-map as well. So LAG will be here towards the money hill early on, and Diamond Khan is a shooter. You will be collecting a good chunk of this time.
Shooting online, he's shooting on land here. Attack at the ready now from FaZe. No trophy's going to save him from that lethal. Does a bit of damage, just enough to slow him down. Great range though. Simp putting in the work. Estriel on the trades. LAG are holding it together, and they're having to move that front line forward to stop the push from FaZe.
Yeah, you need your comms to be on point as well right now. And Estriel, that is unlucky. It is the card that explodes, but on the crossfame, at least there to chop you down. But you have to be dialed in this moment. Solid right now on this P5.
LAG holding it all together so far. I think it's about time we go for a quick listen in and see how they sound.
He's on AC, on AC. One fire. I need
Two dead.
I need fire. Watch out. I need fire. He's in window room now.
Flat on me. We could be
Flat, watch out.
aBeZy's lined up flat. Terry time. Hold on a sub.
Yeah, but switch to 7 life.
I'm gonna go top mid top. I'm trying to go mid top with you.
aBeZy top left.
Yeah, still play flat.
aBeZy on full.
Top mid top right now.
Top left AC.
I'll pitch him back
I'm with you mid top. Trust us.
Down the head, he got him. He's in me window. I'm 85. I stop one. Window room, no trophy.
Yeah, it's fast.
He's far bottom. Far down. Watch out. Waiting.
I got one.
He's so far fast.
Got one shot new, he's one top right.
Listen, we gotta play side pocket.
There's two on you.
Yeah, 2. Yeah, trying. One's gonna be flat.
We should go on this.
Yeah, 100%. I'm hitting her as fire side.
I'm fired.
I need a fire and I stunned him.
He's in fire, 100%.
I stun him.
Garage aBeZy. He's staying down garage.
Where do you spawn?
I spawned out.
There's two spawn back alley.
Nothing. Bottom P2. Draws the lead.
Back alley. Play aBeZy. He's doing ticket. Now.
aBeZy, one shot.
Impressively calm comms coming in from LAG, but as calm as they are still on the back foot. It is the P2 where they did not hold the full 60 the first time around, and now Atlanta FaZe, you see the deep spread they have across the map, able to snip out aBeZy, but it's a long way to go to get to this hill.
And they facilitate the push. It's a 10-point game coming into this hard point. And now FaZe starting to push that lead ever forward. Cellium sitting pretty up there in top P2, top blue. You'll be hearing it called in ranked play. Now rotation. We're going to the south side of the map once again, back to the alley.
And it's just a devastating hill right now, Atlanta FaZe. This is a perfect lockdown of the time. You heard in the comms from LAG of players bouncing back and forth between the Rival 9 and the MCW. They're on point. Well, so is Atlanta FaZe. Every player had the right gun for the right moment on that hill. Now they've built themselves a massive lead.
Oh, Drazah, he's moving. Information passed over, not enough to stop the flow of reinforcements now from LAG over the point we go once again. aBeZy close it up, gets his, Simp finds his as well. The back alley now open for business, and FaZe are looking towards the win at 250.
Yeah, pulling out some brand new spots, and Cellium just doing same old. Just went on a 5 spree before he fell, so no crews, but the kills are flowing. And now you're just looking for the cutoffs. This is where the game gets easy. Roam top P1, everybody from LAG going to be forced to flood in through ticket. It is a dire situation for Guerrillas.
25 for the win. Here we go. Drazah still holding on the point. His teammates finding kills all over the place. Cellium keeps the play going. Drazah soaking away. No one from LAG close enough. The defensive hold from FaZe is so good so far. The final few moments are in the hard point. Estriel, what can you do? Try to find the break. No hope in hell. Final 10, and FaZe take map 1.
I mean, they are coasting. They are on cruise control in Atlanta FaZe, starting things off right. Still perfect in the map 1s. They make it look easy.
That is map 1. Some strong signs of life out of the members of LAG as we expected, but not necessarily enough to get it across the finish line. FaZe far too strong in that second set of hardpoint rotations. A chance It's business as usual.
I mean, even from the way this game started, right? LAG spawning in on the bad side. They don't win the opening break towards the hill, so they put a massive amount of effort on that rotation of P2. Atlanta FaZe just break it down. You watch like the coordination they have, everybody double challenge together. And LAG might have gotten a few of the trades, but Drazah just goes and breaks them up top. If you break a money hill like P2, it can be devastating because we saw exactly what happened when Atlanta FaZe had it. They locked it down for a full 60. LAG could not sniff the top.
Oh, they're locking them down for the full 60s. Are what you were looking for. Cellium, though, an absolute standout there from FaZe. 20 and 12 with just over 4,000 damage. Damage chance is something we don't talk about too much, but we are this season. Something we're hoping to get to rank play soon as well. Diamond on the other side. Everyone's putting up these damage numbers, Chance. How important is damage in this game?
Well, that's like sort of your impact and the presence that you're able to show on the map. And I think the moments we saw from Cellium where he's racking the damage up, like the barbershop hill, it started out with a team nade kill for Atlanta FaZe. So they're starting off in a 3v4. Cellium just does an incredible job of staying alive, dishing out the damage, and just buying his teammates so much more time to get back in the mix. So Cellium is truly just a player that you are constantly going to be feeling him on the map.
Pressure indeed. Highlights here from map number 1. This was Drazah's break from upstairs. Getting it up close and personal there with the MCW. Beautiful work there from FaZe. So hard to break that blue hard point here on Skid Row. And once again, Fame, this was nearly a really solid 4-piece. He manages to get overheat just the tiniest bit towards the end. Cellium, this was the beginning of many sprees we saw him go on the map.
It really is the nature of playing against Atlanta FaZe too, because LAG, outside of like that really one small moment on P2 battle, they played well. They were outslaying Atlanta for the longest of times until Cellium really started to get going. Had great moments for the setups on rotations as well. Unfortunately, even if you played near perfect, sometimes that is just not enough, and the scoreboard towards the end effectively devastating because Atlanta FaZe, outside of that singular team nade, virtually no mistakes they made on the map, pulling out cheeky spots like aBeZy standing on the windowsill. And obviously when you go P1 and you got the tiny tears on your team, they're going to have a field day.
I feel like we've got a very small sample size to work with so far, but getting to watch MW3 here on land so far, Rival 9 looks good. Looks real good.
Oh, the ray gun.
The ray gun looks good. The Renetti looks ridiculous. Drazah picking up pieces with that. And just the game flow again, there was only one real point there between 5 and 6 where things were really tight. Chance that was the beginning of the comeback. But once you get broken, that 6th hard point, that was their big P2 hold. A tremendous change there in the game.
I mean, yeah, just getting stuffed out at the later half of that game, getting ran 100 points to none towards the end. Again, make a small little mistake, and Atlanta FaZe are just going to take absolute full advantage of it. And I'm going to be honest, it's not like this series necessarily gets easier. Invasion, Search and Destroy, another map where Atlanta FaZe has been perfect. And the damage stat, as you brought up, it's going to be fun to pay attention to. What Cellium is going to be able to do, that man will live on the palace walls in the back of his spawn, dishing out the damage, setting up the tears for the information game. They love to have a field day, but of course, if LAG is going to let it in, they have some SND threats of their own. They're going to bring something to the table.
Oh, the series is far from over. The double dose of Invasion will be fun to see how that one all goes down. Control will be put on that map as well. We'll get to that map number 3. And if we have to go deeper in the series, we will see. But for now, very interested to see how Search and Destroy goes. Chance for the folks at home, 1st to 6. We take turns attacking and defending. Let's see how it goes.
Well, again, in Atlanta FaZe, if you want to learn how to play, I know Rank Play recently came out. They might show some creative sort of options of what you can do on a map like Invasion. I know guys like Drazah are going to be living on the back bridge by the Humvees, locking down A Street. Some would be on the back wall, and Simp and aBeZy might take turns dancing, but there are some lethal first blood threats on the side of LAG. Both DiamondCon and Fame have been outstanding throughout this first qualifying stage. They're going to need to be at their very best if they're trying to go toe-to-toe against Atlanta.
Oh yeah, map 2, here we go. Cellium has been an issue in Search and Destroy so far in the season. Again, albeit not terribly long. But the opening qualifiers have been very dangerous indeed in FaZe, as you would expect.
And it is, I mean, those stats, by the way, if you're not aware, they are truly nutty. A KD like that with his level of activity in the rounds, 0.8 kills per round, is not too shabby at all. There's a round 1. There's no trophies out. Nades can always make an impact. That's why Atlanta FaZe may be playing a little bit slow around that van. The opening salvo is taking place. No first bloods just yet. Fame a little bit active towards the middle of the map, but Atlanta FaZe is going to be slow working deep.
The dangerous alleys here of Invasion. Very close quarters engagement here. Drazah trying to take care of Estrel on the bomb site. Smokes out Covering fire comes through, just enough damage there. Is it enough to get the kills? Estriel finds one with an aid. aBeZy taking care of the attackers up front, and Estriel 2 from the point.
Yeah, what a job by him just to stay alive. You saw the nades were coming through to dish out some damage, but LAG on defense in a cheeky spot as well. Diamondcon finds the perfect time to get in position, and he's got hands as well. Man can shoot, man can punch, and Cellium. 1v3, no dice. A very solid first round from LAG.
It was Diamondcon on the broken stairs with his fists. First round in the bag. A nice 2 from Estriel there on the bomb site while under tremendous pressure.
Yeah, and again, just to sort of point out the damage again, Fame might have sort of lost that battle against aBeZy towards the middle of the map, but you saw the tags he was getting from that dark alley really set Estriel up to slow Atlanta FaZe down, and if you soften him up, make him a little bit weak, Estriel did deliver in the round and gave you the 2 kills, so strong stuff coming out of the rookie.
Swap sides now, LAG will be attacking. It looks like we're leaning over towards that B side of the map once again, the top side of the mini-map. Whoa, 15 HP from Estriel.
Yeah, that's aBeZy. You walk 15 feet out of your spawn. He is already applying that first blood pressure. Cellium living in his home, and that's the sort of setup you're going to see. Cellium on that back wall has so much coverage of the map, and he can just tell Simp and aBeZy when and where to make these moves. And you absolutely trust Drazah to lock down B. So LAG, a minute left in the round, plenty of time. They're taking things slow.
They're taking it slow. They're very isolated on that top right-hand side of the minimap. Anywhere you go, FaZe will have eyes on. Drazah has the street cross. His teammates there lying in wait, Simp to pounce once the damage is dealt on the inside of the courtyard. 40-ish seconds to go, Chance. We got to make a move.
Yeah, this is where Cellium comes into play, by the way. He's getting the intel. They're working down A Street. That's where those shots are being exchanged. So aBeZy might be set up ready for a gunfight. It's the tears towards the middle of the map. Do you check this corner?
aBeZy's getting one for sure. Simp's there to back him up in case of any kind of mishap. 25 to go. Drazah managed to get the first blood. The nades are there. There's immediate oscillation to the other side of the map there from LAG. Are they going to run into trouble? Drazah, oh, he spotted them out. The play may be ruined. Fame trying to keep it going. 15 seconds on the clock. Estriel finds another. 2v2. The clock still ticking red. Final 10.
And you don't want to let this bomb go down. aBeZy's going to be jumping on this one as quick as he can. It's the one errant player. You got to catch it. It's going to be Fame backing aBeZy down.
Oh!
Cellium coming in on the flank, but aBeZy's done his job. You trapped the last guy on site.
Estriel now in a 1v1. What a career-defining moment this could be for him. aBeZy. Toe-to-toe. Wait for the regen. He still hasn't got it. aBeZy. The bullet pen. And he says no. FaZe tie it up.
Welcome to the league. Welcome to LAN. The rookie versus aBeZy. aBeZy letting him know it wasn't just that gunfight towards the end. Even the read on Fame, the movement on point. And aBeZy, anytime you get a smile, you know he's doing something vicious. Here you get it from his point of view. Well, just a little head nod.
And I saw the 3-in-1 from aBeZy there. Estriel fighting for his life from that back bomb site. And with a perfect play call from LAG, though. Still to get the plant, to really make something of that round when things were not working out for them. Exciting stuff. Still 1-1. FaZe now attack.
And just added pain, by the way. That would have been 5-0 for Estriel, getting close to the cruise missile that aBeZy just shuts down. So the first blood king can absolutely handle those late round moments as well. Lethal threat and search and destroy. Atlanta FaZe, though, similar to what we saw their previous offensive round, slowly working this B site. This time, though, Estriel has a bit more help. Diamondcon making some aggressive moves.
Slowly but surely now you have to clear out a million different angles, power positions, windows, nooks and crannies for an invasion before you can make a move.
And Drazah knows too. Yeah, I think the way he reacted might have heard the player going up top, and obviously with the shots coming through, yeah, they know Estriel's here, trying to weed him out. The pressure's on him. aBeZy trying to force him back, and well, they found that first blood.
Oh, they found more than the first blood. They found the window into the B bomb site, and now they are there. Diamondcon just in time to stop Simp from getting across. The jump check though spots him out. Ooh, and the terror is now starting to make those dark alleyways here of invasion look that bit more frightening.
I mean, there's just nowhere to go. I mean, with Fame wants to flank through spawn, Cellium's going to lock that down. You try to go through dark alley. It's 2 different players from Atlanta FaZe. You have to get the timing with Diamondcon perfect. They cannot coordinate, and you just get shut down. There's that presence of Cellium, the ever-present threat on the map, and that is a perfect round from Atlanta FaZe. They find Estriel. It's a little too aggressive down that B street, and they just pick you apart. Even the round before, when Atlanta FaZe was on defense, it's the same thing. That B street action. These rounds can be slow on invasion. When stuff starts to pop off around B street, that's where you're going to see those first bloods roll through. Right now, Atlanta, they have been on point.
Such a different look on the attack there from FaZe. As soon as they had the opportunity, they took it. LAG really unable to get anything going there on the retake. Let's see what they do now on defense for FaZe. Can they start to string some more rounds together? It's 2 in a row so far. Cellium lands a lovely nade at great range. All members of LAG still post up towards that backside of the map. The 2-2 split here from FaZe.
And it's still just the type of setup where it is incredibly difficult to work with. Either you try to double hit towards B, where P's are going to be posted up in square. Simp's not easy to weed out. And of course, Drazah in the God spot. This is where they're applying the pressure, though. Action again. B Street. First blood's going to be always happening over here.
Communication tells Drazah everything he needs to know. Nades up. Damage dealt. Here comes the opening salvo. Simp going in for the kill. Oh, he managed to get caught out. Fame gets the first blood. Here come the reinforcements from FaZe.
And you're at least able to slow him down. The bomb is just now actually crossed, and Cellium going to be a little bit heads up, but the bomb plant spot 2 on point. Ezreal's going to get it down.
Oop. Suppressed. The flank now wide open. Assault lands it. Assault. They get the job done. LAG tied up 2-2.
That's beautiful. Being able to get that first blood on Simp, you're worried about the timing. Him and Drazah trying to coordinate together, but they can't get it done, and that is just overwhelming force towards the end. Really, shots might not be super clean, but Fame there for the cleanup kill nonetheless, and timing on the flank was perfect. That is a very important round for LAG to be able to get. Any offensive win you get on this map, you are happy for.
Yeah, that's a big, deep flank through that wide open road by the bridge that Assault has to take there. He can only really take that when he knows that the numbers are so low there from FaZe. That 4v2 spot, tough to be in. And Fame, he is right up on the front line.
I mean, he is just the man that's in the delicate spot, right? Either you're watching the dark alley cross or you're dealing with the pressure towards mid, and he doesn't really have anybody watching over him. He knows his A Street is covered, and it looks like he might be getting some call-outs from Assault. Ready for this presence. It's Cellium in that direction. But Atlanta FaZe, they have spread the map. They are absolutely playing for that first mistake to come through, but so far LAG haven't taken the bait.
Yeah, not taking a thing. Even with the damage done from Assault there, Fame did not move. Eyes here from Cellium at long range. He's going to spot out Assault. My God, lovely tags there. Enough to slow them down even further.
Yeah, action still on Fame, though. That's the presence towards the middle of the map, and Assault trying to help his boy out. I mean, this bomb is clearly leaning towards the A site. So far on defense, LAG have not reacted. Number 3 and number 4, Ezreal and Diamondcon, slowly need to start getting into the mix because the move on the A bomb about to happen.
As soon as that back door bursts wide open, Fame definitely heard it, sees aBeZy. Oh no, he moves. And Simp punishes him. Clock ticking though. Can Assault get in a position quickly? Will Drazah be able to keep him back? Ezreal at range there. The bomb has been planted. LAG down a man.
And Drazah's got the potential cross as well. He's watching his flank for the moment, but you're kicking the door open any time, but you gotta win the first gunfight. Simp just shutting you down.
Ezreal now flying forward, gets himself one. 30 seconds to go. FaZe only a man up. Drazah now on the flank, looking to stop this and end the round right here and now. He's looked left, he's looked right, he's gonna get Diamondcon, but it's Simp in the feed as FaZe take the lead.
And that's the thing about Atlanta FaZe, man. You have to play so close to perfect Call of Duty. When you leave that guy towards the middle of the map, when he's calling out for help, you need to be there so quickly. You saw it from Fame's perspective. He just gets overwhelmed. His spot gets like sniffed out by aBeZy, and then he's just dead to right. Again, you're effectively dealing with a 2v4 defense on that site. Near impossible to pull off. Atlanta FaZe at another offensive round to the back.
Up by 1. And the surge has been wonderfully close so far. Extra bomb in hand now for LAG to fly forward. Simp and aBeZy, though, they have taken that far position in the backside of the hotel now. aBeZy watching the middle of the map. He's going to get a ton of information here. And Simp may be able to catch a player out.
Oh, that's great information. And yeah, both the cars are going to explode. The nade coordination on point. LAG, man advantage. They love to see it at the start of this round.
Simp's trying to do the wet work there from inside the janitor's closet. Gets himself the kill on Ezreal. That's a 5 spree now. Fame trying to clear out the tank. Oh my God, he's so close. Can he hear that player? Can he sniff him? Can he smell him? It's going to be a gunfight in a moment. There it is. Drazah slides into it. Fame stays alive. Nearly gets a second.
He's trying to stay alive as well. Not getting hunted down either. Cellium is pushing aggressively through A Street, and well, he pushes aggressively and finds the pick. Meanwhile, Simp, he's got the cruise missile, and he's got the bomb underneath him. And Cellium with easy reads. Dominant there on the defensive end.
It's a classic move from Cellium. It's an off angle, standing seemingly out in the middle of the road. It seems to be something up with Simp for now, but we'll get back to that. In the meantime, a strong round from Atlanta FaZe. They took the initiative early on. They took a lot of the middle of the map. And that Simp and aBeZy duo, they did tremendous damage early on.
Yeah, I mean, you're feeling so good about taking down one of the terrors at the start with the first blood, and it just does not matter towards the end. Bit of a brutal round that we're going to be dealing with, and we saw the conversation taking place on the main stage. There's going to be a quick pause to sort out some sort of issue taking place, but a 4-2 lead right now for Atlanta, and again, anytime they're giggling, that is never a good sign.
No. Well, they're having fun, as I hope you guys are at home as well. And everyone in the venue, guys, thanks for coming out. We missed you. We missed you a lot. You smell good and you look good, and can't wait to see how the rest of this week goes. But in the meantime, we're going to get this technical issue wrapped up. I think Simp was, what, 7-3 coming into this round?
And he had a cruise missile.
And he had a cruise missile. I mean, that is a big, big thing. Now, again, we are playing on an older patch here in the CDL. We're going to get towards the newer patch later. But for now, trophies are still very, very much a good thing to have against a cruise missile.
Quite literally the best thing to have. It stops it entirely. There is no harm, no foul. Cruise missiles often on this current patch is more for the information that you are able to get. Obviously, seeing everybody on the map at the same time. Never going to shy away from. Assault.
Boston! Get your heads out the gutter. He's got hand warmers in. Come on. It's day one. It's okay. You guys are great. We might be, oh, they're nearly ready. That's what the pause feature looks like, guys. For the players, they just can't move. It's great. Of course, Cellium there, one of the most twisted players in the league chance, enjoyed himself that sugar-free monster. That's my favorite flavor by far. The white one.
I was going to say, I don't even know the flavor names. I like the orange. The orange is great.
Me too.
Tastes like lightning.
Lightning indeed. Drazah, newest addition to the Atlanta FaZe roster. He has a plan coming into this season, and I think they're executing pretty well so far. They've got to be feeling fantastic. As the OpTic fans are, they'll be playing the Miami Heretics later on today. First time we get to see those guys on the big stage since what? 2019, Black Ops 4. Big stage again, massive moment for Estriel. He's had a lovely search and story so far. 5-4 in the stats department, but some highlight plays. Nearly managed to take that 1v2 situation against aBeZy. If not shut down their chance, what a moment that would have been in his first series.
I mean, that's the thing, though. It is the series where it is going to be a learning experience or just a pure experience through and through.
Yeah.
You have the opportunities to pull something off. Always fun, but Astriel's first time in front of a crowd.
And you always remember your first time. Well, we're almost ready to go, guys. Simp's back in the lobby on a 6 spree. We're waiting for one more member of LAG to join up, and then we'll get things going. Chance, anything from the search so far that you've been very impressed by? I mean, FaZe, their attacking rounds have been very, very tight.
I mean, it's the same thing with Atlanta FaZe. Might be
They're
disappointed
good,
in the
Chris.
game, but while they're playing, they're having a great time. It is very much the details. You have to be perfect. You cannot make mistakes. Even when you get the first blood on Atlanta, they can still make the big play and pick you apart. It's been the little things in every single round. The difference between when Fame is playing on that middle tank versus when Simp or aBeZy is always able to clutch up. But I do see Fame has made his way back into the lobby. So we do have all 8 players now ready to get engaged back on Invasion. Just got to hit that go button.
Yeah, we've paused the Invasion for now, nearly ready to get things going. It's 4-2. FaZe with the lead so far. It's first to 6 here in Search and Destroy. As Fame fades back into the lobby. We're almost ready.
Yeah, and 4-2 is the swing round. LAG want to take full advantage of sort of that stop in momentum. Going down 5-2 is horrific. Being down 4-3, not too bad. So one of the most important rounds you have in Search and Destroy outside of, the round 11.
The round 11. Get that gong ready. I'm sure we're going to see plenty of it here at this event. The referees are still on stage, so we're almost ready to get things going. Simp doesn't think so. That head shake was something, but for now, I think the attacking rounds from FaZe have been very, very strong. We've seen different looks. We've seen different angles found. Wonder if LAG can keep things going. Going down 2-0 in a series against Atlanta FaZe, not a good place. If they can tie things up going into that invasion control, that would be ideal.
Not even ideal. I mean, you would have to phrase that as an absolute necessity.
Yeah.
Players switching teams, too. I wonder if that's Cellium going to just stare down the opponent in the middle of the game. He is never a player to shy away from mind games during a match.
Of course, Cellium, one of the players who, for the longest of time, has been using the in-game chat feature to send messages of encouragement, messages of just pure chaos to the opponents, offering kisses, all sorts of things. Anything to get in the head of his opponents. There you go. Put it down. Are you happy, Boston? Are you happy?
Left-handed.
Ambidextrous, my guy. We're almost ready to get back into this one. you guys are great. Okay. All right, something's up. What's Assault doing? Can we go back to Adam Assault?
No, let's not. Let's stay with Atlanta FaZe. That's a very bright controller. Simp is holding as well.
Rolling slowly through this one, guys. We'll get back to this. In the meantime, Cellium has been the Mr. Search and Destroy. He was the man when it came to the hard point. Guys. I wish I could say it's a family show, but it probably isn't. Cellium has been an absolute demon chance. 1.78. How important is that statistic? For the Joes at home who don't really understand what it's like to play against some of these players, to have stats like that in Search is something else.
Focus. No. We're talking about Search and Destroy KD. This is important. Okay.
I feel like a substitute teacher. This is so hard.
We need order. Okay.
Diamond Con.
Oh, focus. Okay. He's playing with it.
But, I mean, you know what's crazy? The players have no idea what's going on. The players have no idea.
I thought Diamond kind of figured it out earlier, but the man of the hour.
Well, we're going to get back into this one, folks.
I'm happy to talk about Search and Destroy. I could do the thing. That's what they pay me for.
Adam, give the people what they want, Adam. We're going to have a quick look at an ace. Boston, you have delighted already. Wow, it's Thursday. Simp, though. This was an ace from earlier on in the qualifiers charts.
I mean, sure. Yeah, Simp, fantastic player. One of the best players of all time. He's probably already in the top 10 and working his way down. Absolutely guns a few players in this moment. I mean, it's the type of play that Adam Assault would celebrate.
He might celebrate. Simp certainly did, though. And that was a tough one. Also, I love that we showed that in front of the Boston crowd. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I think we've got a very passionate crowd here already, Chance. It's a wonderful sign of things to come for this week. Okay, now show us LAG. Any second now. We're a simple crowd here in Boston. It's map number 2. We're almost ready to get back into it.
That's a veteran player right there, man. Adam Assault, Mr. Consistent. Anytime he's on cam, that man delivers.
It's been good to come back. Boston is not disappointed whatsoever. The Search is somewhat disappointed, but we're going to get back into it. 4-2 the score when we do return. As FaZe fans, the hype squad in the front row, they make it to nearly every single event. That poor guy that hit the deck today outside the venue, is he here?
Saw that. That was tough.
Hey! What is... You animals. That poor guy ate concrete for breakfast. Tough one.
These players are going to be in for a treat when they rewatch this on broadcast.
Well, I hope they do.
Because, like, again, for LAG, you're playing against the best team in the game. It's a learning experience. You go back and comb through the VOD to make sure you learn everything.
You guys will cheer for anything. You'll actually cheer.
Not anything. One specific thing.
You will cheer. Everyone's got their thing. They've all got their thing. Well, good job, Boston. You're doing fantastic so far. Thanks for the patience. We do appreciate this. Invasion S&D. Hopefully not too far away. Refs are still on stage. For the folks in the venue that can see that, we can take a look at that. But again, speaking of S&D chance.
Search and Destroy. We can talk about we can bring them up. We can talk about whatever.
Yeah. Let's talk about the most picked maps so far. I mean, again, a small sample size.
Oh my God, look at statistics. My favorite thing to see on camera. Invasion. Yeah,
wait for it.
That's what we like.
We're just checking to see if you guys are paying attention. This will be on the test. Invasion, though, the most picked map in S&D so far by the majority of our teams. Skid Row, not getting a lot of love.
And I think, no, not so much. I think Invasion might be statistically one of the most balanced maps between defense and offense. It definitely leans towards the defensive side of thing, but close to 50-50, not too shabby, and Terminal and Skid Row with the lowest percentage. Those are certainly a little bit more lopsided for the defensive team.
But you know who does get a lot of love? Wait, we might be able to fade out because we're nearly ready to get back into the game, boys and girls. This is it. Take 2 of our map 2 on its way.
And if LAG win this series, Adam Assault obviously is going to be the player that has to be interviewed.
Has to be interviewed.
There's one question and one question only that you need to ask him. How did you handle the break in between the maps? We got Call of Duty. To the disappointment potentially of the crowd, but to my very excited self. A 4-2 lead currently for Atlanta FaZe in the game. I think unfortunate for Simp. I don't know if he's going to be carrying that cruise into the reset, but the 2-round count bump all the same.
Yeah, 2 rounds up are FaZe. Let's see how things go. Nobody home on the B-bomb site here from LAG, but Fame's going to start the pie.
And that is exactly what you need from LAG, by the way. That was a hyper-aggressive play, flying through the old P1, or the current P1 on this state, and getting that nice little punch for the first blood. So LAG, instant response. And of course, that is bomb down as well. And the trades do not come through. Estriel delivers again, having himself a fine map 2 performance.
That's a 2-man advantage right now for LAG. Drazah hoping a prayer for that nade. Take some love taps. The nade doesn't land. Diamond Con manages to dance himself to safety, but you've still got eyes on that B-bomb. If he crosses, the fight's on and Drazah's in trouble.
Yeah, you're getting ripped as well. You're trying to cross. You already know someone's going to be watching, and Fame has that lockdown with an MCW. So try to make the move. You're at least going to get spotted. And meanwhile, down the A Street, Cellium's just in a battle of his own. The pixel fight on A Street. And Drazah right now with the bomb by B, completely by himself. They really want to find some extra kills before they go for the bomb play. Oh. Drazah might deliver.
Oh, the clock is ticking. He's got to peel Diamond Con from that concrete wall. He slid in. The opportunity for the plant is here. Cellium, what can he do?
And in a 4v2, I cannot believe you let this bomb get planted. Atlanta FaZe, the opportunity to clutch is here.
It is not over yet. Fame pressing forward. Drazah, can he hold him back at bay? Shots down from Cellium at range. Trying to keep these players there. Assault makes it now a 1v3. Drazah from the backside of the map. Can you get anything? No. LAG take the round.
And perfect retakes towards the end. That is round number 3 for LAG. Still down by 1 to Atlanta FaZe's 4. But that is a beautiful round to have off of the reset.
Can't even see the hand. What are you cheering for?
I just don't want to interrupt the crowd in their... Okay.
The score is now 4-3. FaZe still leading. Oh, it's only the first series. This is great. See? Here we go. FaZe on defense. Damn, son, that is a lot of pepper on this stake already.
Yeah, aBeZy always making his presence known right off the opening salvo. And if you're LAG, again, this is a massively important round. This could be the one to tie things up. 2-2 split again on defense. We've seen a similar setup for Drazah and Simp on this B site. LAG did break it down before. Situation's a little bit different now. They're taking things nice and slow.
Fame's been the first blood man for LAG in the last few rounds. Can he find another one here? Diamond Con and Co. as they work their way through the apartments. They are not looking for new digs. They're looking for first floods.
And they're slowly getting players in position. Estriel making moves. He gets in his spot. Diamond Con bumping up just a little bit. They've absolutely spotted Drazah on the tank. You know he slides back. So Drazah's going to have the massive cross, but Simp is going to be by himself right now on this B site. That is your opportunity if you're LAG.
Almost like set positions. You know where these players are. Do you have anything to deal with them? The smokes are there. Drazah now making his way forward. Estriel finds his first. Drazah, has he timed it right? 1 for Drazah. The second Diamond Con on the site. Huge damage. He recharges, but Drazah stays alive. 2v2.
They're to the Ghosty school. Cellium gets him in the map, and the damage is done. Fame tagged up and gunned down. Drazah out here making the play.
And it's map point for FaZe. That 2-piece from Drazah certainly changed the shape of things.
Yeah, no, that is the Dan Ghosty original. They smoke out the cross, you just fly straight through it. I'm not going to say it works every time, but so far it has worked every time. Drazah making good use. And that is a way to kill the momentum for LAG. Now 5-3 in round count for Atlanta. 1 round away, they go up 2-0 in the series.
Map point, here we go. Opening salvo. Nobody home at B just yet for LAG. The nades have been sent. A couple of tacticals as well. aBeZy still has a frag to play with, but now you've got bodies on the B-bomb site for LAG. Approach is now on. Nades are out. The trophies are working overtime.
Oh, and that's the smoke gone as well. Those nades just completely killed that push. So the idea that was coming in from Atlanta, not able to make anything happen. And this is an aggressive stack on defense. They are playing for the instant trades. FaZe was staring down that dark cross, and Estriel, he is ready to pounce.
LAG have all bases covered right now. The question is who falls first in the fight. 50 seconds is a lifetime to go here in the search and destroy. A fresh mag for Estriel. Here we go.
And because that smoke just gets killed, though, Atlanta FaZe now have to just go for the reposition. So they're swinging back over towards A. But if you see the players on the minimap for LAG, they're making the read.
Drazah, will he check the tank? Fame's here for it. He heard something. First blood, they're in. They've traded out. Onto the bomb site. Here comes aBeZy. The nades are there. Diamondcon gives them the life advantage. All down to Cellium. All down to Cellium. 1v3. And that's the round. Another lifeline for the Guerrillas here in the search.
And again, just such a good play, making those reads towards the middle of the map. As soon as that smoke goes down, every single nade and stun just starts landing at Atlanta FaZe's feet. You kill the push, and then it's all about the play. You just have to make sure you read the pressure, swing it over towards that A site. They faltered a few rounds previous. Atlanta FaZe took advantage, but perfect this time from LAG, staying alive. Staying alive on the map.
It's 5-4. FaZe still on map point. Here we go once again. Once more into invasion, search and destroy. The trophies are here. The smokes have landed on B as well, so nobody's home just yet. Diamondcon trying to soften up anyone who may be there, knows the spots they'll be. The tension builds here in the search.
Yeah, I think the idea there might be use that early smoke, try to bait out some nades and tacks and make it a little bit easier the later this round goes. A minute still on the clock, plenty of time right now for LAG to work with, but the onus is on them to make this move. Of course, if you're working down the middle of the map, you have the Tears basically just setting up the crossfire, both AR setting up on the wings for both of the deep lanes. And it's the same play we've seen before. LAG, it is the slow crawl up to this B site. The tried and true. They need this to be perfect.
Same route, same approach. They don't set foot on the street. The stun gives at least one of them away. Will that be enough to draw FaZe in? Estriel now looking to get one up on Drazah again. Damage dealt, manages to slide through. Drazah gets a kill. Drazah somehow gets a kill. 3v3.
Still though, you got to get the pressure of the bomb down. Estriel, he's tagged up, doesn't want to make the play just yet, but you're going to have to start to flood, and the pressure on the flank is existing. Simp versus Fame could be a kill that swings the round. aBeZy, in the meantime, he gets that guy off bomb.
Assault has to stay alive here on the bomb site. Fame coming in to reinforce. Final 10 seconds, they've got to get the plant. On the flank, it's Simp. On the flank, he may be able to find it. Chris Lair coming in to save the day. Fame gets the kill. The play's not over yet. 2v2, bomb down.
You get out with your life as well, and you get to heal up. Now you just got to read the pressure. aBeZy and Cell try to work the flank, and Fame picks off the next tear.
Cellium now. Can he do what aBeZy did so long ago in the search? Fights his way forward, takes control of the bomb site. The final 30 seconds now as the trophy is placed. Will he be able to get it done? Fame, he's given up the high ground. He's gone for it. The damage is there. Fame trying to stay alive. Pros do not fake. The trophy is in play. Fame hasn't checked it. He's not checked it. And that is that. Cellium nails to defuse. Atlanta FaZe take the lead 2-0.
Yeah, and welcome to MW3. I don't know if Fame had the experience, but that bomb fades out of your vision. It is so tough to actually see on the site. He thought he had everything covered. Cellium is always pixel perfect.
That's a stinger for LAG. 2-0 in the series so far for FaZe, and what a performance though from Fame. 5-1 in the latter half of that search, but not enough when it really mattered. He needed a pixel more. He would be able to take that player off the bomb. Cellium. No one takes a piss quite like Cellium.
No, not at all, man. And again, for Fame, that could have been a top 5 play of the week. Add that to the career highlights. Instead, it is literally all for nothing. That window of opportunity back in the series, Cellium might have just shut it.
That's a tough one. we'll see what happens a little bit later on. Of course, a difficult delay throughout that search and destroy, that 4-2 mark. I think that we really pushed it through these players mental, maybe a little further on. But again, kudos to LAG for pulling things back in such a great way. Sadly, Chance, I think the story of this team for so long now.
I mean, look, they always have the fight in them. Atlanta FaZe, though, is simply built different. And of course, with that 2-0 lead, you go into an invasion control. It can be a defensive shootout. I will say, though, on offense, Simp quite literally has the best stats in the game on this map for offense specifically. So that's going to be my player to watch.
Woo, keep an eye on him, indeed. Well, before we get to that, we are going to go for a very quick break. Invasion control is not too far away, boys and girls. Go get yourself a beverage, go get yourself something to eat, but don't go too far, because when we come back, map 3 in this exciting series, this is the CDL.
Tune in throughout Major 1 this weekend to earn awesome in-game content. You can rock the Frostbite Blueprint, charms, emblems, calling card, and get XP tokens. Be sure to link your account now to start earning.
The Painted aBeZy bundle is available now in the Call of Duty store. Inspired by the folk art of Oaxaca, this stunning bundle offers colorful, vibrant, and mythical items you gotta check out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A quick look at the final moments of that round. FaZe, of course, walking away with a win, but Chance, how the hell do they do it?
Well, that's the big question, I'd say, in my mind. I was thinking maybe a graphical setting, the trophy maybe blocking line of sight, but it was that dead body potentially right there that might have just been barely blocking the view for Fame to not be able to see the bomb. You get it from his point of view, and again, he's staring exactly where he needs to, but it's just that little body potentially that could have blocked that line of sight. And obviously, you see the reaction, hype for the clutch in the momentum dagger for LAG. Got to bounce back. You're 2-0 on the main stage, first match of this Boston tournament. For LAG, potentially a long way to go. Invasion Control's up next.
And for the folks who have played or been in situations like that, it's immensely frustrating. And again, you're rolling the dice somewhat. Do I take the gunfight, lose the gunfight? Where could Cellium be? A massive amount of respect showed to a player like Cellium. We know he's crafty. He's tough in his 1v1s.
It's especially devastating because of how hard Fame actually did pop off to make that play. Absolute guns, absolutely guns aBeZy, makes the right read. And they got the bomb down with 10 seconds left on the clock. It was a nail-biter play. They get the massive advantage, and it just collapses, but you need the bounce back. Estriel, last time we saw him on this map, or at least in control against LAT, the man popped off. It is your rookie, and obviously, if you're going against the Stairs, you need your SMGs to have a good time, especially on these attacking rounds. If you can sneak one through on Invasion, not necessarily a guaranteed win, but your odds go up massively. Got to make sure you clutch up on the attack. Atlanta FaZe will be on offense first, and got the nades raining out, trying to get those first bloods in. To the surprise of no one, aBeZy gets it.
Yeah. The odds were not necessarily in the favor of the Los Angeles Guerrillas players here on the attack. That's the B zone being captured now. That little sign on the salt screen that says losing. Yes, he's losing that zone. So if you get it captured, the whole thing, you get a full minute on the clock.
And you see Atlanta FaZe, by the way, they're roaming over towards this A zone. This is where the important action is at. Cellium still staying alive, doing a little dance, and he's getting away tonight. Drazah gets the next kill in LAG. The B zone's being chalked up. Atlanta want this fast.
It was all a ruse. Shenanigans here in the first round. They've moved across map. Assault fighting forward. Trades are there. Beautiful tags from Cellium at long range. That's going to be the A zone gone. The tough zone to capture Chance.
I mean, that is instantaneous. Your odds of winning this map just spike if you're Atlanta FaZe getting the A zone captured. That is the feat. That is the thing that is incredibly difficult, and you love to see a team get a stack as well. That is perfection from Atlanta, who have not slowed down. Next 2 kills coming their way. Everyone fully flooding through this B street, working their way towards that next zone.
Drazah moving so well. Damage dealt everywhere you go. His teammates are there. Somebody please get that trade. The life count now dwindling for LAG as well. 16 to the 24 of FaZe.
I mean, Assault's still dancing as well, trying to stay alive, and he's done a nice job to try to get his teammates back in the mix, and he forces the team kill, so small little window of opportunity, but you just feel like it's a matter of time. Simp is roaming in your base, and again, on offense on this map, this man has basically been God.
Oh, he's doing it right now. Fame gone. The trade there finally as Estriel pounces into action, but the second segment of B is already gone. A huge amount of work here in the round completed early on. It's FaZe, the final stack. That's the first in the bag.
And I don't know about Kenny Loggins, but if I was a gambling man, I would say that is the fastest round of offense we have seen on this map all year, Atlanta FaZe. It quite literally does not get any better. They pause the clock on B immediately. They find a couple kills towards mid, and they set up that triple stack on the A zone so efficiently. Again, you don't see rounds like that often or potentially ever. And right now, that is the only thing to celebrate on the side of LAG. Nice little camera shot, because in-game, it is nothing but pain.
Tough stuff so far. Well, they're on attack now. Here on Invasion. Let's see how they fare. 2-2 split. 2 towards A, 2 towards B. They kind of take the middle of the map, so you're able to change course quickly depending on where the kills go your way. So we'll see how they assess the situation after the fights go down.
And I love the look. You're trying to go towards A as quick as you can. This is the only way you have that potential, and they're getting all the kills. Estriel starting off this opening break with 3 to his name. They haven't set up a stack just yet. Only Fame on point. Assault's come to join him. Now it'll take 22 seconds to get this zone.
How long will it take Drazah to get in there? Stun, lands, finds nothing but a nade, unfortunately, from Cellium, but the capture is still going. Fame is still alive there on the A zone. Ezreal holding these players back, a force free from him. Simp now the next man from FaZe to take his luck at the point, but so far, so good from LAG. They are eating nades, though.
Yeah, and the nades are just going to keep rolling through. You couldn't quite get that extra trophy in the mix, and that's still a beautiful opening break from LAG, but if you don't get the zone, you still have a long way to go. Personally, though, I just love the A hits off the rip. It makes everybody looking like clowns when they go to B the entire first stage. It's been horrible.
It has been tough. Diamond Con trying to clear the main streets out. Drazah and aBeZy find theirs. Ezreal, lovely shots, but not enough to take care of Drazah. He stays alive for now. That's going to be a big problem on the approach to B for LAG.
Yeah, I mean, his gunny has been on point. He has 6 objective kills already, and we're just midway through this second round. And of course, for LAG, really the only downside, if you get punished over towards A, you can end up in the spawn trap, and that just means you have to take your sweet time to try to get out of it. A kill going their way, and maybe still actually leaning towards this A zone. Number 8 and number 5, not completely out of the picture, but still far away from A. So if LAG get the kills on the flip side of the map, the opportunity's there.
Or Simp's there on the bottom right side of the map as well. Huge work there. The pinch is on. Cellium has cleaned out the middle of the street. FaZe are in a wonderful position here. 20 seconds to go. No one anywhere from LAG close enough to get on the point to try to stop that clock.
Yeah, you saw Simp just shutting it down as well. Wait a minute. Next man up in line. Fame trying to get away with a big one, but aBeZy just going to force him back down. A street being slammed, and Atlanta FaZe on defense looking a little bit too clean. Last ditch effort. 2 kills go their way. Can anybody stop the clock? Assault last ditch effort not in time. And Atlanta FaZe go up 2-0 in the control.
It was a matter of seconds. aBeZy's little dance around the backside, slowing those players down so well. Doesn't need a kill. Couple of bullets in, I'll take the next fight. Making sure that no one from LAG gets close. Heads up plays like that. You buy your teammates 3 seconds to run across the map and get in position. That's huge.
And honestly, in hindsight, it's kind of incredible that Atlanta FaZe got that A zone that quick, just because it's the start of the round. They don't have trophies yet, but somehow they deliver. And it was the lack of trophies, or at least them getting broken down, that just punished LAG. But Atlanta FaZe back at it again, straight down this A street. I don't know if they're going to make it to the zone for free, but it looks like they have. Drazah just walks straight into it. A clean 4 down and a triple stack on the A zone. Atlanta FaZe not wasting any time.
Atlanta FaZe are stacked on top of each other here in the showers. There's 3 of them. Simps just on the outside. That zone is going so fast. Squeaky clean opening indeed. 2 minutes 20 on the clock.
I mean, this is just brutal. I mean, that's just GG. Chalk it up. It does not get better than this, and Drazah has not slowed down. 13 and 4. Pumping up the KD just a little bit. Still roaming your base. LAG trying to apply the pressure on defense, but their only hope is to spawn trap for 2 minutes, and if Drazah's out and about, you're just expecting him to get some kills.
1 wave of kills could be it. Drazah, ooh, nice work from Assault. Diamond Con keeps the pressure off his team for a moment, but here comes aBeZy. The Renekton in hand, at close range. Ezreal didn't stand a chance. And here we go, 1 step closer to the point.
They're about to break it as well. B zone, I mean, aBeZy's tagged up and stunned, but the pressure, you can just feel it right now for LAG. No wiggle room on the map, but 2 kills able to come their way.
Hello.
But again, 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Such a long way to go.
Assault was really begging for the fist fight there, not able to get it. Clock's ticking, Cells, Simp find their kills. This might be enough time to get there on the zone. There we go. Slow and steady capture. The defense still holds though. FaZe with plenty of numbers up close. Drazah sent him for the kills. Fame, he's doing what he can on the outside. Cellium desperately dancing here amongst the rubble as Drazah finds 2.
Yeah, the extra 2 kills in the back pocket. Cellium still just dancing around the zone. You even have pressure from Drazah towards the middle of the map. So you got the cutoff kills. You just got the slithering right now of Cellium around the actual zone. And that is 2 players from Atlanta FaZe on the point looking to get it done here.
Soul got taken care of on the broken side of the apartments. 1 last hit now from LAG in the series. A 2-man stack from FaZe. Cell in and out of the point he goes. 3 dead. That should be it. That should be map. That should be the series. Atlanta FaZe 3-0 in the series. 3-0 in control.
And that is, without question, the quickest and easiest map of invasion control we have seen all year long and might see all year long. That is damn near perfection from Atlanta. Maybe that little bit of a momentum killer in that final round of Search and Destroy set him up for the easy tee-off. Nice little 3-0.
Drazah and Cellium, we'll have a look at the stats in a moment, but both of them fantastic numbers. A very even spread from the damage across the board there from FaZe, but those boys were the cleanup crew. As FaZe start the tournament the way you would expect it with a strong 3-0.
And that's a terrifying map of Invasion, too. I'd be interested to see how many teams are going to be willing to square up with Atlanta on that map long term, because, again, they were 2 for 2, perfect on the opening breaks on offense. I mean, that is a map that right now on the all-time list is the most difficult one to get wins on offensive rounds. Atlanta FaZe make it look easy and pump those numbers up just a little bit more. Damage clean across the board. Drazah and Cellium might be leading that charge, with Simp not too far behind. It's just those offensive kills, though. Drazah and Cellium, absolute field bet.
You make it, you know, saying FaZe, they do make things look easy there in the offensive rounds, but the execution is so hard. You put one player over towards that B zone, you get one segment, you draw those defenders for a moment, they run across that map. You clean up the A zone. It's little moments like that, decisions like that certainly separate them from the rest of the teams.
An important fun fact, I always like to bring the hardest hitting information. Drazah spelled backwards is Hazard.
Is Hazard. Well, we've almost got him ready to go. Hazard, aka Drazah, the Alaskan Assassin, is on stage. We're almost ready to get him over there. But man alive. Well, Boston, you've all been brilliant so far. It's a wonderful way to start the tournament. It's a very dirty way to start the tournament with a 3-0. And the crowd, oh, you lot, you're in trouble as well. Well, we're going to go to the stage now. Guy Blaze, he's got Drazah.
Thank you for the awesome cast, Chance and Miles. Boston, give it up for Drazah and Atlanta FaZe as they get that first one on the board. And man, you look fantastic on the stage there, Drazah, okay? How does it feel to be back on land and then playing with this squad?
Yeah, I mean, it's been 6 months. You know, we've all been waiting for it. It's been a long break, so I'm super excited to be back in a 3-0 like that. First match on, and, you know, you got to love it. And playing with a team like this, they give me full confidence, and I feel like we can do anything. So I'm super excited to, you know, finish out the tournament, and we play Saturday, so I'm fucking hyped.
Exactly. Hey, I'm hyped to have you back on the stage. Hyped to have LAN kicked off yet again. And now we got all these awesome FaZe fans in the crowd, and we got a bunch at home. This is just the first game, and we got many more to go. What do you want to tell them?
FaZe the fuck up. Let's go. Come on.
Let's go, everybody.
Let's go.
Easy AF. That's going to do it for me and Drazah on the stage. Puckett, take us away.
Thank you. I had a feeling that interview was wrapping pretty quickly. Shout out to Drazah. The lucky hickey is paying off again. A hot 3-0 for the FaZe crew. What a performance. Let's start there with the control, because normally we see this go into a round 5. Defense is always clutching up. Looks like the FaZe boys caught LAG off guard tonight.
That was just way too much for them to handle. You talk about 2 different attacking rounds where you're applying all the pressure over towards A and all the kills go in your favor. They cannot get back into the point. And then when you're capturing that A point first, you leave it all up to B, all it takes is 1 set of kills and you basically call game. Atlanta basically played just flawless COD right there.
Ali, you were oohing and ahhing in the green room watching this FaZe team. What were you seeing from this #1 seed?
I mean, it was just clean throughout this entirety of this series. I mean, especially that map number 3. I mean, in a 3-0 fashion, if Atlanta was struggling anywhere, it was in that control. What did we see in that first round? The kill feed was all Atlanta FaZe, and the decision making, they were all on the same page. Instantly, they got that wipe, and they were like, screw B. You saw 2 players rotate straight over to the A side, and it was just one of the fastest offensive rounds I think we've seen in a minute.
Great stuff in game number 3. It started with hardpoint dominance. The search and destroy was the only game that was really close. Name was, what happened in that search, and should FaZe fans be worried?
I mean, they shouldn't be too worried. Honestly, LG played the search pretty good. I mean, they had a couple of massive opportunities. I mean, you think about some of their offensive pushes, they were doing great. You know, you're getting first bloods over at the cafe side of things, and then you don't capitalize on that. They didn't push together. They end up losing that round with that first blood. And then the very end, like, their setup was terrible. They had a guy back at the tractor, and then Fame ran back to Broken to sort of watch the flank, but he should have been looking over him, right? They couldn't seamlessly work together. Communication was off, and then he loses that tragic 1v1 to Cellium. So opportunity there, but in the respawns, they were just no match for Atlanta FaZe.
Hit me with it, Jay. What do you got?
I was just like Fame. I know that he lost that 1v1 towards the very end, but it was a 3v2. He did win a World Star gunfight versus Simp to make it a 2v2, and then he finds that kill onto aBeZy. It's just the only way you can lose that round is if you allow him to defuse the bomb. You have to check it. With only 15 seconds left, I know you threw a little shoulder, but the bomb's not there. At least throw yourself out of there and go for that job.
And you're not going to beat Atlanta unless those little things are perfect. And even after that, like, he had that opportunity, the setup had to be better. You need to be playing together. They're tighter, playing for the trade. But
we'll break it down before their next matchup. I'm told we're going to get that clips for you. Until then, if you want to find out when LAG is playing, make sure you sync your calendar, right, Ali? All you got to do is scan the QR code, match your calendar up with your Gmail, your Apple, your Outlook, no matter where you're at. We got you.
Yeah, you can either scan the QR code or go to callofdutyleague.com/schedule. If you're like me and your memory is failing you, make sure you sign up for this and make sure you know when all your favorite teams are playing and who.
And of course, you get that squad up calling card. Who doesn't want another calling card? Scan the QR code now because we're going to break. When we come back, I got match number 2 featuring the world champions New York Subliners take on Minnesota Røkkr after this. Welcome back in. It's opening day here, the first major of the 2024 season, and already our #1 seed has powered into the second round of the winners bracket. But now we're gearing up for match number 2, and it features the world champion Subliners taking on Minnesota Røkkr, who retooled their roster in between seasons. They started off rough, but they have won 3 straight coming into today. Let's start with the Røkkr team. Chris Bucket alongside Chance, Alley Cat, and Nameless. And I want to start with you, Chance. Walk me through this roster. What do you love about watching this team?
I love that we can actually see the progress that these guys are making, right? The jokes are always about sort of the school of aBeZy. The soft start that they had was not ideal, but they really started to hit their groove, and they're playing much better Call of Duty. Awakening accuracy at the start of the year had some of the worst stats in the league. There has been stark improvements on that roster from those 2 players. Vivid's out here breaking kill records in S&D, and Lynz, right now, potentially the star candidate for Rookie of the Year.
It looks like the leash has been taken off of Lynz. At least the man has not been able to be put in a cage. What has he done differently in the last 3 series in your mind, Allie?
It's maybe not so much being different. Maybe he's feeling a bit more comfortable, but it's just the consistency for Lynz right now. That's a lot of pressure as well, right? Being the rookie on a team that is struggling, it's a hard situation to be put into, and to be as consistent as he is, I'm really excited to see what he does for his first time on main stage.
For your Monster Energy pregame, here are the keys to victory. If you are Minnesota Røkkr, pulling off the upset is never easy, especially against world champs, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, for Minnesota Røkkr, I actually don't hate this series for them whatsoever in the way that they match up in the hardpoint maps, and we'll get to the control in a bit. But for the Monster Energy pregame, they're 6-1 in hardpoint map 1, so definitely have an advantage there. But they're 0-5 in map 4s. Oh. Maybe that's just how the veto process goes, but that's definitely weird heading into a series. And then Swiss cheese S&D defense. They allow plants 52.5% of the time. That just cannot happen. 19% retake. So clearly, when that bomb goes down, the communication is not there to be able to retake. It is chalked, right? So for Minnesota, I expect that to be better today. But like I said, man, the last 3 series, 9-2 map count, you can't scoff at it. They have improved dramatically, and a lot due to the man on your screen, particularly in the search and destroy.
They have shown a lot of strength in search recently and some ice in their veins in the game 5. On the other side, Subliners. They were flawless in the World Championship to end MW2. They come into MW3 with a game 5. After that, win over OpTic. Things were up and down. Teams like LAG took them to a game 5, but they never looked like they were the underdogs. Everyone always considering this to be the stronger team in the fight.
I mean, you know, they had somewhat of a late start to the year as well. So I know early on they were very much a team that was aware there is progress to be made. And even still, there's some soft spots like Hydra and S&D has not currently hit form. His first bloods right now have been atrocious. But even with a couple pain points on the roster, overall, they've still been spectacular. Again, Hydra has been poor in the first bloods, and they still might be the best search and destroy team in the game because Kismet might be the first blood reaper at the moment, and their hard point is like still strong. So a little bit of wiggle room they need in the respawns, but it's a team world champions. You expect them to deliver.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an echo of how we were touching on Atlanta FaZe earlier. Is there's not that many weak points when it comes to New York Subliners. If you want to talk about one, it does have to be the control, but they really don't need it when they have the CDL best of 9-1 in search and destroy, and even their hard point looks strong. So it's a house of cards, 9-1 in SD, 9-10 in respawns. Again, that's mostly because they've been struggling in control. But the thing for New York right now is they have a very strong game 5. They're 3-0, and Minnesota Røkkr doesn't 3-0 teams even when they win that map #1. So should this series go the distance, it just keeps getting worse for the Minnesota Røkkr and keeps getting better for the New York Subliners.
Nameless, I'm a little bit bummed that Studdy isn't here to argue with you because Studdy loves his New York team as a New York City boy. As a New Yorker as well, I think Subliners have the edge here. But you were telling us you think Minnesota has a chance.
Yeah, I think they have a great chance in this series. I mean, look, like when you look at the last, series spread, they got 3-0 on the high-rise control. That ain't in this series, and it also makes it look like New York's a great control team. They are not. They have not been good at that game mode. And we have Karachi versus Minnesota, who are one of the better teams on that map. You also talk about this team in search and destroy. Like, yes, New York has been fantastic in that game mode, but Minnesota has made great strides of improvement there. And when you talk about the hard point, New York are 7-5 in that game mode. They've had trouble with breaking and then also almost last in the league in points off of the break. And we're going into 2 maps Chris, that Minnesota have been fantastic at. So I think that this is a big opportunity for Minnesota.
The maps are in. Allie, do you agree? Is this a 2-0 start potentially for Minnesota?
I don't know so much about a 2-0 start, but I will say both of these teams have very deep map pools. Obviously have to give the edge to the New York Subliners, giving it to our second team overall. I think my biggest pain point is that Karachi control is going to be the swing mode for me. When it comes to New York Subliners, they've been struggling on their non-traded kills when it comes to control. They've been very much going out and dying and then ending out on lives and just getting outslayed.
Chance, if you're looking at two individuals for each team, what's the 1v1 we need to look at?
Sib versus Owakening, I do not have to think about it because like Owakening this year has just been like Owakening. That's it. He hasn't been Big Wake just yet, has not evolved to Giga Wake along those lines. So he's the player that has to step it up. I think like amongst the community, he might be the player that everyone is dialed in on to pay attention to his performance because this year there's a few key differences in the GA category that have made some changes. Owakening might be a player that has suffered, and of course Sib on the flip side, he has been a shooter this year.
Do you mean he needs sound to know where the enemies are coming from?
I would say that might be something that has been helpful, but now we're back on
I talked
land.
to Awakening yesterday. He said, man, they're just in my head a little bit. I'm about to fry this weekend. So I think Awake comes out. I mean, they've been playing well without him even going off, right? So it's a team aspect thing as well. But if he starts to play like the Wake that we know, this is a completely different animal.
Time to shut up Reddit, Awakening. We'll find out, can he hang with the ARs of the Subliners? Predictions, did you get your pick 'em in online? Well, we got them in right here. I'm going first, and you know I'm taking New York.
I'm doing the exact world champs. You got to pick New York.
This might be a full yellow desk here. I'm going with the New York Subliners.
Yeah, I'm going with New York, but I think it's going to go a distance.
No, it's
You're
not.
going to game 5.
I think it goes a distance, yeah.
Game 4 max.
Game 4 max. I'm going 3-0. Chat, let us know how you have this one playing out as chat makes their picks. It's time to get this party started. In fact, the players need about 1 more minute. So, Nameless, let's talk about the weaknesses of the Subliners. You're 6-1. You've gone to multiple game 5s. You've gone deep in games. If you watched their most recent YouTube video, the Subliners relied on Kismet to bring them back into a matchup. Where do they find themselves down?
Yeah, I mean, it's the control. You know, we touched on it a little bit, but they're neither good at attacking or defending in control. High Rise has been a map that they've been particularly decent at, but it's just going to get ripped out of every series in the veto process. Also, in Hardpoint, like, they're 7-5 in that game mode, but they have 2 maps that they just have not been able to win, so they have an automatic veto. You can't play Terminal, and when you look at it as well, it's like Sub-Base is a map they're 0-1 on. Who knows if they're willing to let that get through in a series as well. So for New York, they have not looked as strong as Toronto. When you talk about them coming into this event, they have not looked as strong as Atlanta FaZe. So they are a contender, but they have some things that they need to work on.
And I'd say, well, control is like a pain point for them as well. They're one of 2 teams in the league right now that have more control offensive wins by kills versus the actual objective. And the last time we saw them play on High Rise, they were so focused on kills that they got all of them and lost the map. Sib dropped 44 for the L. So I think the objective focus, if it hasn't kicked into gear for these guys again, might be a small little thing that cost them in the end.
I think you are right on the same wavelength as our stats guy, because he said you got to talk about Sib. Look at the numbers. Let's take a look at his numbers after game number 1, because I'm told the players are ready. Let's send it to the stage with Guy Blaze.
Thank you so much, Puckett. I'm ready to continue to blaze on through this open bracket, through this upper bracket, as we got our next team ready to come to the stage. Looking to start off hot, but they need to stay cool and calm in this series. Get ready, everybody, because here comes Minnesota.
Push on up. You have 3 players on the spawn. Maybe a chance here. Accuracy. The best.
Lynz is ripping Boston apart. Boston to close this lead. And Lynz is going to just continue to push space for the Zawolabobs. Wow.
Maybe come straight through as well.
Awakening versus the world, and he's coming up with the dub. And if you can transition this to New Hill, Awakening is trying to put in absolute work. Slash is up next. He gets them all. The whole team, the Demon Jump.
Boston, get loud for the Minnesota Røkkr. Make some noise for Lynz. The Iceman accuracy. Big Wake. And lastly, in full color is Vivid. Make some noise for Minnesota Røkkr.
Minnesota had the battle to make it into the winner's bracket, and one guy that turned up for them the last couple of weeks has been Lynz from across the pond in France. He has watched Hydra lay out the blueprint, but now he has to take over and dominate. We'll see if Minnesota Røkkr can get it done. They're on a hot streak, but let's bring out their opposition, Blaze.
All right, it's time for it, Nameless. We'll see if they can continue that hot streak. But I'm happy to announce for the first time on land, get ready, because here comes your 2023 World Champions.
The stage for the first time of the 2024 season. And it's time to see if they haven't skipped a beat since the last time they touched this stage. Blaze, I'm ready to get this match started.
I'm ready to get it started. It is all vibes on the main stage. You're still having a good time, Boston? Let's get this one kicked off. It's gonna be shift and study. Let's go.
Blaze, thanks so much. Yeah, shift with my pro player duo study here, my man. How you doing, man?
I'm feeling good, man. You know, it's our first cast on land this year. I'm excited to get into it because we got a banger on our hands.
Gonna be a good one. Obviously, Dash set it up perfectly. Minnesota riding on a hot streak right now. Since the break, 3 straight series wins. We've actually been a part of all the calls, and they've looked particularly great across almost every single game mode, but I think all of our focus stays with map number 1 here in this series.
Yeah, because what? They're 6-1 in opening hard points, 0-5 in game 4. So if you're all Minnesota, you got to stick to the recipe that's been working. You got to come out and you got to beat New York in map number 1. And in this matchup that they had previously, they got it done on the same exact map, 250 to 203 or something like that. So if you are Minnesota, you just got to come out swinging early in this map 1.
Have to have it. On the other side, though, New York, even though they have had a couple of respawn woes, they have been great, in particular on invasion. First in rotation percentage, first in hold percentage. Could you ask for anything more when it comes to a map like Invasion Hardpoint?
Especially like Invasion, bro. We're talking about the P2 to P3 chain. We know how that crucial that can be if you're continuously spawning towards back Palace. And then if you get P4, which is the Treehouse Hill, going into Palace at P5, you hold that backside, you're basically going to blow this game wide open. So both of these guys are great when it comes to rotations. Just New York are way better in their hold percentage. So that's going to be the game changer.
And I feel like just generally speaking, looking at how the map vetoes played out with the series that we have in front of us, New York just has a wider berth of maps that they can throw in and be successful at. Whereas Minnesota has been, I don't want to say predictable in where their last 3 wins have been, but you definitely look at the map 1 hardpoint and then can they get it done on control, because just a kind of marinating point, it's going to be whose attack is better versus whose defense is better, especially in Karachi, because New York's attack has been great, but Minnesota's defense has been even better.
And the biggest thing that for both of these squads is that New York started off the season 5-0. So when you start off 5-0, you basically guarantee yourself a winner's bracket spot. So those last couple of matches, you can start working on some maps that you probably haven't played. For Minnesota, they started 0-4. So they had to make sure they play all their best maps to at least earn a chance at winner's bracket, and did it just that to get in this position here.
Well, the progress has been good for Minnesota, but you're going up and squaring off against the champs from last year's title. To be fair, though, New York have had a couple of moments in their last 2 series where maybe the crown isn't sitting as firmly on their heads as you would assume. But Sib is going to be a problem. Put it up on the desk. Sib versus Awakening is one of the highlight matchups that we're looking forward to. We got Minnesota on a hot streak, but the reigning champs taking the stage for the first time. New York versus Minnesota. Let's get it on.
Here we go, into the early P1, right into the cafe. Hydra's gonna be the player to make sure no one tries to slip on by. You don't want to flip these spawns going in towards the next hill. All out mix effects in through the middle of the map. 15 seconds already down, and now it's time for Hydra to strike. Just roaming around DVD, you're gonna see him a lot in that position.
That first couple of gunfights looking good as the Bulldog takes down 2 in New York. Find the first 20 seconds for free, and the kills outside of the hard point looking even better. Kismet now taking a little bit of an extra route just to create some extra space, but Røkkr starting to shoot back, looking for their break.
With only 25 seconds left, Røkkr know that the next hill is going to be at P2. We want to keep this side of the map and trap New York towards the backside of Palace, and Vivid and Lynz, they opened up with 2 kills. So this final 20 is potentially going to be theirs. Just have to deal with Hydra. Already a great job. Now you're forcing the subliners off that rotation. Kismet's going to be the Bulldog, already in a position, but you also now have Hydra on a repin, so they're still going to contest this and try to flip these spawns.
Just winning the war on both fronts right now. Hit from Minnesota coming from the front, just has accuracy and Awakening, waiting for this play over through Tractor, and one player will spawn over towards Palace. So Røkkr can reinforce this really quickly. New York not ready for it, and hey, that first time percentage hold and not gonna go well here for New York as Minnesota get the early break.
That's great work right there from Minnesota to win those trades at the next hill. You get those close spawns towards the back Palace, so you're able to reinforce immediately. But now you just have to hold strong, because if you go 4 dead here, you start swimming towards back Palace, that chain to the bathroom can make something shake for New York Subliners. The trades back and forth, only 30 seconds left, Minnesota still holding.
Beautiful stuff here from Røkkr. Wake's on now 5 in a row. So yeah, maybe Ant got the good intel, looking like big Wake to start, doubling up nearly on the points, and Minnesota already putting a little bit of a stretch over towards New.
And there's a couple players from the Subliners who are spawning over towards back Palace. So if you are Minnesota, let's get a pedal to it. Let's start being a little bit more quicker, because you have the advantage off the rotation, but Hydra still being a nuisance around DVD. He does take down one. Accuracy there for the trade, but now it's only on Skyz in this position. Can he stay alive long enough for his teammates to get back to him?
And this is the big thing. Minnesota spawns will be on the north side of the map, so there is a chance for them to try to reinforce this through gas, but New York are set up perfectly for it, except for they don't track accuracy at all, but doesn't expect the second player to be there. So New York will substantiate their hold with numbers. Minnesota quickly looking to form another break attempt.
And they're right through middle of the map as well. Like, Skyz, what are we looking at? I know we're watching back deep gas, but they're just running for free at your teammate in hill. And that eventually leads to the break. Big one-on-one gunfight from Lynz. The trade does come in, but finally Skyz is going to maneuver his way closer towards the bathroom hill, because with only 30 seconds left, we have to start thinking about that rotation, and New York are a step ahead now.
That Minnesota map 1 magic, brother. They're looking real clean with it thus far through 3 hills. 20 seconds looking like it's going to be conceded as Kismet's taken down. So the Subliners on rotation, but met by Awakening. So again, Minnesota kind of doing the exact same thing that the Subliners are trying to do tempo-wise to start this map.
And it's already good time. You're going to find yourself up by almost 50 points going into the next hill. And if you can win these trades, even better. But Awakening with the team nade, it's not going to allow his teammate in Lynz to get into that hard point early. So the Subliners are in the preferred side when you talk about this hill, because when you get P4, you just want to contest this down to the very end. It's a very difficult hill to break, but you also want to focus on maintaining that Palace side. When you're finding all the kills, that can potentially work out. You just don't want to flip them to the opposite side.
Only player that may sneak through here is Wake. A couple shots come through. Now the hunt is on. Awakening for the first hit. Awakening's going to take down 2. That takes Kismet out of the hard point, and the follow-up eliminations, they're perfect for Røkkr. How about Minnesota? Another break attempt comes through against the team's best holding percentage on this map.
And this is where the score can just get blown out of the water. Minnesota are gaining this remaining time over at P4, but they have 2 players already set up in towards Palace. Subliners know we have to commit for this 20 seconds, because it's super difficult to break it towards this Palace HP. You just you can't scam. No one chow from the hill. Everyone just watch crosses, and Minnesota should find themselves up by 100 points at the end of this one.
Not a lot of ground to work with here for the Subliners, trying to cut across towards that Palace Street. Minnesota setting the thin defensive line right across the wall. How does that hit develop for Subliners? Looking to maybe 2-2 split this. 2 from the top, 2 from the bottom, but no one's able to see anything. Accuracy is just playing whack-a-mole over the top of the Palace wall. Awakening does get taken down with a pistol. Follow-up from accuracy, good. And Røkkr still holding for now.
Røkkr still holding. Just have to win these next sets of fights, and at least they're trading efficiently. The last 2 players are going to be in towards the point. Awakening, when he drops, he gets a clean pinch spawn. He finds that final kill, so it's still Minnesota Røkkr holding on. New York have not been able to get close. Finally, Skyz does, but he falls. Minnesota not making any mistakes right now.
Now, I know we pointed out to the Simp versus Awakening conversation. How about the Skyz to Awakening conversation? 12-6 for Wake, only 3-9 for Skyz, who's been the KD leader from New York.
Yeah, Skyz has just been a takeover player for the Subliners roster. Right now, having a slow start, but We have the ability to get back into this game. Røkkr currently finds himself by almost up 100 points. Accuracy making stuff happen. Now we go to the reset.
And now with Røkkr in firm control on rotation, prime time to see how the comms are sounding for the Minnesota Røkkr.
What's your toxic logic? One for me. What's logic? 1C2.
Yeah, they're all in front of us. They're all in front of us. They're all in front of us.
Do you want me to go left?
Yeah, I hear you. I'm flipping right.
I'm going to be
You have my
T2? No, not right now. I'm giving it 2 seconds. I'm doing it.
I'm here, me too. D2, one shot time. One shot time. Game just crashed, bro.
DVD and D3. One shot you want. You want Ben about. Yo, his game crash, bro.
My game crash, bro.
No way, man.
Well, we heard it in the comms talking a game crash, and that's on the Minnesota side after what looked to be, I mean, again, a possible runaway situation.
That's tough, man. That is tough. You find yourself up by 100 points, don't know what happened on the back end, but obviously a game crash. We heard it in the listening from Big Wake. That's a momentum killer right there, Alan.
Big time. I mean, we're talking a 100-point game, and not that the P2 rotation was underway yet, but Minnesota were starting to make some moves toward after a scrappy fight over the whole time. That is huge, especially considering that we continue to talk about this Røkkr team and map number 1 have always been so good, and now all of a sudden you kind of think, well, hopefully the air in the lungs hasn't been completely vacuumed.
And they were slamming. They were slamming in that map number 1. I thought New York, they were going to set themselves up for some success. You're talking about the P4 to P5. They put too many bodies over towards the treehouse side. So when they lose those gunfights, now you start turning towards gas. Minnesota, we're just doing everything a step ahead. We're talking about flipping spawns, trading efficiently. Awakening started off fantastic in this game. And now, unfortunately, the game crashed. And now, what we're getting in our ears is a full replay. Ooh. That's tough.
Yeah, I think the thing is, and you point to a very, very good section of this map. It's not just the fact that Minnesota's been good at map 1. It's the fact that New York on this map have been great in rotating, great in holding. And Minnesota have countered that completely. A lot of it by way of the ARs, which when we were looking at these guys online, that's where the vulnerabilities have been. Lynz and Vivid have been great. Awakening, accuracy, moments, but they haven't looked this good together in a respawn in what feels like a while.
And when I heard Accuracy talk about his roster after the Christmas break, that's when they all started to really hone into the game plan that they wanted to have as a roster. We talk about the series they have versus Carolina, clean 3-0. The series versus LAG, clean 3-0. And those are like some of the bottom teams that we have. So I wasn't really know what to expect out of Minnesota, but when you beat a team like Seattle, way they did all the way into game 5, that showed some serious ice, man. They clutched up in the control. They won the game 1 hard point, and then they also made massive plays in that game 5. So right now, Minnesota, they're on the upward trend. And I feel like for the Subliners, based off of what we just saw, a sample of that map number 1, New York need to wake up.
A little bit of a slow start without question, which is, again, very peculiar considering how good New York have been on this particular respawn. Now, the thing about this series is it doesn't really get easy at any given moment in time when it comes to how the maps were selected. In particular, a lot of our focus will be to, if this does go stretch to 5, New York is still so good on search and destroy. So the map 2, map 5, that is still a huge focus for what this Minnesota team is going to bring, not just for this match, but for the event overall, in my mind.
Yeah, without question, man. Map number 2, though, like if we were to get into it in that game 1 was to finish the way that it was, all momentum would have been on Minnesota's side. We watched Reese Vivid last week break the SD kill record, 3,500 damage. It's not like they don't know what's going on in Search and Destroy. And that map 2 is also going to be Karachi, where we watched them beat Seattle all the way into game 5 due to what the SMGs were able to do. So I just think if you are Minnesota, we got to shake that one off because we got to keep that same momentum that we just had.
Big time. And I think in particular, it's not just getting yourself back in. You have to trust that what you brought to the table to start is going to be there again, not having a second doubt in any regard. Because you look at the hardpoint metrics, the biggest thing, again, we look at the 6 and 6. We have to say it one more time. We'll beat the dead horse here. 6 of those wins have been in map number 1. So 0 and 5 in map 4s have not been particularly great for Minnesota. But we were kind of talking about it a little bit. Like, we told Minnesota this, and they were like, wait, we haven't won a map 4? Like, they didn't even know.
Accuracy didn't even believe it. He was like, wait, is he actually serious? They said that on the broadcast? Like, yeah, bro, I got them stats for you, bro. You can go back and check. But once he figured that out, he said, nah, man, the game plan, I don't know what we doing, but we got to win some game 4. So hopefully they're able to turn it around at this event.
All right, well, looks like everything is starting to load right back up again. So reset it. Perfectly clean slate. Good news for New York considering the start. But for Minnesota, can they essentially reprise exactly what they did to start through this first set of hills?
And I think if I'm Skyz, I'm taking a breath of fresh air.
You have to.
He did not have the best start to that map number 1, but he has the ability to redeem himself here on the replay. Back into the invasion HP we go. New York starting off on the preferred side. Minnesota, can they keep that fire underneath them?
Here we go again. This time, accuracy. Lynz starting things off with the first couple of kills. This is already opposite of what we saw last time, where the Subliners came out of the break off looking polished, but Owakening has not slowed down at all. You put 5 minutes into this guy's back pocket, he's saying, I'm fine with it, let's give you this thing going.
But the only thing that's a little bit scary now and different is that the Subliners are instantly able to flip those spawns over towards Mannequin. So they're on the preferred side to hold down this cafe. Hill, Simp cut down street. Lynz gets cut down as well by Skyz. And now with only 25 seconds left, you're going to force Minnesota to once again try to hold P2 from Palace side, with New York holding every single second so far at this P1.
Ooh, nice shots from Lynz over the middle of the map. Wanted Sib over the top of the tank. Will not be allowed an opportunity, as Sib will double up, and that'll be enough for New York to start putting a bit of a threat on rotation while soaking up the scrap. Røkkr will still have the preferred setup to start. Most of it starting with Owakening here frontside tree.
Yeah, Awakening's in a crucial position right here. Get some info. Players are starting to be aggressive up towards the broken side, but just want to play his life as long as he can. You have the Subliners sending 2 players up through the courtyard. You usually don't see flanks coming in on this hill, but Kismet, he's going to put himself into the position to take down Lynz. Even though they're still spawning in the back, Minnesota still holding from the front. Big weight came to play today.
Dude, it's like the online phase never had happened. He is channeling everything, and with some confidence, as Sib is the next one in line, lots of damage comes through, but Kismet saves the day. Trade comes out, Røkkr still hold on to the hard point, but look at Hydra around the back through Ice Cream. Only player here for New York, he would have to do it himself, and he does. A double from behind, and that'll be enough for New York to at least contest the hard point.
That's not a good play right there from Hydra. We're talking about 30 seconds left on this P2 HP. You go for the flank, and now all of your teammates are spawning alongside you over towards the Palace side. So you basically gift this Minnesota Røkkr free rotation over towards bathroom. But as I say that, Subliners, they get a couple kills. Now it's only falls into the hands of Lynz. He's just trying to stay alive as long as he can to his teammates to reinforce.
Good finesse at this point. Okay, Skyz, perfect. And that'll be enough for Røkkr to now own numbers on rotation with help from Vivid through mid-street. So like you had already kind of compiled together, Subliners taking a lot of extra time to get through mid-map, and that's enough for Røkkr to reclaim the lead.
Now they're just going to take their time. You see Kismet working his way slowly but surely up through the Mannequin side. They know that at least 2 players from Minnesota are spawning out, so they're just trying to win these trades in towards the hill. They start off with at least 2. The last play they got to take care of is Vivid. He's playing his life as much as he can, but he eventually gets cut down. And already, Subliners find the break over towards the bathroom side. You already have Hydra off the rotation.
Super annoying play from Sib just to stay front courtyard like that forever. So now Røkkr going to concede the back 30, make the rotation up through street over towards treehouse side. Awakening be the first one here. Accuracy right there with him. This is the tempo that we had not seen from Røkkr before. And Awakening puts Skyz down over through DVD Alley. Trophy will get set up and Røkkr will win rotation.
Now Røkkr are fully set up to get themselves back into this game and potentially chain it over towards that Palace Hill again. So Subliners currently up by 30 points. This treehouse hill is not easy to break. Subliners just trying to hit a route. You see what Skyz is currently trying to do. Just flip those spawns, because it was a full 60 hold before the replay started for Minnesota Røkkr. If you're Subliners, we got to at least be on the right side of the map.
A couple of kills come through for the Subliners. A chance to hit from the front while also manipulate the spawns, with Skyz already setting himself up for new at 42 seconds to play. Little finesse over the old time, though, as Lynz tries to lock down Kismet, not quite able to find him in time. Hydra now to reinforce for this 2v1 break attempt. And Skyz is going to be in a 1v1 with accuracy at new. So once again, the war's being fought on 2 fronts. New York only able to contest the time at old, still waiting for this 1v1 to develop.
Man, Skyz versus accuracy is such a crucial kill. If accuracy is able to pick up this one, Minnesota will get a full 60 over towards the Palace. Basically a tie game, but now it's all on Skyz. Now 3 players from Minnesota in position to try to locate where he is, but that last player spawns all the way across the map. So Skyz gets 1, but now his teammates are here to make something happen.
Game of Worlds Waldo. Can you find the rest of the remaining Røkkr members nearby? Kismet, the one on the hunt. Dead silence. Surprised by Awakening. Now Hydra trying to follow up. Able to confirm at least 1 trade, but looking for the second. Awakening still in position. Vivid looking to assist. 2v2 for the time. New York in for now. And with just Vivid left to find, Hydra right behind him. Little ring around the rosy. Someone find each other. Vivid's finally annoying, but eventually the Subliners collect the kill, and with that also the hard point.
And now this 40 seconds look like it's going to be locked up for New York. Way to just play it patient, find all the kills that you needed to influence those spawns for Minnesota all the way across the map. But they start off with the initial 2 kills. They're going to probably put more pressure on this hill. You don't want to give up this full 40 seconds to the Subliners. And as they're doing that, they're getting cut down off of pinches. Kismet and Simp combined for 2. Subliners going to find themselves up by about 45 points going into the second rotation of hills.
And even though Awakening has had a good reset, still 12-8, you've talked about it, Skyz already performing at a much more realistic level than what we saw for the online phase, just 9-9 to this point. Going over towards P1 once again. Skyz, first one here. Finessing, not quite able to take down Lynz. Trades are good, and with that, Røkkr will open up the hill.
Yeah, Røkkr started off with this initial timing towards the P1. Such a close back and forth game that we have on our hands, but gets mixy around this cafe. Lynz starts it off with 2. Lynz finds 3. Eventually does get shut down on that cruise missile streak. So not going to be able to earn that, but Minnesota slowly climbing their way back into this game. Only 40 seconds left on P1.
Great angle from Simp, also making sure no one rotates over towards the flank. Lynz there to meet him, Owakening right behind. So Røkkr once again, favorable in the kill feed, but they do get pushed out of the hard point, just down to Wake. Can he once again do it all himself? On the cross, able to find Skyz and says, no need to take this challenge. Let's get some extra time and bring this game back to level terms.
You're going to be able to take the lead as well because already Subliners are not on the preferred side. So you want to challenge the cafe as much as you can so you can try to flip these spawns in. The Skyz in his position already rotated over towards Broken. You now have to get past that first line of defense. Owakening trying to sniff him out. We're going to hit the jump up, but Lynz with the assistance. So Minnesota already in the advantage. They can grow the lead right now.
Kismet by himself. Absolutely nobody nearby, although help is on the way. Just not going to get here in time. Construction opens up. Awakening again on another spree, this time at 3. Tallied, but does get taken down. New York all fighting from the backside of this hard point. 50-50 fights over the top of the tank, and accuracy letting them have it. Can't quite get the trophy system down, so everything stays neutral. We're still in an 8-point game.
Yeah, and if you're Minnesota, it's good to just keep them in this trap. You're not really fighting for this time because you know that bathroom hill, you will continuously spawn them over towards the backside of Palace. You're just continuously winning these gunfights, but trades are continuing to go back and forth. So a whole lot of continuing right there, and there's only 25 seconds left on this P2. The pistol comes out, not good enough to get the job done, but pretty sure there's only been like 5 seconds taken from this hill.
Dude, the game clock is winning this hard point right now. Finally, accuracy will jump in for the scrap. New York spawning over towards Palace are trying to cut over through courtyard side, but Vivid is right in place and absolutely tearing them apart. Accuracy right there alongside, so Røkkr control the tempo once again on rotation, which is not something New York is familiar to feeling.
And now New York are forced to break, and one of the most unbreakable hills in this bathroom because you have to cross right in front of these lines of sights. And if you're Minnesota, just simply hold down this street side, have a player contest in towards the cafe, but they're losing his initial gunfights. It all falls into the hands of Vivid and Owakening. Vivid drops. Now what can Big Wake get done?
Røkkr are completely outside of the hard point. Awakening just finessing as much as he can, and Big Wake is starting to elevate to Gigawake. Now around the same total we had before. Let's take a look in to see how the Røkkr comms are sounding as they try to hold.
I just think throwing I'll get your secret. I'm pretending it. I did it. Cross. His car's low, was naded. He's low under the stairs. One DVD.
Oh, DVD got me.
All good.
Don't look at 190. Don't look at 190. Okay. I spawned back right.
Nate time. I know. I'm named it back to I have to throw back.
Okay. Oh, he's on the broken car. On the broken car, Caesar. Nice. So all 3 behind you there, then.
No. Check. He's aiming. He's in the center.
I'll kill Mid-tank weak. He's going diner, front diner. Listen, don't let him get to 190 or we gotta play for the spawn. Yeah, he's so far diner. Nice.
I'm gonna go make cut.
One's gonna be low.
Low weak. Sim's on house.
He's on their side time. On the ledge, on the window ledge, on the ladder ledge. Nice. Get that time.
I'm going left, bro.
Yeah, I'm going left.
One shot.
Yeah, I can go there.
Nice.
Tower one bullet.
He's still bad tank.
One tank dead.
Heard it in the listening. Røkkr very committed to trying to play to finesse that old time, but they also are very aware we cannot allow New York to get to a certain tally. Otherwise, we very well could lose the game here at Palace. Is the cushion enough? That's the question.
I think it's good enough to at least have a tie game at the end of this hill. Subliners are not able to hold down a full 60 over towards the treehouse side, and now Minnesota are putting themselves in a position to already find the break in towards Palace. They can win it here. So if you are the Subliners, the last 2 players here, you have to find a couple kills. Hydra and Skyz, they combined for 2. So now there's only 1 player left for Minnesota, it's going to be Lynz. He takes down one, but New York reinforced back into the HP.
No one else to Røkkr going to be able to contest this. So like you had already kind of assumed, we're going to have a real tight game, rotating into our third set of hills. It's just down to can New York start to find success in the first two, because to this point, they really have been empty on time on these first two hills.
Yeah, this first hill has been causing mayhem for the Subliners. Minnesota just trading more efficient. Now Subliners going to find themselves down by about 20 points. You have to be forced to find a break in towards P1. Multiple trophies going to go down. That nade is not going to get any information. So what can Kismet do? Sliding right on in to try to get this first kill.
First trophy denied, but there's still so many left, and it's Wake who meets him at the back door.
Oh,
He's going to get 3 of the 4. Oh, maybe even popping out for all of it, but here come Røkkr. 232-198. New York flipped from playing over towards the left side of the map. They need to find the kills, and they need to find them quick.
They got to get in, man. They got to get in. They at least have one person in the point, and it's going to be Kismet. He's staying alive as long as he can. He find those initial 2 kills, make it 3. He cannot get the 4th, though, onto Lynz, and Minnesota only 10 points away from being those map 1 Reapers again.
Zip trying to get in through the side door. Kills looking decent. Vivid pops right back inside. Trying to brief forward the back door. 243 is where it stops. New York able to clean up the last couple of kills. Røkkr now need to make a decision. Do you want to play fully for rotation, or do you try to want to get the last 7 seconds? They're committing 3 players to trying to get it done right here, but the contest time, it may have been good enough. Just a couple seconds between what's left of the hard point versus going towards New, and New York are here first.
And New York are here first, and they also have one player in Skyz who spawns on a free pinch, so he's going to be able to find a couple of kills on the back end. Subliners are finding all the kills at the right time. Minnesota not spawning on the preferred side. When you talk about this P2, they need to get a break. The attacks need to be good. They need to be hitting, and you have to get past Hydra because he's holding it down with that AR.
Explosions all over the construction side, but it's the Subliners finding the kills. Hydra playing backside tank. Still one member on the hard point, soaking up time for New York, who can 100% still try to win this here. But Minnesota start to find the kills. Hydra, last one left alive, has to stop Røkkr from finding any entry, but he gets completely cut down, and it's Røkkr. The map 1 dominance once again coming through to take the first.
Let me tell you right now, Alan, when you're in a series, right, and you play that map 1 and something unfortunate happens to where a reset comes in, the team that was dominating that map 1 before the reset even starts, they usually have a really bad time at winning the reset. But Minnesota Røkkr did exactly what they needed to do. Every single hard point. Dominate that P1 to P2. Keep P3 scrappy. Find breaks on P4 and even the P5, which is usually a money hill. They were the team that initially started off with it and then kept it scrappy the second time around for the Subliners. They started to slowly fight back, but Minnesota just had a better game plan in game 1. They usually do. That now puts their record to 7-1 in opening hard points, and now they're up 1-0 in the series.
Silly things, man. Lynz gets 30 for 5,200 damage. Wake, who played a map and a half worth of great hard point, continued to also find his way on the successful side of the kill feed. And it's just, again, all the things that we were framing up. New York, you have to beat them on rotation.
Yeah.
You cannot allow them to get set up and continue to reap when it comes to their efficiency on holds. Røkkr worked great at that early, really changed the tone of this game right from the get-go.
And I even think when it came down to that final HP, Subliners were in a position to win it. You're spawning all of Minnesota towards the backside of Palace. I would have just liked them to have a more tight setup and not Kismet commit on that flank. Once he commits on that flank and he doesn't find a kill, you're already in a man disadvantage on the opposite side, and then they were able to solo out Hydra, find those final 2 seconds, win the HP. Now they're up 1-0 in the series, and if you are Minnesota Røkkr, that GP on GD, word to Lamar accuracy, it's working so far.
Man, it's just so refreshing to see Minnesota find success by way of the AR.
Yeah.
Because literally the entirety of this little 3-series stretch they've been out, you could point either to Lynz or either to Vivid.
Yeah.
You just had not seen really much out of Awakening or accuracy. Sure, they've improved, but they haven't taken over. Now we're starting to see what these ARs could do when they're in the right environment. Awakening really put everyone on notice in this first map.
Yeah, and especially on a map like Invasion. We're talking about all these lines of sights that are so long distance. You're going to set up these ARs to cut down those proper angles. And even with Awakening, was finding himself in power position. We even saw it at the beginning of the P1.
Yeah.
He gets a 3-piece with an AR watching Freezer side. That's because he knows I have the backup from my teammates. Accuracy is watching the right side street just in case anyone goes for the flank. They just had the perfect game plan in game 1.
Perfect stuff. Good I would say just overall prep, and we talked about it before the series. Hey, they played this map when they played each other last time, so I'm sure there was plenty of footage to start to go through. New York late heroics just not quite able to make up that 192 to 128 gap is where it really started to stretch. And we talked about, again, the continual lack of success that New York had through the first 3 hills in particular. So that was definitely a major win condition for Minnesota.
And now if you are Subliners, you got to rely on the game mode that's been winning you a lot of series
Big
now.
time, yep.
Search and destroy, 9-1 overall throughout the season so far. The only loss that they have is the beatdown versus the Toronto Ultra. But just the way that they've been having a lot of success is usually comes through Hydra. He was their Mr. First Blood King. But this year, it's been the Bulldog, Kismet. What is it, like opening duel percentage at 70% or 67% like that? That guy is getting it done. And when you're playing against this Minnesota roster, in Search and Destroy specifically, their defense is not the greatest. They allow the most bomb plants to go down. Their retakes are abysmal, which is dead last in the league. And going up against the Subliners, who are the #1 attacking team, this is a tall task.
Big time. I think the thing is, on top of the Bulldog being great in opening First Bloods, he's also the bomb carrier.
Yep.
He's also playing in the bomb more than anyone else in the league. So when you find First Blood and immediately turn that into post-plant success, yeah, you definitely assume to start to see things like a 9-1 Search and Destroy record. On the other side, though, and how Røkkr could continue to kind of foil what has been a storyline set up in favor of the Subliners is when they do find First Bloods, Røkkr are great at converting rounds. It just comes down to they're not very successful at actually winning those First Bloods.
Yeah, at least the good thing for them as well is that they are playing Karachi. So that's a map that they recently just won. But as we take a look at these stats, S&D attack metrics for both of these squads, obviously it's a lot better for the Subliners. Second overall ranking, 76% of the time they close out the W with that post plant. And then rounds with plants, 53%. They're doing the objective work on the correct side. And then the opposite side for Minnesota, all those stats are a little bit lower than the Subliners. But the way that they've been turning up in Search and Destroy as of recent, what is it? They've won last 3 out of their 4?
I think so.
Yeah, because they 3-0, 3-0, lost the map 2, won the game 5. So their game plan, like Accuracy said, after the Christmas break, it's been working.
It's coming to life, man. It took a while, but I mean, even the desk, I think, when we were watching the online phase, we're still sleeping on this Minnesota team, but playing a map and a half worth of invasion, looking good throughout all of it, it's definitely opening up some eyes. So we'll see what Vivid can do. You kind of saw the real glimpse right there versus LAG. He looked unbelievable. Can they find ways to replicate? It'll be New York on the offense first.
And New York are going to play this one a little bit slower because you have no trophy systems to work with, and it leads to Awakening finding that First Blood over the top of the building onto Hydra. So now the Subliners in a 3v4 situation. Have to slow on down. Try to read the way Minnesota are setting up on their defenses. Try to work some kind of information in their favor.
A little bit of intel from Skyz, Accuracy playing bottom sandbags. That will be transmitted. But in a 3v4, losing out on a lot of the middle of the map, what does New York even have to work with? And the answer is not very much. They've been able to find a follow-up. Kismet hunting for Awakening, and there will be no second engagement there as Minnesota will just hold the 4v2 numbers.
Yeah, 2v4. Kismet position now known. As Lynz eventually takes down Simp, so now it's all up to Kismet, the Bulldog. He's got the bomb in his back pocket, but it's going to be a 1v4 for him to try to clutch up and take this first round. Couple shots coming in, but eventually he walks right into the preem of the rest of the Minnesota players. They started off with the First Blood. You just said it. Yep. Get the First Blood, you get the W.
And that's just good. Again, pre-planning for Minnesota. Lots of nade spam through the middle of the map, which New York has often loved to take right off the get-go. So, yeah, perfect for Minnesota. Everything going to plan to this point. Can they find success in their offense? We just saw the stats for it. It has not been particularly great in really them trying to play around the objective. They're always looking for kills, but not often getting the bomb planted.
And the good thing for us is that we actually casted their last match of the opening qualifiers. And the way that they love their attacking rounds usually was on the back of Lynz. He's aggressive up through the middle of the map. He tries to play for anyone being aggressive over towards that B bomb, and he also turns into that island player if anything hits the fan. But for Minnesota, all out pressure towards A, and New York aren't ready for this.
Really quick tempo hit. Kismet trying to rotate over to get into Diner, but Vivid with under the cover of smoke is just going to plant this, and Kismet will at least find one kill. Can't quite get away. So the post plant setup now in play. 3v3 we go.
You have Accuracy who's watching that long flank. He's able to take down Hydra, so instantly a 3v2. Position now known. The last 2 Subliners players, they jump up into red. Accuracy finds a second. Again, it's Skyz now left in a 1v3 with 25 seconds left.
If you would have told me at the beginning of this match, Jay, that Røkkr was going to come out and outpace New York Subliners, I would have called you crazy. But Minnesota are flying right now. Love the gut check call in the first opening offense to say, we're going quick, and we're just going to try to stick to get that bomb planted as soon as possible.
And that's where the homework comes into play right there. Because we saw all of last week, The bomb site for Minnesota Røkkr was that B site. Every single time in their attack, that's where they were going. Subliners were probably prepared for that, but when you catch them off guard, going over towards that A, instantly putting the bomb down, winning the trade battle, accuracy watching your flank, Minnesota on point right now in their search and destroy.
Next hit for New York. Will it continue to be focused over the middle of the map? Sure seems to be. But look at this defensive setup for Røkkr. So much aggression playing through barrels. Vivid sees the trophy system, knows that there are members nearby, and it's Owakening to help him out. Bomb carrier will drop in an early 4v3 again for Røkkr.
And now Vivid's just going to reposition himself, find another kill through the top AC, and they shut down Hydra. Hydra so far is not having a good time in this search and destroy. And now Minnesota find themselves up in the 3v2 advantage. Bomb going to be down towards the middle of the map. Left up to the Bulldog and Skyz. It's not that much time to work with. You have to at least find one kill because you don't want to play this bomb towards B.
Yep.
So many different angles you have to check.
I mean, you know that accuracy is going to be sitting somewhere over towards the B side of the map, just comes down to where. And because of that little scuffle over through the middle of the map, Lynz has floated around, and now again is kind of a question mark here for New York. There's just no information anywhere for the Subliners.
And if you are Minnesota, you're gaining every ounce of information that you need to, and accuracy finding that kill. Now you know where the pressure's coming in, and it sets up Lynz to find the final. On the back of another first blood out of Owakening, Minnesota have been able to chain 3 rounds in a row. If I'm Subliners, let's not move up the spawn for a little bit. Let's just take 5 seconds extra, because these nades are really changing the game right now.
Especially from the offensive side. Unreal. I don't think anyone would have had this on their bingo card. Not through a map and a half so far. 3-0 start. You got to keep in mind that this was another one of those maps that these two teams played against each other. The tally last time was Subliners 6-3 over Røkkr, but at the moment, it is all Minnesota all the time. Accuracy still holding on to a 4-0 start. And as the bomb gets collected, nades go mid, and it looks like Røkkr are going to try to take all their focus over towards B, but Kismet has one that lands right in Lynz's lap. So for the first time in a while, Subliners will have early numbers.
Subliners start off with that initial kill. Big kill to take down Lynz as well, and finally Hydra is able to spawn on in. Takes down accuracy. Vivid there for the trade, but Subliners in the advantage. Only a minute left on the clock. Vivid going to be that bomb carrier, but Subliners know where that pressure is going to be. They're trapping him in towards the chicken coop.
There's a lot of space potentially to get on over towards B. The only one in the way would be Skyz at the moment, but Hydra playing over towards top mid. Kismet around the back. Okay, there you go. Full surround like you already said. Completely enveloped the play. Nowhere for Røkkr to go, and New York get on the board.
It's good stuff to get that first blood onto Lynz, who's the aggressor up through the middle of the map. Once you shut him down, you know the rest of Minnesota, they're going to slow on down because they don't have any information of any players crossing over towards the B site. And at that point, you just allow Hydra to maneuver his way around the middle of the map, find the second kill, and then sets up the Bulldog for the final. Subliners on the back of the first blood, win the round.
Can they start to find any success on offense? Have to have it, and you would think sooner rather than later. So can they find something here? Like you already kind of suggested, let's just stay back a little bit, not get naded. That would be step number 1. This time, though, 3 members over towards tires, and yep, everyone just kind of draws a line in the sand, and almost the delayed nades come through. Hydra still just trying to dance for his life a little bit as finally all the utility expires.
And not a single player from the Subliners are in a position to watch anyone cross over towards bridge, so accuracy is going to find himself in this position again. He could be the deciding factor to make something happen, and he does it just in time. Finds the first, lines it up with the Kobe, already a 4v2.
And just no one able to get into the face of accuracy. Saw the stuns for New York going over the top. Those didn't hit, and accuracy is just planted up. Says, come and get me if you can. Holy cow, Minnesota, 4-1 start, and really even the round they lost, I mean, I wouldn't even say they've really been in an uncomfortable spot yet.
Yeah. They really haven't, because that defense right there is perfect. You get all the teammates to come over the top side of chicken coop. Everyone's one shot. No one's going to challenge the right side and watch across the lower bomb. So accuracy gets all that info, and then he puts himself in a great position to find the initial 2 kills. And pretty sure, what, is he working towards a cruise missile? Potentially? No, he's on a 2, so he actually did fall. But Minnesota, they're just flawless right now in the S&D. New York have not had an answer.
Are we going to get another round 1 hit right here? Quick attack over towards A possibly. Lynz mid-map, called up that one earlier, Jay. Kismet did his homework as well. Nade will land, and Kismet will tally what I believe is his 3rd first blood, actually. He has been all over the place with these nades, and Røkkr kind of have to take a bit of a pause as they try to figure things out.
Got to take your time now. The most aggressive player does get shut down, so down to 3v4. The initial push was going to go over towards that A site, but now Vivid has to work his way around the map. Accuracy Still trying to spot anyone over towards the speed bomb, but do they know the positioning right now is Sib as he's getting aggressive up through chicken coop?
Well, they can actually just go right by him. Sib is going to get aggressive over towards market side, but they find Kismet. So now all of a sudden you've got some rogue players on both sides as Sib will eventually make his presence known. Accuracy to drop. Tough gunfight versus Awakening. Tags on both sides. And it looks like that aggressive game of tag will come to a bit of a reset.
But it's still Vivid in a position. I thought he was going to go for the flank onto Skyz, but Skyz turns at the right time. Now it's all up to Awakening in the 1v3. Gets some info on at least one player, but with only 25 seconds left, the bomb's all the way across the map. You stand no chance in hell at that one. Subliners, again, off the back of the first blood by the Kobe from Kismet, win another round.
Yeah, and I think a good decision from Sib as well, just to get a read saying, uh-oh, we have a lot of pressure through mid. Maybe I can sneak behind this Minnesota offense, and it does eventually work out to isolate. Okay. So New York putting them together here and there, but again, offensively, they haven't had anything to work with yet. And now, instead of just saying it'd be nice to have it, you have to have it. You don't want to go down 5-2.
They're the best attacking team in Search and Destroy that we had.
Yep.
They get the most bomb plants down. They're great on the post-plant situation. They just haven't had a situation where they can get it down because Minnesota are picking them apart early into these rounds. But down 4-2. Let's switch up the game plan. No one through the little map. Let's go all out towards red, and Lynz is going to be here.
Huge pause across the entirety of the map for New York. No one going to be tagged up by any nades. Thing is, on the same shoe, New York will have no idea how far Minnesota may be playing. Lynz in particular, over towards bus side, holds off on the trigger discipline, catches one front side desk. Now it's on the hunt for Hydra. Just comes down to, do you get a read on this positioning? Because help is on the way, and New York will stay alive in the 3v3.
They're just trying to fight. They know that Lynz is very, very close to the engagements, and Accuracy finds one, but Lynz is there for the trade. Hydra now left in the 1v2 situation. Gets the first. It's a 1v1 now.
Okay. Should have an idea that Lynz is still playing over towards Diner side. Hydra going to take his time to get a little bit of elevation in the mix. Bomb down, though, at the feet of Lynz. So it's all about the decision making. Hydra still is dead silent, still has all of his utilities, so he can try to finesse, but there's only 25 seconds left.
Yeah, and Lynz doesn't have to do anything. He knows the bomb is down over towards A. He has the cross set up as well. The time is just starting to tick. If you're Hydra, you have to either find this kill or work this bomb plant, and Lynz is going to be ready for it.
Here we go. Lynz playing right on top. Hydra gets a look at him. Oh! And it was a good look. But Lynz posted up, and you can see the smile. It's like, all right, I got you guys, I got you. Now the looming of a 5-2 tally in favor of Røkkr, possibly going 2-0 up in this series.
That's insane, man.
Yeah.
That is insane. I wasn't expecting Minnesota to come out and be so polished the way they are in this series so far. Great in the opening map one, even after the reset, they still get it done. And now you're beating one of the best Search and Destroy teams in the game. Up 5-2, can potentially close it out 6-2. The rookie's playing great, Accuracy's playing great. Multiple first bloods on their side, just one round away. Do they decide to go back over towards that A push? No, we're going back to the old reliable. Let's get this trophy down towards B. Let's get this bomb down.
Defense for New York. Still lurking over towards the A side of the map. Lynz trying to make whatever noise he possibly can, while the rest of Røkkr just waiting to see if there's any intel that Lynz can find here through mid, and he will find Sib. 4 kills straight for Lynz, and now all of a sudden New York need to decide, is that actually where the hit is? Because in this 4v3, they are stuck at mid-map.
Just got to post up, but at least with that smoke, you get some information that the bomb is definitely going down over towards B. Actually going to be play to watch over Vivid as he goes for that bomb plant, but it's already down. Accuracy finds one. It's a 4v2.
And Lynz could just cut off this pinch. No worries. New York would have to put together a bit of a miracle here in this 2v4 retake. Kismet will drop, and now the hunt is on. And Minnesota Røkkr, welcome. Holy smokes. Let everyone know about it, why don't you? With some conviction. 6-2 mercy.
This is a massacre, Alan. We're talking about the Subliners, who were great in every mode, right? At least 50 when it came to the respawn. Search and Destroy, they were basically unbeatable. But right now, Minnesota had the perfect game plan. Multiple first bloods, catch them off guard with that A push early on in their attacking rounds, and then just take mid-map control with Lynz being the island player, finessing with that SMG. New York did not have an answer from start to finish at that S&D. They didn't even win an attacking round. They were the best at that, and they couldn't get one done. Now they found themselves down 0-2 in the series. I I was not expecting this.
4 first bloods as well for the Subliners. 3 of them, I believe, by Kismet's nades,
Yep.
dude. I mean, those are free first bloods. And still New York weren't able to convert on rounds that they should have had in the palm of their hands. So now you also take a look on the flip side for Røkkr. You're up 2-0, but in map number 1, you got a mammoth performance from Owakening, and the second map was 9-3 from accuracy. So the ARs, who have been kind of a funny little footnote for Røkkr, have been spotlighted so far. And the better news here, Jay, looking forward to Karachi Control. It's been a great map for Røkkr.
Oh yeah, it's been a great rack for Røkkr, and the crazy thing is, it's not on their attacking rounds. It's actually on their defense. I find when we talk about Karachi Control, you usually find a lot more success on your attacking side, but Minnesota, complete flip-flop, and now that's their best control. So you got to be feeling really confident to walk away with this 3-0.
We maybe thought there were going to be 3-0s throughout a lot of the day, but I don't think many saw Minnesota possibly setting themselves up for a huge surprise here in just our second match on LAN in the Modern Warfare 3 year. But it's all Minnesota through the first 2, heading into a map mode combination that has been great for them. Will they stun the Subliners? We'll find out when we come back.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
The Painted aBeZy bundle is available now in the Call of Duty store. Inspired by the folk art of Oaxaca, this stunning bundle offers colorful, vibrant, and mythical items you gotta check out. The bundle offers colorful, vibrant, and mythical items you gotta check out.
Welcome back to Boston, friends, and well, our second match of the day has been a huge surprise at this point, a 2-0 tally, which may, by verbally saying, that is not surprising, but it's Minnesota that have been in firm control of this series to this point. It got tight near the hard point, but the search destroyed all Røkkr, and they're going into a Karachi control, which they're going to love.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on with New York. They must have not got the bacon, egg, and cheese this morning, a good little coffee in the blue cup from the corner bodega. Like, something's not clicking right now with the Subliners, and Minnesota are making them pay every step of the way. Now they're going into a Karachi control. We have one of the best defensive teams versus one of the best attacking teams. And it's not like Minnesota are one of the worst attacking teams. They can sneak a couple out if they need to. But if you are the Subliners, it has to come through just absolute dominance on your attacking side. Shut them down on what they are good at so you have confidence just in case it does go to that map number 4.
In the same breath, though, one of the guys that's been able to help Minnesota get things done in a lot of these big series over the last handful has been Lynz. If we talked about the SMGs coming into this event, they were by far the stars for the Røkkr. But so far through 2 maps, you could definitely write the story off of what Awakening and Accuracy have done. So with Røkkr starting off on their preferred side, it's defense first for Karachi. Can they start this map up 1-0?
They're on the better side, so if you are New York Subliners, you got to get this one done. Not going to try anything fishy, go over towards B right off the rip. We're just going to commit towards this 8-point. Try to extend this time. But for Minnesota, one thing that they did last week that was very scary is that they only applied pressure towards this 8-point one time. They gave this up for free. You allowed the other team to have so much time to work over towards the B point. So already they're changing that game plan up. We're going to apply pressure over towards every chance we get.
Yeah, Lynz clearing off the high ground may have been the green light for Røkkr to try to contest this, but with the follow-up kills from the Subliners, it's all about just trapping Subliners from getting this rotation for free. But they have no idea that Hydra's already here, tries to finesse underneath Vivid, but not quite able to do so. Kismet around the back, now the next hope for the Subliners, and he's going to go unchecked as the full 60 is going to be confirmed over on the 8-point.
Oh, but Minnesota, they're still contesting A. New York probably thinking, all right, that one's done. Let's just solely put our focus over towards B, and that's definitely what Kismet was thinking, but now his teammates are dropping through the middle of the map, and Minnesota have maintained mid-map control. Big gunfight win coming in from Simp, can potentially hop on the point, but Awakening is there for the trade. And now if you are New York, all right, you find the right kills, now we get on this 8-point.
And the big thing is Hydra's going to be cutting things off over on this defensive spawn rotation. Kismet getting out of the zone just to make sure nobody gets through the dumpster, and it's a double for the Bulldog. Follow-up from Røkkr. Now, backside as Kismet is still not being deterred. 5-0 start for him. Skyz keeps him safe, and now with the extra 60 fully confirmed, New York all over this first hit.
Vivid at least made it out, though. Vivid makes it out, and he's able to find 2. The only 2 players from the Subliners over towards Cafe. He takes care of both of them, so Minnesota are able to force their way back on in, but Simp now in a great position to cut them off from top AC. That's still 2 dead. The only thing you have to focus on is that dumpster hop-up, but there's still a lot of players from Minnesota on that side of the map.
And these next 2 waves for the Subliners have to be pushed off very, very swiftly if you're Røkkr. Not a lot of lives to play with 19 playing 11. Hydra in the zone, still working on this first tick of progress. Knows he's got players around the back. The timing is perfect for Hydra, but the trades do come up in favor of the Røkkr. Problem is, they're still down half the lives.
Yeah, and if you are the Subliners, you're getting those close spawns over towards backside red, so you're able to instantly influence that aggression over towards the ticket side again. If you are Minnesota, it has to be a clean forward dead to spawn them all the way across, because if you're playing the trade battle, Subliners are going to walk away with this attack.
Yeah, just too expensive here for Røkkr's defense, it feels like. Accuracy does take care of Kismet, so still that first tick of progress being depleted. New York threatening, but Accuracy starting to step up a touch. Trade from Skyz is good, and the rest of Røkkr once again held back on the backside of Dumpster.
There's just no more respawns left, and I don't know if Lynz is not moving for an apparent reason, but something is happening. I think if you were Minnesota in this situation, you're definitely going to go out there and die. You don't want those segments to go the opposite way. But another reset. It's unfortunately looking like it's about to come in. What's going on with Minnesota's side?
I don't know.
What's going on?
You're right, though. It did look like Lynz for a moment was just having a little bit of issue. He put his controller down, it looked like, at one point in time, although he's not the one communicating with the refs. So not hard to look at. I mean, in terms of what we're looking forward to, maybe as Awakening, he did disconnect here as we're looking at the scoreboard on our side. But I think overall, you look at kind of the idea from Røkkr, like you mentioned, not just giving away A for free. They're trying to throw extra lives. The problem there for Minnesota was it was so expensive. Too many lives at it.
Too many lives at it, and they still did not know the positioning of Kismet. Like, he was staying alive at Cafe, waiting for his teammates to capture that A point. Once that happened, Minnesota are all jumping over the dumpster. They're thinking, oh, Cafe is going to be free. We can make it out this side of the map. There's no way in hell someone's on this side. But Kismet was ready with that AR in hand, and he was the cutoff man to potentially almost take that first round in control for the Subliners. But obviously, we don't know what happened. We'll give you guys an update as soon as we can.
And I think the thing just kind of to look after the 5-minute break is that felt a little bit more like what we're used to seeing from New York. Yeah, sure, they haven't been a great control team per se, but when they're finding all of these little rogue routes, taking over the map, just kind of swarming in locations that are hard to find confirmed kills at, that's where New York becomes an issue for a lot of teams in the league.
Especially in control, man, because the way that they've been getting it done in attacking rounds is not really through the segments. It's been through the slaying. And they were on full display right there in that round number 1. So if they can keep that up, that's how you definitely start the momentum. Just completely outslay, potentially earn yourself some cruise missiles, and shut down Minnesota, who are one of the best teams on their defensive side. And you force Minnesota to now win an attack, which is 50-50 chance.
Sure. But a very convincing start is great news for New York fans.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, the Boston Bagel's not quite the same as they are in the street of New York.
No, it's not, man. I'm telling you, bro. That bacon and cheese is different. A little bit of ketchup, probably a little thing of mayo as well. I know some people hate mayo.
Mayo on it.
I'm telling you, in a bacon and cheese, ketchup and mayo are hitting different.
All right. I'm just going to take your word on it. I will not attempt to try. Take your word. And I think the thing, too, is we look at this control is you've got some freedom in this series now for Minnesota. I mean, we came into this looking at the map set like, yeah, sure, Minnesota map 1, it's been really successful. Maybe they steal the first. I don't think either of us expected a 6-2 beatdown in the second. But you're looking forward to also a Skid Row map number 4, which, based on, again, the historic success of the SMGs for the side of Minnesota, you look at it and say, okay, there is a little bit of a lifeline later in the series for the Røkkr.
There's definitely a little lifeline, but like, what are they? 0-5 in game 4s? 0-3 in game 5s. Like, if you are the Subliners, it all starts with this control. You walk away with this, you're going into a Skid Row where you can definitely walk away with the W and force that game 5. And if it does get to the game 5, the good thing for Minnesota is Subliners have never played it. And that can also be scary because you have no VODs to review of how they like to play setups. And on the opposite side for Subliners, Minnesota played that map a couple times. And the biggest thing that they struggle with is simply their attacking rounds. So like 1-8 on Invasion S&D, you don't find success on that map if you're not winning attacks.
And that's the biggest thing, not just for this particular matchup, but I really have to stress to all you guys watching both here and at home is when you listen to the desk breaking down things like map fluidity, who's got the most ability to go to different locations and still find success. Our top 4 teams have been able to prove that everywhere they go, whether it's hardpoint, search and control, is going to be a desperate attempt likely for the teams that are on the bottom 4 side of what we've had so far in the online qualifiers. It's just really surprising to take a look at this particular matchup, seeing as they squared up once before, and it was pretty controlled by New York, but this Minnesota hot streak has no signs of cooling down at the moment, which is great news for Røkkr.
That's great news for Røkkr. We're talking about potentially 4 series in a row. 3 series in a row to guarantee yourself a winner's bracket at this event, but to take down a Titan in the Subliners who we have as one of the potential winners of this entire event. Oh, man, the whole story changes for Minnesota Røkkr. They get this W here.
I think you feel like you could beat anybody, too.
Hell yeah.
Without question.
Guaranteed.
Okay, so the update that we're getting is that will be a full reset here for the control, which, once again, great news for Minnesota considering how things happen. But I think just overall, the mentality here for New York has to be, look, we've reset, we're back. Let's not let this dead time kill all of this momentum that we just found in that fake first round.
I just think if you're New York, you got to come out like the world champions that you are.
Bang.
You got to just set the tone early on. We're talking about Hydra stepping up, Kismet setting the tone with that SMG alongside him. But I want to see more of an impact out of Skyz and Simp. We know Simp so far throughout the season, he's been an absolute shooter for this Subliners roster. So has Skyz. But so far in this series, they haven't really came to life yet. So on a map like Karachi, those guys, I'm really looking forward to seeing what they can do.
Okay. So we had a little bit of a teaser as far as what we could possibly expect for this Karachi control, but we are loading back in to give it another go. New York will be starting off on the offense, which, just to re-hit, that has been their most successful side, not just in Karachi, but everywhere. Whereas for Minnesota, their defense has been particularly great on this map mode combination specifically. So we'll see if the breakoffs look any different for New York. Not really. Everything going back over towards A once again.
Yeah, I think if you're Minnesota, though, you're going to change your breakoff off a little bit and not allow them to get full chicken coop control.
Huge.
So you have multiple players on that side of the map, and they still are applying pressure in towards the middle. But Hydra cuts down to First segment about to be complete, and oh no, man, Hydra, you can never count this guy out. He's the best player that we had last year. He's trying to turn it around here. Already a 3-0 start.
Slapped him right in the mouth. Now has the MCW to also work with from this top AC position. Vivid wanted to give it a go. Got a lot of Hydra, but not enough of it. Second tick of progress looking good for the confirm unless Lynz decides he wants to jump out of hotel and make a play for it. But he's been scouted, and looks like for the most part, Røkkr are going to just completely chalk this and just set up their defense for B.
And this is where it scares me. This is where it scares me because you don't apply any pressure over towards A. They know that you guys are playing a strong setup around this B point. Now, if you don't find these kills, this game can get out of hand instantly. You do have Owakening in a position, blocking those close spawns so they can't spawn close red, and instantly apply the pressure over towards Cafe, but it's still the bulldog through the back end. He does get cut down by accuracy, so now it's 2 minutes that Minnesota have to hold on to this B point.
Big elimination, though, for accuracy to make sure that New York don't just completely flood this zone. On the same front, Owakening also playing topside single window over towards red. So there are members for Røkkr that can set up this defense, even though not everyone is here as of yet. New York, no chance to jump on the zone, and the follow-up kill from Lynz and Owakening together. Now all of a sudden Røkkr can dominate the map as they've won every single individual gunfight.
Subliners just try to ISO Owakening over towards Junkyard. He reads the first player on his flank and then turns on the second player to hold down this position. Such a crucial play coming out of the AR player. On the side of Minnesota, already 30 seconds knocked off of the game clock. You're forcing all of the subliners to overextend. We got to push through middle. We got to push through Fountain and potentially try to go for deep flanks as well. And Minnesota, with their setup right now, they're fully invested on where they're coming from.
Great help coming around the back as Vivid up top towards balcony. Almost got to, but New York find themselves favorably in the kill feed. Lynz follows up, now confirming that the spawns will stay safe in New York, who tried to make this whole overextension happen, have to all of a sudden hit this third junk just because the clock is starting to tick away.
Yeah, it just didn't work. It didn't work. It took too much time, and if you don't find those kills, it's going to come back to bite you. So they try to come off spawn and hit something different, but now you have to go into the junkyard ARs who are holding down this position. Accuracy on 3. Owakening on 4. Finally, they take down accuracy, but there's still only 45 seconds left on the clock. They're not getting those close spawns because still Owakening in that position.
Lynz trying to take care of Kismet, surprises him just over towards bus stop. And now can go once again back forward, try to zone them out a little bit further as New York are trying to look for kills. Can't find anybody. Røkkr's just ratting up in and around hotel, and New York have no opportunity to break through this defensive setup nor even see the zone.
And now there's only 20 seconds left. This is going to be their final hoorah to try to get in towards the cafe. Trades going down and towards the middle of the map, but it's still Minnesota playing those corners, making it so much more difficult for New York to just sprint on forward and get onto the point. Only 7 seconds left. They find 2. Lynz trying to find the second. He cannot. But it should be just enough for Minnesota to take round 1.
Unreal start for Owakening again. 6-1 in round number 1. It just feels so right all of a sudden to see Røkkr actually fulfilling full setups. Good duality between the back line and the front line, and everyone's getting involved. This Minnesota team looks revitalized in every form of the word.
And Namus has got to be geeking right now.
I'm saying.
You know Big Wake is his favorite player. Big Wake had a conversation. We said, I'm going off this weekend, and he's not letting Wheeler down. Minnesota take round 1, but also crucial plays from Owakening over towards the junk side to keep those spawns closer for his team. Now they go to the attacking side where it usually doesn't treat them well, but they can sneak out a couple if they need to.
Yeah, it's not just a battle of can New York's attack continue to find success, or will Minnesota Røkkr's defense be the one to kind of set the pace, but also on the opposite side, neither team particularly great statistically on both of these sides. We find ourselves in round number 2. First couple of the kills traded out. New York's defense looking solid, and they already got Kismet forward.
Hey, they find all the kills at the right time. Now you just have to take care of accuracy. Now you get the info. That's a clean 4 dead. Minnesota now have to work out of their spawn, and Kismet already in a position towards junkyard, forcing them to always hit towards 3-story or the chicken coop side. Do they decide to wrap back and take care of him? Man, I don't know if they're going to have an opportunity to do so. Finally, accuracy finds that kill, but nothing to show for it. Not a single segment complete yet for Røkkr.
And Sib's on the chase. Accuracy not entertained by the idea of that 1v1, so you'll just run through. The map's going to open up something else somewhere else, and 3 free kills come through for Røkkr. Klopp will stop at 39 seconds as Minnesota jump on into the A zone. First hit being worked on. New York setting up the rebreak.
There they go, and it's going to start off with Kismet. Finds that first kill. Big one onto Vivid. He was watching down all of this left B Street side. That first segment comes in. Skyz finds another. Kismet finds a second. Your sole focus is accuracy and Lynz. You take care of the final two. All of Minnesota coming off spawn again. Only one segment to their name. The Subliners are making it happen on this defense.
Clearance from Vivid through mid-map, but this is going to feel very desperate for Minnesota. Accuracy, last one left alive over towards the top at Rubble. Kismet doing what he can to make life difficult on rotation from the respawners, and he's now on 5 in a row looking for the cruise. Could potentially read this threat into Vivid. Oh, perfect pre-fire. Cruise missile now earned, and with 23 seconds on the clock in a 10v21, New York dominate the defense as Minnesota take one last crack over towards B.
Yeah, Minnesota did get a close one over towards red, but all the gunfights go in favor of the Subliners. Only 14 seconds left. Now you spawn all the way behind P3, and they only complete 2 segments with Hydra potentially under cruise missile. No, he gets shut down. Kismet now has one. But this is the perfect response if you are the Subliners to match the defensive side. You also have the segment count up by 1 going into this next attacking round, and now Kismet earned himself a cruise missile.
Huge response for New York. The extra cruise is, I'm going to imagine, be very pivotal in what feels like this could be a control to see all 5 rounds based on what we saw in our first 2. Hard to say for sure, but the big news is all of a sudden New York really finding themselves alive, and I think more importantly, there was never a moment in that last round where they weren't dominating in every part of the map.
Yeah, they just couldn't get out. If you're Minnesota, you go floor dead. That's the worst thing you can do in control because everyone comes off spawn in the same position. And if you're not checking your left to right, checking those street corners, you're gonna walk right into the creams of the Subliners. Lynz having a slow start to this game. I'm pretty sure last time he played against the Subliners, even though they got 3-0 under control, he had a 2.1 KD. So 6 and 14, it's not cutting it. You got to step up, bro.
It's been weird to see Røkkr find all of their opening success by their ARs.
Yeah.
It just has not been the story at any point this year. Battle over A. Half the first tick already been completed. Lynz working on trying to get it fully depleted potentially. He is right around the outside of the zone. Skyz gives up his top position to try to get in, and that will be where he's punished. Lynz down, all of a sudden looking for the beatdown, but it's Sib who beats him to the punch literally, and with that first tick of progress, we'll get locked.
Yeah, first tick is going to be completed. See the Subliners, they're thinking a step ahead. You already have Kismet in a position, playing for a couple spawn traps, but they're going to eventually work their way around back cafe. No, they're going to wrap back and make sure this 8 point is going to be theirs. Don't know where the rest of Minnesota are. I guarantee that Awakening's probably over towards the junk side, but where are these SMGs?
And Røkkr just sitting, hey, you guys don't want to jump on the zone with numbers? Okay, fine. We'll wait for the gunfights to happen first before we contest this, if at all. Second tick of progress being worked on by Sib, and that will be locked. And with the elimination on the Awakening, looks like once again Røkkr will chalk this up and just play defense at B.
Yeah, honestly, if they're going to make that decision, you just got to do the same exact setup as you had last time around. Have someone pushed out towards junk, and unfortunately, they both just fall. So now if you are the Subliners, all the kills going in your favor. Minnesota Røkkr are now forced to consistently jump over the backside of this dumpster. That's another 3 dead. Subliners might be able to wrap this one up here.
Here we go. Sib on the zone already, working on the first tick. Helped by the form of Skyz, who now they double up, trying to get a lot of success done. The kills continue to happen here for the Subliners. Everyone's starting to put together streaks. Every single life, it feels like Hydra on 5, making sure Røkkr can't get on spawn. It's a beat down in the back line. Second tick locked, third on the way, and Røkkr are sitting here in spawn saying, you guys gonna have this round by the look of it. Hopefully there's no other issues as everyone from Røkkr stopped, and the moans and groans echo across the MGM Music Hall.
I don't know what's happening, bro.
I don't know.
I don't know what's going on. Subliners are getting it done on that attack. It didn't come down to the sling. They slayed when they needed to. But they were actually going to walk away with that attacking round through the objective side. But once again, a reset happens, and yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Me neither. we just work here, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know, I just work here. Wow. He had another Awakening game crash, so it feels like it's on his setup.
Yeah,
is what we're kind of getting, which is odd to say because he's been dominating.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the guy's working through what seems to be a couple of issues and still putting together some numbers.
Yeah, the guy's got the good stuff over there. I don't know why he keeps on lagging out, but that's just truly unfortunate right there for Minnesota. Now I'm really curious to see what the round count is.
Yeah, same.
Going back to the game because, in my opinion, Subliners are going to walk away with that.
I think so too.
I think that one was a lockup. You have everything cut off. The stack was already in towards the cafe. So they, in my mind, don't know what the official rule is. Should be up 2-1 going into round number 4 in control. But obviously, when we find out something, we will let you guys know.
Yeah, we don't know. We just work here.
Yep.
That's the way that goes. Wow. I'm having a hard time, and I'm really going to be curious to see what the desk breaks down. Even if, let's just put out there, just let the universe chew on this one. If New York were to put together a reverse sweep and still pull out the experience that you would expect, which would be a win here, you have to be really impressed by what Røkkr has shown us through now 2.5, 3 maps at this point.
Oh yeah, without question, because even in my mind, like we casted a couple of their matches going into this event. You beat down a team like Carolina, who's basically dead last in the league. You beat LAG, who are basically at the bottom as well. But then your good win was sort of against Seattle, who are around the middle of the pack. You wouldn't get that done all the way into Game 5. So that's exactly where I had Minnesota, around the middle of the pack. But when you're taking down a Titan like this, in the Subliners, up 2-0 in this series, can potentially walk away with 3. They've completely changed the script of how I think about them now.
Maybe we need to do a little bit of diligence here to talk about the other side of the card, which has been New York since their slaughter at the hands of Toronto. Struggled versus Boston, had to go 5, squeak one out. And this almost feels kind of familiar to what we had gotten out of New York in the last 2 series of the online phase, where all the things that were so blindly successful for them are not evident anymore.
Yeah, even the search and destroy, man. Like that was the thing that got them through everything so far. Even the Game 5 versus Boston, they were able to clutch up there. But now you're losing search and destroys. Your hard point right now, at least the teamwork aspect, if I remember correctly, it's just not fully in sync right now. So if you're not winning your hard points, you lose the S&D, which is your bread and butter. Now you're going into the control, which is your worst game mode. Like, Subliners got to turn up.
Well, they're going to have a little bit more time to try to figure things out as we're going to head over to a break while the issues on stage hopefully get resolved without too much pause. We'll be back on the backside. Don't go far. We got Major 1 coming back after this.
The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Painted Alebrije bundle is available now in the Call of Duty store. Inspired by the folk art of Oaxaca, this stunning bundle offers colorful, vibrant, and mythical items you gotta check out.
Welcome back, everybody. We are very close to being ready for our 3rd time's a charm start. I mean, I'm just going to speak that one out into the universe. Shift and Study with you. And a 2-0 tally for joining us here late in favor of the Minnesota Røkkr. We've kind of played up both sides. Minnesota continue to impress, whereas we kind of just introduced the topic. New York, who have been a little bit struggling lately, finding ways to try to regain in this map number 3 to extend the series.
You have to try to extend it, man, because you don't want to be one of those top 4 teams going into this event and walking away to Minnesota, who barely snuck their way into the winners bracket in a 3-0 fashion. Because going forward, if Subliners do lose this one, now you're knocked down to the losers bracket, backs against the wall. You have to play perfect COD, and I don't think they're in the perfect mindset, at least right now.
And it's really tough, I think, to even make any sort of prediction overall what's going to happen in that lower bracket, because there's so many mystery points, talking about teams like Carolina, Atlanta, now a new roster, things like that are going to exist as you try to put together a long stretch through that lower bracket. But just as kind of a recovery and re-hit over what's happened in the first two maps, the 250-238 Invasion Hardpoint, we talked about Røkkr and their map 1 record. It continues to impress. That time it was behind the hands of Owakening. But a 9-3 search KD for accuracy in map number 2 really had us kind of peeling our eyes back as a 6-2 tally hit the Karachi search. And so far through the couple of attempts we've had on Karachi control, we've had kind of a little bit of everything, depending on which restart you want to talk about.
And now, at least off the reset, I know one person was looking forward to this reset. It has to be Lynz. He didn't really have the best start on that second time that we played. He was sitting at like 7-20.
Yep.
He walked away with the defense, but as an SMG on a map like Karachi, you have to be that guy that's turning up in those one-on-one gunfights, because Hydra was slowly starting to work his way up, starting to heat up on the map. You had Kismet switching between the SMG and the AR, so it looks like New York are starting to wake on up, but you need the rookie who's been getting them all the way to this position to simply off his SMG play to make sure he plays the way that he does.
So the update here as we go into our next reset is that we will be holding the 1-1 round count from our recent playthrough. So the only real big difference is we're going into a round 3. Trophies won't be there again. So you look towards that as being maybe an X factor for the team on attack?
Yeah, especially, no, I'm actually thinking for the defense.
The defense?
Because it's going to be Minnesota. Like, Minnesota are going to be the defense again. No trophies to work with, so the nades and the stuns will be useful to shut down that A pressure. Not give it up as easy as they did the second time around.
All right, there's the layout. Let's see if third time really is a charm here. Again, the tally will be 1-1 jumping into this reset here at Karachi Control. Looking to see if Røkkr can surprise early here at the Boston Major with a 3-0 of your defending champs. First time we've seen them back on land since their win in Vegas. And that would be, I think, again, no one had that on their bingo card. Not just the fact that they would have lost, but in 3-0 form. So can Røkkr find a way to continue to just rip teams apart on their defensive side of Karachi Control? 1-1 tally is what we're at as we jump in.
Back to the defensive setup for Røkkr. And if you are the Subliners, let's just get A out of the way. If you get a clean 4 dead, you're going to force Minnesota to play a perfect setup around B. With 2 minutes and 20 seconds, all you need is one push to get it done. But early on into this round, Kismet tries to do the same thing he did last time around. Sneak his way over towards the bridge. He gets cut down, and already Minnesota contesting mid-map.
Didn't need the nades this time, just got it done with the rifle. Skyz up top also has been seen by Owakening, so he's got no attempt to make a full play. And Lynz is,
hell is he here?
I'm saying, just popped up out of nowhere. He's just getting the intel from his teammates and then absolutely destroying the Subliners from behind. He's also going to be manipulating spawns, and now you look over to Owakening. He should be aware that, oh, I'm in trouble. I got to back up and make sure that this next hit for the Subliners is tested.
Yeah, he makes the perfect read.
Wow.
And right now, the Subliners don't know what's going on. That's already 3 dead in the feed. Last player out of base is going to be Hydra. He finds one, but now they're going to get those close chicken coop spawns. They have to get out. They have to kind of try to complete any segments over towards A. There's only 35 seconds left, and there's nothing to show for it.
You called this one, Jay. Lynz off the reset. It's just all over the place. But, oh, big gunfight win from Kismet with the SMG down low. Awakening still playing over towards junk side, is trying to contest these Subliners players, but they largely get out of the spawn trap. First stick of progress being worked on. The problem here is the life count and the time for New York.
And Minnesota, they have the opportunity. Actually starting off with the first kill, you still have Big Wake absolutely gunning in towards the junkyard. That's already 3 dead. The first segment isn't even complete. All of the Subliners coming off spawn. Here goes Lynz, the young rookie. He at least finds one, but there's only 10 seconds left, and New York have yet to leave the base.
Have absolutely no success outside of just stepping on towards the zone. Chance for the second tick to get locked in. Couple of good kills. Starts to reduce the life count. So opportunities starting to brew just a touch. But Lynz falling off the top of the balconies towards apartments. Does take away one. Vivid following up to confirm his trade. Wants to test the zone, but gets pushed aside. And it's only a 5-life lead here. So New York's going to get 66 seconds is what I was going to say. But now all of a sudden accuracy takes him off the zone. And the only hope for New York is to stop the clock at B.
At least the good thing for the Subliners is they're getting the close ones over towards red. So you're instantly there to assist Skyz in towards this point. But what kind of routes would Minnesota decide to hit? Awakening through the back end finds one. Look at where accuracy is on the minimap. That 8-point actually does get complete as well. So it's 11-7 in lives remaining. First segment already done at B. Minnesota got to get a move on.
Zib wants the gunfight. 10 plays up against 5. Every life an important one here for New York. Second tick, all of a sudden starting to come through, but Owakening just stays tucked behind cover, enough to at least confirm another elimination. 7 plays 4. 52 seconds on the clock. Skyz trying to get some damage done himself. Help from Hydra now here. 2v2 over the top of the B zone. Trophy system gets placed. More kills come through for Skyz. He's on 4 in a row. Vivid would have to pop over Dumpster. Can they fully bring this back? Pistols out.
Oh
Skyz
my
for
God.
5. Last tick of progress being worked on. We got a 2v2 over the Dumpster. Go Røkkr. Can they find a way to break? No, not in time to contest, and New York steal away at offense.
That is an absolute collapse right there for Minnesota. You were up by 6 lives. There was no more respawns on the side of the Subliners. All you have to do is trade efficiently. But Caesar Skyz Bueno invested in this game in towards the cafe. That Renetti was working wonders around those windows, and it leads to the Subliners walking away with the attack. So now they are up 2-1 on the defensive side where they have struggled, but Minnesota are a lot worse on their attack. So New York on full advantage to walk away and force this game forward.
That felt like a champion moment from New York early here on land. Icing up, finding a way to bring back a 7-life deficit with not a lot of time on the clock. Can they reset this series a touch and take us to a Skid Row hard point for map 4? Røkkr on the zone for now. Owakening a couple of pot shots over to Skyz, who's still looking for that 6th kill for a cruise.
Scott's just taking his time. He knows how crucial that cruise missile can be, but Kismet unfortunately gets burned right there from Vivid. So already the first segment in at the same point. Second segment on its way towards their side. With a minute 20, Subliners are looking like they're just going to give this one up, force Minnesota Røkkr, who have yet to drop any lives on this round, to try to complete this attacking success.
Skyz still trying to find this 6th kill for the cruise missile. And he's going to use Kismet as a bit of bait. Gunfight doesn't come through. I was about to say, hold on a second. I think Skyz trusted that Kismet was going to clean that one up a little bit easier than he did. And on now the rotation with the A zone captured. Røkkr have Vivid flirting around the B zone, looking for a chance to transfer over towards B.
And Minnesota already found themselves up by 7 lives. I thought it was going to be a dominant all-attacking round, at least a clutch-up round from the Subliners. But Minnesota, they're mimicking the same exact thing. Already one person on the point. Vivid, he does get cut down. At least Subliners find all the right kills with a 3 dead in the feed. And if you are Minnesota Røkkr, you still have those kills going, you're here to reinforce.
Take your time, play out the lives. New York on the way, trying to recover over through hotel. Careful, teammate. I mean, Awakening's played well, but he's snapping on everybody, and finally takes down Nettie. Zib drops 3 down. Now a chance to start to hit the go call. Accuracy, also finding kills through mid-map. You should be able to get at least 1, if not 2 on for a quick stack.
Yeah, just get the stack in. First segment already going to be complete. 1 player does drop in, so there's only 2 players left in the point. You have Owakening watching that pinch. He does get cut down, so now it's all on collapse from the Subliners. They find all the right kills at the right time, and Hydra continues it right through the ticket booth. 18 to 15 in lives remaining, but a minute 35. Minnesota only need 1 segment, 1 set of kills to get this done.
The next line of defense for New York, firmly planted inside a hotel. Hydra looking for more and gets caught getting a little bit too aggressive. So now tables have turned. Røkkr flying out of red. Skyz, good stun help comes out, makes that gunfight much easier, and he'll double up from top AC. Lynz down low, next one in his line. Couldn't quite get the reload off, and Lynz has stayed alive here at Bus. Skyz now all of a sudden in a bit of a weirder position as Lynz gets a second. Finally, the trade comes through. We got a 10v10.
The good thing is, at least Simp finds 2 as well, so it's still 3 dead. Last player you got to focus on is Vivid. Everyone else is coming on spawn. 10 to 9 in lives remaining. Minnesota still in the advantage, but Vivid with the tack usage solos out Kismet. Now they get on the point. They're about to be able to complete it. That's already 3 dead. You gotta go.
Sim's the one who has the challenge. He finds the first, but then gets traded out by Lynz. 3rd tick likely get confirmed, and we'll have a round 5 affair as Lynz holds off the dumpster push. Yep, we'll reset it and see who finishes on which side as we go to round 5.
And I'm pretty sure we go to another reset, because round 5 is definitely comes down to the segment column.
Sure.
Subliners walked away with 3 in their first attack. Minnesota walked away with 2. So in my mind, it's definitely Subliners who are on defense. Minnesota have to win another attacking round.
Yeah. I mean, I'm no mathematics scientist, so we'll see. The players usually know better than we do, and no insinuations towards, okay, there we go. The timeout comes through. So I think the math is firmly correct, and I think League Ops will definitely make the players aware of it. So this is just a reset to make sure the sides are correct. will you be looking again at things like trophy systems as we have to set everything back up again from a fresh start?
Yeah, I think if you are the Subliners, the way that you were getting it done, at least a little bit in that search and destroy on a map like Karachi, those nades played dividends. So the way that Minnesota like to play, it's not an aggressive push right off the rip over towards B. They try to get A done and dusted so they can extend that time and then just find themselves in a position to get one set of kills to close out that KFA side. But it should be the Subliners on the defense where they actually prefer the attacking side. So complete opposites for both teams.
100%, and I love it. Just flat out, it's not our best versus our best. It's, you know, can you get the job done on your vulnerable side of the map? Man, I'll tell you, as you look towards kind of the statistics that we had through those 2 rounds, accuracy at 18 and 12 through 2 rounds, and now all of a sudden, again, we continue going back to what these ARs have done for Røkkr. It's just such a breath of fresh air considering what we had in the past, and okay, maybe the math was incorrect, or here we go. Looks like Røkkr will be starting on the defense, so ignore what we said, and we're gonna have New York off the timeout, jumping freshly on in towards A.
All right, they're both on their better side, so if you are Minnesota, this is your opportunity to walk away with a 3-0. Going to contest this 8 point down to Thieves as much as we possibly can. Trades going back and forth through the middle of the map, but still that first segment is yet to be complete. A 2-piece leads to now Subliners, potentially stopping this clock on the point.
If it jumps forward, trying to find players on the zone, and instead catches Simp nearly over the top of Rubble. Kills come through from New York. Hydra creating a bit of a buffer zone over towards the apartment side, which Owakening will have to be very weary of as he tries to set himself up topside red.
Yeah, he's just working his way up through red. They don't want to give up this time as much as they can because Subliners are gaining the time over towards the 8 point, and they're finding the kill. So Lynz, the only player over towards the cafe. A pinch does come in, so now the Subliners are in full control of this map. 2 players over towards B, 1 player onto A, but the player on A drops. So now if you are Minnesota, everyone's got to focus towards the B point.
And for the Subliners off spawn, they will get a player quickly over to finish the progress earned over towards A. So an extra 60 added. 2 minutes and 2 seconds on the clock. 5 life advantage for New York, but they don't get the clean transition over towards B. They have to do it the hard way again.
Yeah, and I think if you are Minnesota, just go back to what's been working. Push out junk, force them to overextend every single time. Make it a lot more difficult for Subliners to even get close towards the cafe. See players trying to maneuver their way around. They solo out Vim, but they have yet to find the kill. He sent in Hydra, but Owakening was there for the team assistance, and then Hydra does get nothing. And now all of Subliners back in the back of the spawn. 1:30 still on the clock.
Remember that moment right there, friends. That was a huge surviving play from Røkkr. What looked to be guaranteed kills from New York. Vivid still existing on the flank, but the rest of the Subliners off spawn have found their way quickly through Hotel and now over in towards B as Kismet starts working on the first progress.
Yeah, Vivid's just going to work his way to try to find a kill, and he might have put himself in a perfect angle to take down a player on the point. Unfortunately, the beat down slide is not going to work on Simp. There's still a lot of time getting wind off of that clock. Eventually, Subliners get into the point, but it's still Minnesota. They are here to contest this. Accuracy is not missing, living up to the name. 20 and 16. Great performance so far out of the GPGD guy. That guy knows what's going on. Only a minute left. Minnesota down by 5 lives.
And that also takes New York out of the top AC position. Røkkr now holds some control, trying to get their defense reset up over towards B. That first tick has not been finished yet. But keep your eye on the lives. 13 flying up against 9. Vivid! Huge double. Can't quite turn it into a third, but Owakening right behind him has no problem cleaning things up. New York pushed aside again. We got an 8v10.
And you saw Accuracy go through the route through the middle of the map. He pinches the last couple of players over towards the junkyard, and now all of Subliners are not spawning where they want to. They have forced to overextend. There's only 30 seconds left on the game clock. Minnesota are finding all the right kills, potentially gonna walk away with this 3-0 right now.
7v6, not a lot of time on the clock. Kismet does get one on the backside of B. He will stop this at 14.8, but New York are not here to help him at all. Røkkr still holding on to junkyard control. They've been able to find 2 through the middle of the map. Kismet working on the progress, but pushed away. Just down to Simp and Skyz. Can they find a way to get things going? Simp for the double. It's a 1v4 though. It's Skyz. He's so far away, trying to get his run on, but no, the crown has fallen off the head of the Subliners, and Røkkr has made a mess of the upper bracket with the 3-0 sweep.
Man, oh man, Minnesota Røkkr came in with the perfect game plan. We're talking about an invasion. You already beat this team on the opening hard point. The Karachi, you've been finding success with this roster recently on that map and mode. You take down one of the titans that we have in Search and Destroy. But after the multiple resets, after everything that happened in this game number 3, Minnesota clutch up. It's walking away with 2 defensive rounds, 1 attack, and clutch up at the very end to walk away with a 3-0. I'm telling you, we weren't expecting that. No. The Des wasn't expecting that. The world wasn't expecting that. But Minnesota Røkkr, they came to play this weekend.
Holy smokes, man. And it's just every form of what we needed to see Røkkr do to be a contestant at this event. Not just in this series, but for the tournament as a whole. Needed to see better AR play. Needed to see the hard point exist beyond just map number 1. We'll still wait to find out if they can play map 4. But the thing about it is every other element when it comes to how the team was being a little bit mismatched in tempo, completely alleviated. That is a beautiful performance from the ARs of Røkkr.
Yeah, like you know what you're gonna get out of your SMGs, but the fact that the AR stepped up tremendously, we're talking about accuracy and routes. Like, that guy has an AR in hand. He's spawning all the way on the backside of Castle. He goes right through the middle of the map, hits the route for the repitch, and then completely spawns New York all the way in the opposite side. You only see SMGs make plays like that. But when your ARs are doing that, that means everyone is in sync. Everyone knows exactly what they need to do in the situation that they are in. Even if you have a sub, even if you have AR, things have to get done on the map, and Minnesota played that one to the T.
I mean, at this point, it feels like the sky is 1,000,000% the limit for this Røkkr team if they can get everyone prepared at the same level they were here versus New York. We got Blaze standing by on the stage with our post-game interview.
Thank you so much, Shift and Study.
Thank you, guys.
There you go. Boston, give it up for the Minnesota Røkkr as they take their first win on, taking down the world champions, Lamar, Iceman. Talk to me about this series, and I want to hop into this map number 1 because you guys had a great start, but the reset came through, and we know how it is with resets in this game. And also with you having such a great stat in map 1s against teams, how was it to be able to come back and beat them again twice there?
I mean, we were just saying, yo, just keep going hard, do the same thing again, but I ain't gonna lie to you guys, I was absolutely lagging out on the replay because I've never won a replay in my whole career. So I'm glad the boys were going hard.
They came through.
Frying and getting me that first replay win. I've never won in 10 years on a replay.
And it came down to about 12 seconds too, as well at the end. So you guys locked that one in, but then the control, it looked like New York was starting to fight back a little bit. How did y'all shut them down there and really make this a solid 3-0?
Just kind of figuring out their game plan and making adjustments going forward because they were playing it, a little different than maybe teams that we were playing before. So kind of figuring out what their GP is and, doing the things to counter it.
Okay, nice. And lastly, I want to talk to you about Lynz, okay? Because he was frying on the S&D.
Yes, sir.
How is it teaming with him and playing with him on the main stage now?
That guy's an absolute demon. He's going to make his name known this season, so watch out for that boy.
All right, watch out for Lynz and the Minnesota Røkkr. Give it up for him one more time, Boston. Chris, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and congratulations. Minnesota pulls off the first upset of the tournament, and it's a big one. Alley Cat, I'll let you start first because in the pre-show you told me Minnesota doesn't 3-0 people.
I Costa cursed this really bad, so either you're welcome, Minnesota, or I'm sorry, New York fans. But yeah, I said Minnesota can 3-0 people. That Search and Destroy is easily the most insane map of the series. If you didn't really watch it, go back, watch map number 2. It was beautiful by Minnesota Røkkr.
Which one of Lamar's 9 kills did you enjoy most?
All of them.
Yeah, all right. We got to break it down, though, Chance, because before the match, I asked you who has more pressure, who has the stronger AR. We highlighted 2 players, Sib and Owakening. Seemed to be won by the man wearing purple for the first time.
I mean, that's the, Big Wake is sort of like the meme or the joke, but he quite literally did answer that question right from the jump in the first hardpoint. And then even after the reset, bounced back and did the exact same thing. So, I mean, he showed resolve. The slang was absolutely there, but not even just Awakening on the AR category. Accuracy also fried this series. This was in like a round and a half. The dude already had 17 kills. So the ARs this series, they did just straight up look stronger than those of the York Subliners.
Nameless, you told us coming in that Minnesota could be a threat to some of the top seeds. They just put everyone on watch notice. So what are you looking forward to from this Røkkr team moving forward? It doesn't get easier in the next round of the winners bracket.
Listen, man, I just took a look and their map pool's pretty good. They've been improving a lot in Search and Destroy. I mean, we saw it in that series just now. That's the best Search team in the game that they just beat in that game number 2. But I mean, you talk about players who have not been performing well, right? You talk about Big Wake and accuracy, the 2 ARs in the team. They turned up in this series, and when they play on that level, we're seeing the dynamic and how good this team can be at Respawn and the pace that they can set. Every single time that New York was trying to push out in that control and get control of red, no opportunity because Lynz was the final guy in the line, picking up that kill, picking up those 2 pieces every time. The end of the hard point, who shut it down?
Lynz.
It was Lynz finding the two kills on the tank. So they have an amazing dynamic within this roster.
I need to pause you right there because I'm told the play of the game is Lynz at the end of that hard point. Alley Cat, we were losing our minds. It looked like the Subliners were going to steal the rematch on hard point. Lynz leading the team at the very end. How to get it done?
I was literally going to say that. I was going to be like, Lynz is nasty on land. Usually when it comes to rookies, it's like, oh, how are you going to perform on the main stage in your first matchup? Well, you go up against the top 2 seed and you do stuff like this. Lynz was popping 2 pieces like it was the easiest thing in the world against New York Subliners, and he saves the game here when it comes to this final P2.
I mean, this was a beautiful play, right? Because New York, they had full positioning, and that's what you want. You want everybody to be spawning Palace. Kismet hits the route through mid. What happens? Awakening slams him on the pinch route, and then Lynz is trapped by himself in front of ice cream. He has to make a miracle happen. When he wins that first gunfight, you know they're going to.
I mean, he had some crazy plays too. Like, he had the one play we saw from Skyz perspective when he's like top red on the Karachi towards the end, where he has Lynz one shot in between the whole team. We watched for another 30 seconds, and Lynz is picking up kills when he's tagged up one shot. So he was fed into chaotic situations. Absolutely delivered. The French guy popped off.
Real quick before we go to break, Alley.
Yes.
Who gets your MVP?
Lynz. We were just talking Lynz, 100%.
It's official. The desk is done. Match 2 is in the books. And we come back. We have the 3rd match of the day. Toronto Ultra has been on fire. Do they stay that way in Boston? Find out. Another big one against Seattle coming up next.
On bridge, yeah, our bridge is shield. Hey, I'm cutting in.
I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Cellium talks, all I hear is yeah.
My goal here is to win champs. I think it's gonna be very difficult, but if we put the time and we just work hard, it's just everything is possible, I think.
Congratulations, Hydra, Esports Awards 2023 Controller Player of the Year. Congratulations, Alley Cat, Forbes 30 Under 30 Award winner.
All right, hey, chat, watch this.
All right, we gotta just go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad.
What would you GA in real life?
I think I would GA Bills. Bills for sure. Definitely Bills. If you didn't have to pay those no more, life would be so much better.
Taxes.
Getting up early in the morning. I hate the morning. I hate getting up tired. It's the worst thing ever.
Mosquitoes. Do you know what I mean? I don't know why they're here. Waste of time. Bring nothing to anyone. No benefit. Just wipe them out and the world will be a better place.
Lane. Got him. Dead. Reviving.
Chad, one shot.
Dead. Reviving. Hold it. Hallway. Dead.
I'm picking up Esky's pinch. Top
4 dead. Dead. Oh my god.
This game changed my life. I was an overweight 15-year-old kid who didn't feel like I had much purpose, and then this game, this community legitimately changed my life and gave me confidence and made me feel like someone. I have my family here today, so I can't think of a better way to say goodbye than on this stage in front of my family. They've made so many sacrifices for me. I mean, my dad was driving me to tournaments anywhere and everywhere. My mom, she flew to Chicago with me for my first ever tournament.
He's bald. Oh yeah, it's a lot of heavy. Oh, no.
Bento first, bro.
bro. Bottom of the list. We start.
I don't even know why am I on the list, bro.
Is that Steve? Is that Mulch?
That's Moach.
Put him in D.
Oh my god.
The first time I met Steve, he was playing for a team called the E-Girl Slayers.
No.
At UMG Philadelphia.
I think we throw him top S.
420.
Put a
Next to
D tier
Crowder.
behind me, baby. Let's go.
Hey, Ben, relax.
But to the right of Crowder, I think.
Calm down. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Fucking godlike to me. That's good to me.
This list is unbelievable.
This is a godlike list, I think.
I'm pissing him. I got one. I got two. Okay, we got water bridge. Attach. I'm gonna play towards mid cutter, right?
Deep water bridge.
Playing from mid map, okay? I'm gonna go inside small, inside
I'm mid tank. I'm just play together. It's going on my fire tank. Should run back to mid tank.
Get my mid? Yeah. I have mid.
You're good. You're good. Just don't tell him. No. Don't get wall banked either, Adam. Run the mid tank. Run the mid tank.
I hear you. Oh, fuck him. I'm good. You just... Rugs.
Stay down. Nice! Let's go, guys!
The start of the year to the end, I actually don't know. If I had to guess,
That's 5-4. It's time. Match number 3 loading up right now as we are getting back into action here at the MGM Music Hall live near Fenway in Boston. What's up, everybody? It's Puckett alongside Ally Cat and Nameless and a very special guest, brand new to the CDL again this year. We got Shift. How we feeling, buddy?
Feel good, man. I mean, I'm feeling a little stunned after what just happened on main, but I don't know. This is probably going to be the first of, I imagine, many upsets that we have throughout the weekend.
Absolutely. You and Study were up there forever. The longest 3-0 in the history of the CDL. But let's see how it affects our bracket, because now, Carolina, Clayster, I got bad news for you. You got the number 2 seed waiting for you there at the bottom. Excuse me, number 3 seed waiting for you at the bottom. Subliners versus Royal Ravens is an elimination match that'll be happening tomorrow. Right now, though, we know we have Surge facing off against Toronto. Winner plays Ultra in winners round 2, a bracket I don't think anyone had. Let's start, though, with the team from the Pacific Northwest, rocking all baby blues. We got the Seattle Surge. What have you seen from this team up to this point in the qualifiers?
I think for me, I'm looking firmly at Illey to be the guy probably for this squad. He was really showcasing it through the online phase. He's been really kind of a star-studded player since his return back to the CDL overall, and definitely has to be a catalyst to have that little bit of extra lane experience alongside Abuzah to try to get this Surge team really flowing in the respawns in particular. The other side of it is the negative side of the coin. Arcitys has not been particularly great. Maybe he could have kind of a big Wake-style series here that would really turn up.
Absolutely. Yeah, you know, with Seattle Surge, I actually like this team. You know, I think it's, taking a little bit of time to figure it out, but they are excellent at search and destroy. We've seen it throughout this stage, and they've shown glimpses of greatness in respawn as well. Obviously, Abuzah, rookie to the team. I've been very impressed with what he's brought to this roster. I echo what Alan says about Alec. I do think that he needs to step it up for this team, especially in those hard points.
Allie, is that monster still hitting?
Yeah, the monster's still hitting.
I like that. Will you take us through the monster pregame for
Seattle? I will absolutely take you to the monster pregame. So I'm going to talk about the attack and control right now. The biggest thing for Surge is they're pretty good at search and destroy, and they have the capability of stealing a respawn every once in a while in a series. So for them right now, I think for me, that map 1's going to be the most important, because Toronto Ultra is 6-1 in game 1s, where on the flip side, Surge is 2-5. So if they can somehow steal that map 1, once we get to the map modes and see that it favors them, they have the percentage of them possibly winning the series goes up exponentially.
Longer it goes on, better chance. There's a look at the Surge. Illey and Arcitys getting geared up next to Abuzah there as he makes his first presence on the main stage felt today. On the other side, though, Scrap and friends are no strangers to the main stage. In fact, they feel incredibly comfortable there. They were dominant throughout our World Championships up until that Grand Finals. Remember, they beat the Subliners before they eventually lost to the Subliners. They had something to prove online, and they have the numbers to back up the story that they are the team to beat here in Boston.
And the respawn is just flat out near perfect. I mean, they are beating teams up. Their hard point differential, 86 points on average. That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, and it's just a continuation from last year, right? Like, yes, they did add Envoy into the lineup, but this is a team that was always good at respawn. And even this year, now with the addition of Envoy, their slaying has gone up. And this is a team we used to be like, well, Toronto Ultra doesn't have to outslay because, you know, their teamwork is above the rest of the league. Their level's above. Now they have the slaying to match it. So this is what makes Toronto Ultra such a terrifying team.
Let's take a look at our Monster Energy pregame. Nameless, really, they just got to do what they've been doing, right?
Exactly. I totally agree with that. You know, we usually when teams pick up a new player, we're like hyper-focused on their statistics and what they're doing. Well, we're looking at the other three because they have been on another level since Envoys came to the team. And in the Monster Energy pregame, they do it all. 84.1% hold percentage is first in the league. 35.5 break third. I mean, they're top three in basically every category in hardpoint. And Purple Wall control on defense. 11-4 round count, 3.3 ticks allowed per round. You play a team on a high rise, it's going to be tough. Play a team on an invasion, it's going to be tough. I don't even know if they've lost the defense on invasion yet. So for Toronto Ultra, right now, I mean, statistically, they're looking like one of the best, if not the best team in the game, right alongside Atlanta FaZe.
They had that one slip up against Boston in the qualifier. That was really the only blemish that we've seen, but it was a 3-0. So they've shown they're human, they can bleed. How do you see them stumbling at all across these 5 games?
In this particular series, they would have to make some sort of a blunder happen on one of the hard points, and they would have to lose both search and destroys. That's really the only route in my mind that I think Seattle can find a way into the series. I also think just on top of that, this is a really tough Toronto team to veto against because they've blown out teams on just about every single respawn map that we have.
That being said, though, Toronto seemingly has to veto terminal, hardpoint, and search and destroy, which is what we're seeing in this series, which actually leaves a lot of wiggle room for a team like Seattle Surge. Now, they have Skid Row hardpoint map #1. Toronto has never played that. Yeah. They usually get rid of that, right? So going into this one, Seattle has 3 reps on it. They've lost all 3, but they've had some close games. Think back to the OpTic Texas series where Kenny made that miraculous play. They had a major opportunity. So for Seattle, I think they're happy throughout this. Also undefeated in that game 2 Skid Row S&D. So a good start to the map set for them.
So far, we've all picked the same teams. We've all picked the same as the fans. It's time to find out if we have any separation. I'm going first on this one, and I'm taking the higher seed once again. Toronto Ultra with the #2 seed will beat Seattle Surge with the 6 seed.
I'm going Toronto as well, but I'm going 3-1. I think that Seattle will steal a map somewhere in here.
Unfortunately, stats in my book sometimes just don't lie, so I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra as well. They just have a major advantage in the series.
How many games we got?
I'm going Toronto. I'm going 3-2. I think map 1 goes to Seattle.
We're all wrong. Surge is winning. It's time to get it started with Blaze on the stage.
Thank you so much, Chris. Boston, it's time to get this 3rd series of the day started. And these next 2 teams are ready to fight it out tooth and nail. The first one coming to the stage is looking to bring the storm. Tread lightly, because here comes Seattle. We got Illey, Arcitys, Abuzah, and Huke. Ready to drown out the competition, the Seattle Surge.
I feel like everybody's anxious to see what this team looks like on land. A lot of these players are world champions, but they've been thrown away from their former organizations like a bad habit. But we know what they're capable of. They've been excellent in search and destroy. Can they put it together in respawn? Today, we will find out. Let's bring out Toronto.
I'm excited to see what Seattle Surge is ready to bring. But here in Boston, this team coming to the stage is used to the cold. Get ready, because here come the Kings of the North.
I love when the news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trick and Look, I'm interested in making ends opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having it safe, so take a check. Finishing this drink should only take a sec, but Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage in 10. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Vinci my cologne after the show, she told me it was a favorite sense. Sprint event is spacious, we could take it friends. What happened next, you could take a guess.
Make some noise for Toronto Ultra. We got Scrap, Envoy, Insight, and Kleenex. Toronto Ultra ready to get it done.
Toronto Ultra, a team not only used to the cold, used to the pressure, and used to being on main stage. Only one blunder on the record so far at the beginning of this year, but some of the best players in the game. They've been embarrassed once, and they just saw one of our top seeds get upset in the previous series, and they don't want it to be a two-time. Blaze, let's get this started.
Let's get it started, Allie. They do not want that to happen to them on this main stage. And I'm ready to go, Boston. For your casters on this series, it's Merc and Maven.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Here we go. Hi, everybody. Let's have some fun. Been a minute. Yeah? Not really. I feel like it's been a while since we've been at LAN, you know, feeling all sexy with the people.
Oh, all the time. Yeah. No, it has been a while though. No, a long off season. We're obviously very happy to be back in Boston. Yeah. But as Ali was saying, we just saw a major upset, and I think maybe for Toronto, it's sort of like, well, all right, this couldn't happen to us, so let's lock in, boys.
Well, a couple times during the league, I feel like if one team there was a major upset, there was another one that day. We had a lot of that happening. So. Yeah, I don't know, it was a mental thing sometimes, but don't follow suit, come and handle business, because I think for most of us, yeah, they've looked like maybe the #2 team. It's hard to argue anyone's looked better than FaZe, but when you're looking at their hard point, they've been truly unbelievable. I think some of the question marks around Search, we expect this team to be really good, but it's still early.
Yeah, I mean, 4-3 in Search and Destroy, obviously room for improvement, and you know, you have a new player come in, there's gonna be a little bit different play styles, right? The way Envoy likes to play versus Hicksy, getting on the same page, finding that map pool, but this is a team, their respawn has just been lights out.
No, they've been so strong. Now, you kind of heard them talk about the desk, and I don't want to dive into it too much. Hopefully we're into action pretty quickly, but they sort of said through Search and Destroys where you think the upset comes. If you're Seattle, it's got to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of it. I mean, I would be very surprised if it goes through the respawns. I guess this has, you know, there is potential of this team, but let's be honest. Seattle Surge, they have struggled against the top teams in the game. Yeah. I mean, you come out hot to start the year, but since then, it has just been a little bit ugly. Their schedule got a lot tougher, but maybe they steal one here, right? Ultra has not played a Skid Row hardpoint on the year.
Yeah, so Røkkr started slow and then improved. They've been kind of the opposite. Are these guys going to come back alive? Open a kill there for RC, so we get rolling into Skid Row, and this is one where A is line up for Insight. He's able to get nearly a third, but he was so tagged up he drops if the trade comes through. But talk to me a little bit about this opening map, because what we haven't seen Ultra here, you've seen Surge 3 times, but the point differential is pretty rough.
Yeah, 0-3, you know, minus 70, 80 points in that point differential there. They're kind of getting smoked, but again, they have reps in matches. Again, for Ultra, you've played it a ton in scrims. Just because we haven't seen it yet in matches doesn't mean they're bad at it. Just they're playing to their strengths. Is right now early 30 points, but you do see on rotation, Illey already inside P2. This is great. Starting on that side, if you're able to get early control to that second hill, and they have it for now. So Illey just gonna be chilling, but you take that time if you are Ultra.
Yeah, get a clean 33. All right, now you see if you can get a break on one of the more difficult ones to do it. You've got control of ticking. You're starting to group up here. By construction, see if maybe you can make a play for the point. Or the Illey soaking up inside. Huke getting down damage. Pistol kill there for Envoy. And you look to collapse, but it's just scary. It's who wants to go first? Because the second you start to get out in the open, the beams are there for Seattle.
I mean, they try to get garage control early on. They're able to find the first kill on RCs, but after that, this first push pretty much negated. Maybe you go one more time behind the nades. Maybe no more trophies in hill, but still 3 players up, and it's going to be Abuzah and nade. So now it's down to a 1v1 on the hill, and Illey, he has been so solid for them all year long. He is going to win that final gunfight. Now it's all on the focus now on rotation to P3.
Yeah, this is one where, you know, you saw FaZe do it earlier today. You have this P2 to P3. When you can get a successful transition there, a lot of times it flips this map on its head, because, you know, you're guaranteed a good 50 to 60 at 2. How fast can you come in? Maybe can you develop a pinch? Some pressure on Ultra now to get a hold here.
Yeah, already some map position given up, and I mean, that's gonna be a great stun from Abuzah to find the first one on the scrap. A nice read. This is where the push is going to start from. It's gonna give them that closer spawn. You see where Scrap spawns on up, and now it's just, we know the entire team is here. Do we have trophies? We absolutely do. The Ultra duo takes down all 4.
Yeah, no, that's about as clean as it's going to get. They're trying to push these spawns out even further, get the trophy out of action. 4 in a row now for Inside as he is up to 7-2, and Ultra will now go back out in front. You're going to take another crack at this or try to build if you can, Seattle Surge, but so far, so good. The fire is there. You're on, what, 5 HP before you drop, and whoa!
No stranger to this today, so hopefully we'll get this going.
Yeah, obviously we've had a fair amount of this, so we'll see what's going on. Hopefully it's something they can resolve and not something we'll be dealing with over the course of the weekend, but any big takeaways there from the opening to that one?
Well, I mean, Inside starts off well, but yeah, I mean, you get the P1 hold if you're Ultra, you give up the P2. I mean, a great early hold over at the 3rd hill for Ultra, but wipe it clean.
Yep. I'm imagining we'll be starting fresh, considering that was the call earlier today when it was, what, a 120 point differential. Here, you're basically tied up. So fans here, fans at home, thank you for bearing with us. If we have any more update about what's going on with these crashes, we will let you know. But for now, I'm just waiting on them to get hot back into it and take a breath. And that goes to both sides of it, because, you know, you saw some frustrations thing on the stage in the last series with some of the resets. You saw it, I think, from New York a little bit. You saw it from Minnesota. I mean, but props to, like, Minnesota, like, for Røkkr. After that map 1 reset, to come in and win that again, basically go up 2-0 in the series, like, the win in that fashion, that was pretty impressive stuff.
No, 100%. Yeah, I mean, you kind of heard Asher talk about it. He felt like he's never won a reset in his career. So to finally do that, it's not easy to do. And normally it does go the opposite way. But unfortunately, this just tends to happen at times.
Well, obviously, you were Ant that said in the arena, we were sort of like, you never win the reset, you never win the reset. Like,
yeah, that's how we talked.
Yeah.
Just like that.
No, that sounded just like you.
Yeah. What am I, Scrooge? Like,
I don't know, man. You have a very sexy and sultry voice, Joe. I'm sorry.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome, buddy. But no, it can be so tough. You know how many times we've had it over the history of Call of Duty? I mean, we've had different rules around it at times. I feel like it's been a pretty long time now where it's just been sort of a flat-out reset and hard point. You used to make those rules back in the day, huh?
Not anymore. No, yeah, I don't have to do that anymore. I just cast weight and deal with you. Take care of you. Now you're an athlete.
I want to get pizza here tonight.
What do you pizza?
We haven't had any, yeah.
Yeah, well,
if anyone in the venue wants to walk up and tell us pizza joints to go to later, I would take that.
Yeah. There you go. He's looking for pizza.
Yeah, I don't know why.
You're already thinking about food.
While we're sitting here filling time. Yeah, well, it's been a while since I've eaten. I'm an athlete now. I worked out 2 days in a row.
We're so proud of you.
I did cardio 2 days in a row, bro.
No, we are proud of you, you know? You're getting younger and younger.
Yeah. How about that? Look at those pretzels over there. See those things?
They look good. You're really eyeing food. You're focused.
They look real good. I'm locked, y'all.
You're locked, I know.
Yeah. I'm locked to the stage now. See if they can get this game started. What do we think?
Oh, well, I don't see it. The game's right there.
What's behind me, Joe?
Yeah. Oh, you just turn around the other way.
Okay. Well, what are we still waiting on a player? We got everybody back. Looks like we got everybody. I think we're waiting on one player. We're going to hop into the bracket real quick while we wait to get back into this. Thanks again for hanging out with us while we look to get locked and loaded.
Yeah, look at the bracket already. I'm sure maybe if you did your pick'ems, maybe didn't expect the last game. Røkkr with a big 3-0 over NYSL. Atlanta FaZe with a 3-0 over LAG, and now into this one. So it sounds like we're almost ready. Hopefully everything works out fantastically. But there's an updated one. Yeah, NYSL already in losers round 1. Did a take on Carolina, and that's a matchup.
It's scarier than it once was, right?
Yep, gonna be scarier than what it once was for sure. I mean, Carolina's gonna have more and more practice time. For Røkkr, man, just they are locked in. I mean, we casted some of their early games of the year, and it was looking dreadful. But what a turnaround.
Dreadful's one way to put it, yeah. But then, you know, you bring in Fellow, the young TJ Haley, and they start
looking good. I'm talking about Røkkr. Yeah, no.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about Carolina, too, like how much they've turned it around, because they've been so impressive. But same for Røkkr. I think we're getting ready to load back into this one. I think that is the case. We got a full reset here for the map 1. Thank you again for the patience at home. Getting ready to load back into it. Skid Row to start us off for this best of 5. Seattle Surge, Toronto Ultra looking to do battle. Here we go, back into it.
Last time it was Ultra off the start, but they did allow that P2 sort of tunnel push worked out for Surge. Insight in the same exact spot, maybe a little deja vu. Can he line up both players? Does find one and gets the second. So pretty much the same way that Break went last time through.
Yeah, a little bit deja vu. That is for sure. Phoenix already watched the underground route, able to get the kills there through tunnel. Scraps POV we go. He's got basically the entire roster in front of him. It's another multi-kill there for Insight. Almost number 5, but he's going to get cut down at a 4-1 start. And you maybe do a little bit better if you're Surge this time, because what was like 33-0 or something you got for Ultra. But the difference, look at P2. You'll be set up there with Ultra.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Illey gets taken down on his first push through tunnel, they're just like, we got to go for the scrap time, the rest of P1 time. So that's the play where the first time we watch it, Illey was able to win that gunfight, and they get set up at P2. That's going to be all 4 dead for Ultra, or sorry, 4 Surge. Now the Ultra setup. Going to force them through tunnel is, yeah, P2. I don't think this is going to get touched very much.
No, Surge. It's not. Now we'll see if, sort of what I was talking last time. Like at this time, maybe Ultra can do a great job transitioning to P3 and get the break. They had such a good time holding it last time through. You've yet to die if you're Envoy or CleanX, and you're still hunting Envoy, trying to work his way up top. Not able to do it. Arcitys going to hear him, able to get the kill. Right back over to Insight, who was shooting Beam. 7-2 start last time through, 8-3 in this. My guy is locked.
Yeah, Insight 8-3. I mean, Illey 0-6 right now. Not a great start. Does get on the board. A 50-point lead for Toronto Ultra over on rotation. You do have, who is that? Arcitys already set up, just trying to fight for map control up top, but a nice trade from Scrap. Instantly traded out yet again from another rival, but here we go. Can Seattle Surge respond?
Yeah, this is the big one. This is where Ultra was able to respond last time through and able to hold so well to get right back into it. Can you do the same thing? Not looking that way. You already get ripped out of the point. Breaking through will be Scrap into this P3. 3 players going to be spawning close there for the push. He's got a little bit of help, though, in the way of Envoy as they continue to hold around the point. Now this is a chance for things to get out of hand early.
Yeah, I mean, 5-0. Clayster not die, looking for number 7, gets it, but does get taken down by his teammates, so it doesn't reflect in the stat line. 7-0 has the cruise missile now to work with. And what was, this is an ugly start here with that P3 break. Beautiful for Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, you're going to get in with about 20 seconds or so remaining, but the damage already done. Ultra, they are rolling so far. As Envoy tried to deal with the outskirts, going to peek the guy top dumpster. One pushes him close and he falls. Scrap, he's getting dropped as well. Abuzah there with the multi-kill. CleanX, yeah, he's still got that streak going just because the team kills. You'll still see the 7 in a row.
Yeah, again, over at P4, you already have Ultra kind of set up, just kind of hanging out for right now. So already so much map control to fight over if you are Surge. Huke through back apartments, trying to get pushed up, but still in the back is Scrap, hanging out, but someone checks behind the door now. The contest is in. Illey is there. All of Ultra going to spawn up, maybe try to flood through tunnel or through middle. Just waiting for the trades. Nice nade by Envoy. He's able to find another one. So 3 in a row. It's pretty much a 2-on-4 on the hill for Ultra, and they are running away with this game.
Yeah, you're talking about 3 kills in a row. 3 kills in a row as CleanX goes demon time. 10-1 after the 7-0 start. Nothing is slowing this man down. He is wiggling. He got some moves there, Joe. You like that?
I mean, just hits the slat at the perfect time and gets right under the gun. So now, what, almost 120-point lead for Toronto Ultra. And the only people that can take him down are his teammates. And his 2 team kills that come in on a CleanX. He's still at 10-1. Seattle Surge, though, not out of this one, over towards P5. They need a response here, though.
That's actually wild, yeah. 3 deaths. 2 aren't even on the board. Here comes the streak as he comes back. Thanks, teammates, for taking me out. I'll return the favor into the other side of things. They'll blow Abuzah off of the map. They're blowing Seattle Surge off the map. Ultra firing on all cylinders. Let's go to a listening.
He's by the barrel, Right here. Barrel's dead. Yo, one shot tunnel. Two. He's stunned on the tunnel.
I want to set tunnel.
Yeah, one shot tunnel. Should be behind you guys. Row. Make sure you're row. I'm on you. Try not to. Top plat.
Ellie's going back to P3.
Yeah, another one into already.
Into
weak.
All good. Okay. Take your time. Someone go left, bro. Go laundry. Try and take pinches, yeah? Okay. Still laundry. P3 steps.
He's like L. Huke is out. It was a little bit weak.
L, let me weak. He went towards laundry.
Yeah, still 2 features. Really big.
Launch
Nice.
Yeah, P3 still. That's up fire with you. He's gone top flat. Jamie, I'll mid. Barrel weak. My match. 2, 1 deep. What's up flat? He went flat. No, he's in front of me. Still flat. Dead. One more in fight. Last guy flat. Watch out fire. Nice. Good shot, guys.
Another one.
Watch out. I'm rolling.
He's top AC.
Flat weak. Flat AC. He's on the AC.
Yeah,
AC dead. Flat. Two plat.
Get to P2.
I'm making him side.
Go to the middle. Right, shit on him.
2 more.
I can hold garage.
Both weak.
If you want to get deep, maybe?
Yeah. We're gonna dump stuff.
Yeah. Try and go. Yo, it's 2 ult. One's gonna go window. Garage ready?
Stay spiral. I'm up and garaging.
Weak in the right corner. Stunned and naded.
The right corner.
Tunnel.
Tunnel weak. Garage is dead though. He's hitting tunnel.
One second, I'm weak. Can you get me close?
Yeah, tunnel dead. I don't have his
Weaver tunnel.
I can't give it up.
He's weak in front of the fence.
Kleenex's stat line looking comedy, 16-4, a couple of team deaths, but still quadruple positive on the scoreboard. You got a chance to close it out here. You got P2 locked down. You're looking to take it away.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of seconds of difference from the scoreline. Illey finally able to take him down at Insight, but Kleenex with another 3-piece, now up to 19. As his stat line gets more and more ridiculous, and Surge, they're going to need something. Just look at that. There's RCC has struggled versus the top teams. Continues here in this respawn, 6-14 for him. And this is what we were talking about just coming into the game, man. This Toronto Ultra team so good. It's Kleenex and Insight. Just take them all down.
Kleenex drops. He's just on 6 in a row again. Make it 7. Another streak to work with Kleenex. Tobias, he's doing it all. My guy has been frying throughout the course of this. You need 10 points to win it. You won't quite get the tick to close it on this particular hard point, but last time they sliced through P3 like a knife through butter. It made it look easy.
Yeah, now they have a chance. It looks like a couple of players there, but it's pretty much going to be a 2-on-2 for now. Insight going to slide on through, no trophy, so Nade going to hit, but Kleenex, he just opts for the pinch, and why not? Is someone going to turn around? Nope. Huke's not going to hold that pinch. He's up to 25-6. Does get taken down, but has some help now for Scrap. You heard him in the listening, talking his smack as he always does. Ultra with a statement in map 1.
Yeah, I mean, it looks even better off the replay because this time you're able to like split time on P1, then you get full P2 control, immediate break into P3. You're up 100 nearly instantly. You die, what did you end up dying? 5 times? Something like that? If you are Kleenex, like that looks like a main AR stat line or something maybe. Well, honestly, that looks like a god stat line. That's unbelievable.
Looks like he was playing ranked.
Yeah.
Versus us in the venue. No, it honestly did, but this is what we were talking about with this team, and this is the map they haven't played in a match. Right? They have other strengths. Talking about like Karachi, High Rise, doesn't really matter what they're able to do. They play everything to a T. Only 1 hard point loss on the year.
Well, a lot of times that might be the difference of if you're going to make a run at a tournament, though, in the sense of
the map pool.
Yeah, how big your map pool is. You know, we don't see all of their scrims, but you know they've had this one in the back pocket. They're playing great. They come to tournament, people ban something they're good at. They're like, oh yeah. Oh, here comes the Skid Row sauce. Is they make it look very easy there, but not against a very good hard point team. The question marks now start to come, and I'm just curious what you think, like, maybe have been the struggles in Search and Destroy for this team. I know you bring in somebody new in Scrap last year, and then you come in, you have Envoy here, but it's like, this should be a good Search team.
I think they will. I mean, yeah, again, I mean,
is that all it is? You're just getting time?
4-3 is awful.
Well, if you're as good as they are at respawns, yeah, sure, go 50-50.
I mean, you'll take 60%, 50-50.
Yeah.
It could be less than that with how good they've been in hardpoint.
That's true.
That's kind of what you're hoping for. And this is a team, I think, you know what, maybe online at times, they just kind of go through the motions. It feels like we saw it last year. Prep is a big thing for them, right? Just going, looking at those matchups, having a week to prepare the vetoes. And this is where they kind of thrive.
And a lot of times, like this team in the past, like the old Ultra rosters, like, they were sort of okay at hardpoint. Like what got them through a lot of tournament victories was just how good they were at sort of everything, right? They were good at search, they were good at control. Now it just seems like there's a very good hardpoint team, which allows you to, like, you're gonna slip up in another spot sometimes, okay.
Yeah, and again, bringing in a new player like Envoy, maybe he has a different way of playing the game, right? The way he kind of approaches Search and Destroy. Got to get on the same page with him and just figure out what map set that they want to play.
Well, Seattle, we know how much they've struggled in the respawns, but when it comes to Search and Destroy, there's some stuff they've done really well.
No, it has. I mean, one thing for them is their opening duels, right? And if they're able to win their opening duels outside of what was it, Karachi, I think if they win the opening duel, they have finding those opening duels and winning that map. So we'll see if they can do it here because they need to.
Well, because we've seen some teams, like you and I have been casting, it's like team got 8 first bloods and lost. It's like, how is that happening? We got a team that's basically flawless in Seattle. They've been really good at converting there. It's just, yeah, whether or not you're able to get those first bloods and maybe a little demoralized after the map 1, you kind of got thumped, or maybe it's one you're kind of expected to lose, you're looking forward to the search to destroy.
Yeah, I think the problem is just like, as that's just talked about, you have to find a respawn in here.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if it'll be in control. It may have to be, or if they can get us to a map 4. But the fact is, they have to find a respawn win if they want to win this series.
Because a lot of what the early hard points that we cast, they look at it was what Terminal like gets ripped out of this. What do they have? 2 control wins in the year, something like that. Like it's not many. I think you're 5-2 if you're Ultra. So they've looked a lot better there. Yeah. I mean, you've got to win the search. But we're gonna take a look at some of the stats there. I believe from that map 1. It was a one-sided affair.
Yeah, and I think that's Kleenex who braced the hardpoint record right there, 4.17. So new record had just set in that map 1, 4.17. That is insane.
Yeah, no. Like the stats of God are playing against the venue, like you mentioned. That's basically what it ended up being. And I know it looks a little weird because a couple
usually like gas like a 1-4.
Well, yeah, it's like one thing like the team kills early on, like maybe they stood out a little bit, but once you get going deeper and he's still got 5 deaths with 20+ kills, like throw those out the window. My guy was just fine. And like every time he died, I feel like he got a triple within like seconds of getting back up onto the map. But Kleenex, I mean, he's always been one of your favorite players, really since he came into the league. Just when he is on point, he is so fun to watch.
No, I mean, he plays with such speed. He's got like a higher sense. It looks so smooth when you're watching his POV. And yeah, it's just when he's locked in, this team is tough to beat. Now, he does have moments where he gets hot and cold and kind of cools off, but it feels like with this squad, like there's enough firepower where if he does have a map like that, it won't matter.
No, I think it's huge to point out. It's like they kind of needed him at all times with some of those older rosters. Now it's like, all right, Scrap will be chirping. He can pick up the slack. Envoy obviously has the ability to do it. Maybe that's, you know, the change with Hixie, because we all love Hixie as a player, but like he maybe didn't have that next level. You can see maybe somebody like Envoy hit.
And you kind of see just sort of the faces of Surge there, just kind of maybe listening to Rambo Ray, their coach. But we're going to look at the attack for both of these teams. And Seattle Surge, what, 18-22. Toronto Ultra, a little bit better. Post plant is, you know, win percentage for Ultra at 90%. That is fantastic.
Yeah, that's really, really remarkable stuff as we get ready to hopefully load into this map 2 shortly.
Just gonna stay back on Skid Row, search and destroy. So staying on Skid Row, and again, yeah, you just saw the faces of Surge just kind of looking a little down again. The last month or so since that sort of holiday break, it has not been easy for them.
Yeah, I mean, at first you're like, this is a team. I think I said, like, after we watched them 1 or 2 times, I'm like, all right, they're kind of nasty. This is a chance, a team with a chance to make some noise, and then it just feels like it's been so downhill inside. S&D the last 38 for him. Listen, I was talking about their S&D struggles maybe at 4-3, but he has not been struggling. Inside has been an absolute mammoth in the mode. He's looking to continue that here. Talk to me just at a basic level about Skid Row Search and Destroy.
I mean, offense could be tough, man. I mean, it's
hit
just
something.
Yeah, hit some nades up top. Maybe just try to go quickly to top A. Let's see. And well, this time it's going to be bottom middle hit, and it's just going to catch Arcitys off guard. And maybe with that, they just try to go quickly through B, but Envoy with the bomb goes up top, and okay. It can be difficult at times, but not this round here for Toronto Ultra. You just kind of commit early to the push, and that is a 20-second round for Ultra.
It felt like you were like, maybe they do this, and Scrap's like, nah, I'm fighting. He just ends up taking out 2. But yeah, Arcitys just kind of gets caught with his pants out early in the round. You see the frustrations here for Huke. He had no chance. Some windy shots at range with the rival, and everyone comes soaring out. But I think Scrap gets 2. They get that opening first blood. They converge on you real fast. You were talking about speed. There it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think Arcitys is like trying to throw a pre-nade over the top to see if it's like, you know, an alley hit or if someone's going for a jump up, whatever the call is. But he jumps back into the window towards B and is already dead.
Yeah, no, he didn't get a chance to get to his spot or anything. He just ripped off of it. And Kleenex, the car combo, that looked violent. Abuzah gone. Scrap will pick up his 3rd. Envoy win it his once. They are just sending it without any respect to this Seattle team right now. Body him, take a sip of water, on to the next. GG.
I mean, first of all, props to Ultra with their play calls, right? Because, I mean, they're reading the map well. There's sort of like, again, this sort of hard counter where they know exactly what Seattle Surge want to do, but finding first bloods within 5 seconds helps.
Yeah, no, it's like Surge are talking through what their game plan is for the round. They're already getting uppercut. Like, Jesus. Ultra looking like a threat right now on the map.
You think? A threat?
Yeah. A big threat, dude. We're talking like a tier 5 threat. Red threat level, Joe.
Gonna jump up top. Huke there with the first blood. Almost finds the second. And Clinics is kind of just out. And it looks like Illey going to potentially pick this up, or is he? And it was looking good, and then it wasn't. It was literally a first blood for Huke. We were talking about how good they were with their opening duel percentages.
Outside of what, Karachi, right?
And now it is just over with. So that percentages goes down.
Yeah, that stat didn't stay around long at all.
Are they playing a different game?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure what's happening.
They are just frying them.
Oh, they play next.
We'll get there pretty quick, assuming the game stays on.
Envoy's just like, I'm 1-3. All 3 to deaths. Nobody else has died here.
11-0 for the rest of them.
The first couple of rounds, it was right down the middle. This time, they're just going to go right through the tunnel. Just, again, a hard counter. RC's going to pick it up, but he's going to get first blooded. And again, it just kind of feels like they're saying, let's just do this. Catch them off guard. This is another 30-second or so round as Huke trying to clutch a 1v3.
First, I thought I was like rewatching you guys at Warhawk S&D back in the day. Where it's just like hard counter. Listen, Tobias, Mr. Kleenex there is about to set the highest KD for a series in the history of the CDL if he keeps at this pace. Like,
it might already be 6-0. For Kleenex going to have the cruise missile. This is absurd.
Arcitys looks like he wants to call home. Like he's a pep talk for Prestige here. So I'm like, Mom, we're getting shit on.
Yeah. That's one way to put it.
Yeah. Please don't find me. Even the seagulls are chirping. What was that?
I don't know, dude. Kleenex though with the cruise. This has been about a 3-minute game. We're going into round number 5. 2 players on Ultra have not died. They get some info, I think, on Arcitys. Kleenex looking for number 7.
Dude, if he is beamed him there, like, all right, I'm done. Just call it there.
Okay, finally we get deep into a round without it being over with.
There we go. Let's get a round of applause here for Seattle. They made it past the 22nd mark in a search and destroy round. Yes!
They do get first blooded go.
The players are probably, what the hell's the crowd cheering about?
Kleenex finally gets taken out, so into a 3-on-3 now is Scrap. Gonna have his teammates look over him. Bomb just kind of rotating around. Where do they want to go with this attack? And well, Illey, he's gonna get spotted on that jump up.
6-1 now for Scrap. Abuzah looking to hunt, see if him and Arcitys can make the play. He phones home, he now finds one. Envoy ripped out of it. You got a 2 versus 2 now, 30 seconds left to go. I feel like this is the first time I can actually commentate in this search and destroy.
Yeah, looks like Scrap had the cross, so they have an idea where both players are. Insight just checking back alley, but bomb being planted over towards B. Once this goes down, it does not go down. So Arcity's gonna take him out. There we go, Surger on the board.
Yes! Listen, sometimes you see a team down so bad on stage, you just gotta give them some like, come on, you guys, you won the round, let's go!
That's what they're giving them. We love to see it. We get past that 30-second mark, and they're able to get it as well.
Do they know they won the round?
No, I mean, they're having a rough time.
Yeah. True.
Just gotta stay locked. Keep talking. Try to make some adjustments. Just realize that what Ultra is doing. They're just playing quickly.
It's just it just got away from you quick, right? Yep. It's just those first couple rounds, it's so fast. You blink and you're like, whoa, we are in trouble, boys. Now can they bring it back? You got around on the board looking for another first blood. Huke pulled back down out of that one. Now it's a first blood for Envoy.
With that stun hitting, he does not regen health, right? So Huke's got to wait for this to come back. Gonna take a little bit longer, but there's the teamwork. The SMG duo of Envoy and Kleenex, and just like that, it's Arcitys 1v3.
That's your emphasis, like going between both players. It can be so tough, but Arcitys, he's had some wild clutches in his day. Can he pull off another one now? He's gotten fired up. Just trying to stay up. Is the man dancing with death? He'll get picked though. Kleenex able to get the angle. He'll get another one. 5th round up now for Ultra.
Yeah, you had the smoke it platform, right, Surge? They go up top. Some early trades going down. But quickly, it's Envoy, Kleenex. Kleenex now 9-1. We're going to keep talking about it because his stats this match have been unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's now, what was he? What was the KD for the first one, like a 4 or something? He's up to 5.5, 6, whatever the hell it is.
You are a great mathematician.
Oh, I didn't even add anything together. I just made up a number, Joe. But now we'll see if Toronto Ultra can close it out. It's what would be one of the faster search and destroys I've ever been a part of. Just able to hit the cross. Abuzah with the first blood, though. Kleenex trying to take the fight and get to double digits, but for now on, they'll reposition. Daddy out, ready to fly. And not going to catch him. Illey, though, with a big gunfight win. Trade should be there. Insight not able to get in time. And Illey with the reach out.
Still playing with some confidence. He's Illey, right? So he's able to find that, and then, well, you had Huke trying to get aggressive through tunnels. Straff was able to find him. Illey going for the gunfight, and Illey staying locked in. Props to him, finds 3 in the round.
I mean, he's at 6 and 6. Done about 1,400 damage in this one. I mean, he is leading the way for the team without question. Nice shots there. That was clean. But you still have a lot of work to do. See if you can rip off 5 straight. The first one logged. Now 4 more to go.
You're starting to see our, offense is starting a little bit, sort of, the first blood's not going their way.
We're just gonna hope like they got a little too like cocky, like, oh, we're slamming these guys. Like, see if you can just sneak your way. It's round by round. Sneak your way back into it.
And quickly, it's gonna be a top platform.
Tickle!
But, well, 2 players through the back. Yeah, that is gonna be 3 dead. Overconfident or not, doesn't really matter. Woo! Ultra, 6-2 win.
Ultra are cruising right now. The advantage, you'd think, for Seattle, if you were going to find what was going to be in the search and destroy, it doesn't come there. They are just flat out body slammed early in this one. It's 4-0 in a couple of minutes. Like, that just happened so fast, it got away from them. Even if they started to reel it back in, it was just too late.
Yeah, and it's tough. You're a player in that situation. You're prepping all week long since the stage kind of ends. Right, we have this matchup. How are Vito's going to go? You kind of play it out in your head, going through scrims, focus, and then just you blink. You're down 2-0, and these maps have not been pretty. It can be tough to deal with.
No, it's just not been competitive. I mean, the closest it was before the reset of map 1. It was basically a tie game. Since then, it has been all Toronto Ultra. They are dominating this series, looking to take it in 3-0 fashion. You're looking forward to a Control where they've been, Ultra's 5-2. I think you're 2-5 if you're Seattle. It's not been good there. You're wondering, where is our success going to come from? Now it's going to happen in a reverse sweep, and it's going to be tough to do, Joe.
No, it is. But Ultra, they have, in the time, sort of let the foot off the gas, right? At times, get a little bit overconfident.
I don't know if it's foot off the gas, you need them to hop out of the car.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Yeah, just get out of the car completely so it comes to a stop. But we get ready to go towards map 3. Ultra completely in command, up 2-0. We'll see if with the control, you can start to fire back in things. Step by step, after this break, maybe you find something. The coaching staff gets you fired up, because if you are Seattle, you are in trouble right now, being embarrassed in this first series. Everyone's getting thumped, it seems like, so far today on day 1. Does Seattle have what it takes, or to the guy in the crowd that asked when is OpTic play? It might be real goddamn soon, because Seattle are in trouble. And I'm not sure where the success is going to come from. Where are you going to turn this on? Is it the coaching staff? Is it one of the leaders on this team? Because you got something to work for. We got a quick break. When we get back, the Control.
The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Hello and welcome back. We're getting ready to go, and let's see, can Seattle bring this back? Now, you're down an 0-2 hole. You're looking to flip the script, get a little bit nasty with it, bring it back within this series. Who does this start with? Like, who's got to be the leader on this team right now to get them going?
I mean, I think you saw Illey, right? I think he was the one player making plays in that game too, but I mean, honestly, all of them. Like, this is just such a one-sided game so far. You got to get the guns hot. The problem for them, you're going to a Karachi control where, I mean, Toronto Ultra, the only control they've lost is high rise. They're 0-2 in that. They're undefeated on the other two. So an uphill battle, a giant mountain is really what this is.
Yeah, and this is also 1-2. Like, if you have the slow start, if you get on a back foot, like, things can get away from you quickly on Karachi control.
No, they can't. Yeah,
it's not like you have all the chances to, like, regain at times like you do an invasion.
Yeah, no, I mean, 1-4 dead scenario. You're starting on offense if you are Ultra and you are down a round. So we'll see. Can maybe that break help out Seattle Surge, get them locked in, and that's going to be 3 dead.
The answer might be no, but still very early in this one. Already aggressive on the other side of the map. It's going to be CleanX. He's just backing away, seeing if he can get some freebies for now. Let his team soak up the time around the point. You've already got this 3-life edge. Most of the people have already backed up towards B if you are Seattle Surge. And here's out hunting. And hunting they are. CleanX able to get one. Through the cross scrap is there as well. You're sitting pretty.
Yeah, I think if you're Seattle Surge, really what you're looking for in this round one is you go into this B defense, you kind of slow the game down, you get some easy kills, right? Get yourself settled back into the game. Not like you're down, 0-2, just try to just relax, just play it one map, one round at a time. So far, so good. Dealing with those couple of players over towards B, A will be done. Now you get into this standard setup if you are Seattle Surge.
Yeah, trying to make sure they have junk side control. Don't let that close side spawn come in. Just be able to send it and send it and send it if you are Ultra. Still lurking on that side will be RC's at number 2 in the minimap. Everyone trying to kind of clear him out right now. They got to deal with him before they get forward, and that they're able to do.
They're able to do with that, and then CleanX just working the pinch. Taking one player off, then giving them, spawning far. It's Abuzah able to find the first one, can't find the second, but you still have Illey pushed up. RC's now working Dark Alleys. He's able to rotate over towards B. Nobody on the point, so you have the life advantage if you are Ultra, but the time is ticking.
Envoy through the pick as well. He had that read on the top as well, just trying to snap back, not able to do it. Illey will pick that up. You stop the clock though if you are now. That's a tough gunfight. We lose a little aim assist there for a moment if you are Scrap. You're starting to bring this back from a live standpoint. You've got it just about even now if you're Seattle Surge. All players sitting around even. You said everybody kind of had to bring it, and that's kind of what you're getting here. But as I say, that 3 go down.
Yeah, chance here. You're hoping RC's at least finds one to deal with this attack, but gets one player weak. Maybe buys enough time, just staying alive, forcing Ultra. Where is he? Which corner is he in? Trying to find all these different spots. You kind of just see at this point of view from Envoy, he's sliding back and forth trying to find him. A heads up play from RC. He's very patient. Yeah. Maybe doesn't find that first kill on that push on through, but plays his life, allows his teammates to come off a spawn, get map control as Abuzah able to find another kill top red. Does snap on Envoy, but Envoy with the gunfight win as RC wins another one.
You're getting closer and closer to the lives being the difference. You got 40 seconds left to go. If you can stop this clock at all, that might end up being the case because you still need all 3 ticks. 12-7 the advantage right now for Ultra, and they've got a triangle set up around this B point as they're getting ready to go. Huke ripped down to 56 HP. Abuzah able to bail him out. You're 3 and 7 and looking to get rolling if you are Huke, but now clock has been stopped. A couple more deaths, maybe one more death. You've got no respawns remaining right now if you're Seattle.
Yeah, well, that's going to be 3 dead. They know where Abuzah is. He's going to be cutting off the reinforcements of Toronto Ultra. And with his position, they actually spawned so far away. So you're really dealing with 2 here. And now it's just down to 1 as Envoy just trying to play his life 4 in a row. Seattle Surge have to go. CleanX is here. Round done.
Yeah, and by Seattle Surge, you meant Huke. He's the last guy in there as he's trying to get there. Not going to happen. And you're able to make this an extended round defensively. If you are Seattle, you had a couple chances to regain, a couple times where you brought it back, but
still, at the end of the day, it's around there to Ultra.
Yeah, it's like every single time you had a pretty solid play, maybe from Arcitys, maybe from Illey. There was, you know, a multi-kill that came on the side of Surge. You kind of get into your setup, and it was just like 3 dead. Then you had the close junk spawn. You always had some presence over towards B. They didn't pause the clock a ton if you were Ultra, but they always kept that life advantage.
And the times they did, they paused just long enough, but Arcitys with the nade. We'll see you later. Envoy and Kleenex, they are gone. Kleenex, he's sitting around even, so maybe having that, highest KD in a series maybe over the CDL, that might be a distant memory now, but what a start it was through the first 2. You did your damage. Well, what can Seattle do off of offense? You got 2 in a row now for Arcitys and Huke. Huke not able to finish the kill immediately, but then we'll track and get it done.
Yeah, just keeping 1 player on it. Now on the other side, Envoy does find 1 through junk. He's just going to back on up, but Huke just playing for some spawn kills. Nice shots out of Scrap. The headshots connect, and you are just deleted. But Abuzah wins another one on that player through the flank. So very similar to what we saw from Ultra, just kind of playing around the kills while you're getting this 8 point, pausing the clock. Now you have that 4 life advantage as it's Arcitys' turn, but Scrap, that is just the same exact gunfight.
Abuzah trying to hunt, able to win that one-on-one with Kleenex. You got your first point done. You now start to layer this, and you've gotten 3 kills. Now a chance maybe to go. 11 HP for Illey, but he's able to get back to full. Looking for the opening picks here as we now start to attack onto this B site and Diner. Nice shots there from Illey. So far, so good. 7 life advantage. They're picking them apart. This is the best maybe they have looked throughout the course of this series. Insight, though, bringing Ultra right back into it. And Envoy chasing them out.
Yeah, really, they were looking for Envoy, right, the entire time. You had 3 dead, had no idea where Envoy was. 1 player in Abuzah was clearing out Junkyard, just trying to find him throughout red, right? Just that 1 player, don't let him find anything. But Envoy buys enough time, and then, as you said, the big multi-kill from inside gets them through that alleyway, and now you're into a solid setup here. You see where Surge is spawning so far away. They have to make a team decision. Where do they want to go? Abuzah just wins the one-on-one early.
Yeah, now you're fighting where you want to if you're Ultra, right? Like, you're fighting out by junk and not inside a Diner. You really brought that back if you're Ultra, because you were down, what, like 7 lives, but that's, what, 3 straight kills through for Surge, so you've started to build this up again. They brought it from 7 back to 2, right back out to 6, like, with the quickness. So nice flurry of kills there if you are Seattle Surge, because you've got a minute left to go in this. Only 10 lives to work with if you are now Ultra. Is Abuzah, Huke, Arcitys all in the mix. Well, Arcitys is taking back his team kill.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you got those spawns right on the bottom side of the map, Surge do a very good job, but then it is just back and forth. As they're able to find all of those kills off spawn does Ultra, so 30 seconds left. Now they have to go. What, still a 4 life advantage, but that may not matter. Where is that first push going to start from? It looks like Abuzah and RC is going to try to work through red. The other 2 players through those alleyways. But inside, he has been so clutch in some of these retakes, and he's going to do it here again. Finds the first 2. And now Huke, just all by his lonesome, is just kind of waiting, hanging out for his teammates to come off spawn.
Yeah, he's itching to go, but now you're just going to stagger this one back. He's finally going to peek. Scrap able to put him down quickly with the headshot. Envoy, he's sitting at 13 and 6. 3 seconds to go. Can you actually get on it? Scrap waiting in the corner. Nobody able to hit the cross. And where you're able to push that to lives if you're Ultra in the first round, Seattle can't quite extend it to that point.
Yeah, I mean, props to the ARs of Toronto Ultra, especially inside multiple times. Every single time they lost positioning over towards B, he pops up and finds a couple of kills that give them complete cafe control.
It's like I'm surprised he's 13 and 13 right now, because it feels like all his kills have come in like 2 or 3, but he's putting out damage right now. Really, the entire Ultra team, they're playing with some passion. What Abuzah is leading the way, though, actually, in the damage department right now. He's 14 and 10, 3,000 damage within this game so far. But now can he rip off 3 straight? Damage don't matter much if he can't get around one on the board.
It's looking like Envoy. Well, at least we're at the beginning of a round, so.
That's true. True. Better than it could be. We may have a quick restart here. That's looking to be the case. I know. Blame Joe.
What did I do?
I'm just kidding. We'll be back into this one as quick as we can. Hopefully it's a fast reset. I was hoping maybe we were out of the woods when we got through a search and destroy without issue. That's because Ultra won it so quickly.
That's a good point. Those couple of rounds. Again, at least we're at the beginning of a round, so I don't think there were any streaks to carry into this. Obviously, trophies, that's another discussion, but
yeah,
hey,
that's a tough one.
If you're Ultra, you're up 2-0, feeling comfortable.
And they'll get back to an offense where they look, to be fair, it's going to be like we did it once, we can do it again. I mean, they had the round 1 offense, right? It's going to be the same thing. Like, you're not going to have any added utility. I mean, that's where it's really going to hurt, I guess, is Surge trying to set up on some of your defenses with trophies and stuff. You're not going to have that, but you have struggled throughout this one. Kleenex, maybe he'll get a better going here. And the second time enemy, he has been terrific in this series, but I think you nailed it. It's kind of in the ARs in this map 3.
Yeah, and I mean, in that second round, you had a chance if you were Surge a couple of times where you get a 3-4 dead. You just couldn't keep anyone up near Cafe. I mean, when they get pushed all the way back, boom, they fight right on through, able to find a 4 dead scenario for Ultra, but just one player making a play gets Ultra back in a position. Just felt like there were a couple of chances there throughout that attacking round for Surge to get on the point, just never really happened.
No, I think you're absolutely right. But maybe can you get a deep breath now if you're Surge, this little bit of a break? Can you somehow get fired up and bring this back? But that's why I was so worried about, like, kind of the body language that you saw when we were looking at. And I think that was a question with this team, sort of where was the leadership going to come from when they first formed. But I don't know, body language can tell you a lot sometimes when no one's chatting, no one's chirping. Maybe they're getting some information from a coaching staff too in their headsets, but they just look defeated.
Well, I think too, you never really see the practice coming into an event like this. Obviously, the last couple of weeks hasn't been great for them. Going up against the top teams, just feels like something's a little bit off. Maybe just not the firepower that they want. Can't find some consistency. If scrims aren't going well, and then you're down, you get almost 100-point clubbed. You're getting smoked in S&D like that. I've been on teams like that where it's just like, we don't really know what to do. We've tried everything.
Well, once you get past Major 1, though, that was kind of your cutoff, or maybe you're just going to have to start thinking about changes, right?
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Again, just you can't struggle versus the top teams. It's not even like they're playing extremely close versus these top teams. Like, you're getting slammed.
Yeah, no, it really happened. I heard we're about 30 seconds away from this, so we'll be back in here shortly, and we'll see if Ultra can close this one out. We'll continue on to our final series of the night. Thanks again for the patience at home and in venue. Having some tech issues, but hopefully we'll get them resolved and just praying on a smoother day, maybe smoother day going forward tomorrow.
Hopefully so. No idea this, but yeah, game loaded. It'll be Ultra once again on the attacking side.
And last time it was pretty clean through the opening point. And you just kind of bled them dry. It's not like there were any crazy flashy moments. Like, it's just like you slowly played TDM and kind of choked them out.
No, 100%. They had enough time on the clock. E went long enough where they were just, they had that 4 life advantage, kept it the entire round.
Scrap, see if he can get the angle, and gunfight in there early on between him and Illey. Shooter's going to shoot and start taking the fight from range, but Scrap's able to re-peek and get the angle to win that one.
And this is kind of what they want. Keep one player on it and then just sort of roam. We've seen it a little bit differently. We've seen teams start to stack A, maybe with no trophies off the start. That's not going to be the go-to, but or we've seen this, like in the past on different maps. You keep one player on it, you start to roam, keep that life advantage as much as you can and carry it into a transition over towards B.
Surprise.
He's been having such a strong series, roaming around the map to snap, but Arcitys able to reconnect.
Yeah, he can just never really get on there. He snapped well, but nice job kind of playing your angles if you are Arcitys. That'll be the first point done now, even with lives. There's no big conversation there yet. And Illey, who's gotten pushed up, and I think I heard him maybe getting loud on stage. He's able to win one over at Junk, kind of keep the pressure here. And like we saw last time where they kind of had to deal with Arcitys from this position before they could start to push. Same thing, this time Huke comes in to help. Illey's actually able to win another one, as he stays alive for ages, it feels like, and Huke's still lurking.
Yeah, these were kind of the points where they would go 3-4 dead and allow Ultra right back onto the point. Inside with a nice snap, almost finds another player in Abuzah. Does reposition, but you take the 1-for-1 trades as Ultra starting to move forward now. RC's gonna be the next player up inside, but Illey gets taken down, goes for that bit of a crazy challenge. There is a trade from Huke with that rival, but that's going to be 3 dead. It was kind of these scenarios that Ultra dominated in round 1. They're doing it again here in round number 3.
There's a couple spawns that come in close. Now they're going to be coming out a bit deeper. You still have Abuzah on the site. They're able to clear them out of that. And now you got 3 here. You start to stack this. How much progress can you actually make? First bit, done. Second bit, done.
looking to push this towards the third. Is anyone even going to get there? If you are Seattle, you got to go.
Has a chance.
You got to go. You got to go. They're finally able to get there. Test just able to break through with the final millimeter to get done. Abuzah's able to get 2, clear them out. Look to get the clearance here for this final tick.
Yeah, props to Huke. He kind of works the pinch through red, able to win the first gunfight, and then he's got to go. He was the one player close enough. Yeah, he was able to find it as soon as he hit that pick on to B. Just buys enough time. If that player was able to stay alive, maybe still have 3 on him. Maybe the round is done, but Surge alive for now. But here comes the next attack, and again, it is 2 in a row, no trade for Surge. You see them scrambling through the back alley. Ultra, they smell blood.
Oh, well, they all hit the back. Into the point they go. They're chatting on the main stage. I thought he was done for a second. I thought we were getting another reset, but that's just the end of the series. 3-0 for Ultra. You dominate across all 3 game modes. You look like the threat to make it to a final like we expected for these guys. Maybe not the toughest competition yet, but they look very, very scary, Joe.
I mean, that's a statement. I mean, plain and simple, it's not just we talked about it coming into this with the online qualifiers. It felt like every game, no matter what, was close. Hard points were 20 points or whatever.
Yeah.
Someone always had a clutch on up. You're starting to see the skill gap grow and grow more between these teams. And that was a statement out of a series out of Ultra.
No, I mean, it's just what? You win by nearly 200 in the map 1 or whatever it is, 150 ends up being. What was it, 6-2 in the search?
6-2, yeah.
3-0 there. Like that's one of the least competitive series you've seen so far on the year. Like, just dominate them. And that's all you've said, like, throughout this year. Like, people playing them tough. Even though it's a 3-0, playing them tough, playing them tough.
I mean, Surge especially, like, early on in the year, like, they were playing, going to game 5s, losing by 10 points, 15 points, 1 round in Search and Destroy. It's like you saw this potential, but now as frustrations start to build a little bit more, confidence maybe going out the window, or it's just Ultra just locked in for this weekend.
Yeah, no, I mean, maybe, I guess the good thing is if you are Surge, like, you start in winners, you have another chance in this one.
Yeah.
Some teams aren't going to get that, but it's just like, even if that's a wake-up call, like, what do you take away from that series? Like, there's just not much you can.
No, you gotta hit the reset button. That's really it. I mean, there were some moments from Illey, from Huke, but no, just gotta get the guns going. That's what I've seen. It just felt like every single time, 3-4 dead situation, Ultra just made it look ugly.
Well, we get ready now for the Monsters Winter Spotlight. We've got Guy Blaze on stage with Kleenex, who had himself a series. Take it away, pal.
Thank you so much, Maven. As I'm here with my Monster Energy Spotlight, I got Kleenex on the stage. Make some noise for him, Boston, as Ultra comes away with that first victory this weekend. Now, Kleenex, it was a 3-0 here on the stage. How did y'all get it done, and how did it feel?
I feel like it's just a mix of our practice going too well. Online we've been showing out, so just, we're doing us, and it showed.
It definitely does show, and it's showing here on land. Now, this is the first time you get a chance to play with Envoy in your squad here, all on land. How does it feel to have him on your squad? And, what type of pressure does he take off the team?
Insane pressure off me, at least. I play with, high impact. I run around on the map. He's insane. Like, he is the best player in the game by far, so.
By far, he definitely is good. Now, for all these Toronto Ultra fans who didn't descended south a little bit here in Boston to cheer you on, what do you want to say to them in the venue?
We see you guys every single time, every single event around. We love you guys. I hope you guys know that, and, you guys make it all worth it, so appreciate it,
You're making it worth it for him, all right? Boston, show Toronto Ultra some love one more time as Chris takes it away, because we got one more series to go.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And my first question for the desk is Kleenex truly human?
Nope.
No, the tissue is an issue.
Yeah, 4+ KD in the game number 1, but I'm looking at the overall stats, and this is the biggest beating so far that we've had on our opening day. Atlanta FaZe had a 3 over LAG, but 250 to 106, 6-2 search and destroy, and then a 3-0 in control. Toronto is showing that they are the force to be reckoned with on their side of the bracket. What was the best part of their gameplay?
Can you pick one? I mean, they laid the lumber down on them, flat out. And when they did this versus New York, I was like, okay, they're really showing up when matches matter the most, but this is a statement and a half, looking like by far one of the best teams in the game. I mean, Kleenex, Insight together on this map number 1 were unbelievable from start to finish.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where everything they're doing is working, right? You think about that Skid Row, they basically had every rotation, every break. We highlighted before the series, like they're top 3 in every single category for a reason. No weakness in their strategy headed into respawn, but then also in the search and destroy. Now, you know, we've seen them in the past, you know, where all the timings are working out for the SMGs, this, that, and the third. Dude, Seattle was like completely oblivious to any and every push that Toronto was throwing at them. There's only so many times like you just get hit with a blind counter. No, Toronto were on point throughout that. Every single push, so aggressive, in command of the series. I mean, that was just that was an ass whooping.
It was. And thank you, Serge, for catching us up on our schedule. Thank you, Toronto, for putting us right back on time. We got some new teams coming out on the stage, and OpTic is getting booed like crazy. You love Boston. Boston gets rowdy. Real quick, we got to take a look, though, at the play of the game. And this is the player you need to look out for tomorrow. It's CleanX. We should say Saturday. He gets the day off tomorrow. Yeah. Look at this guy. A 4.1 in his hardpoint.
And what's crazy is in the interview, he calls Unploy like the best player in the game, as if he didn't just drop a 4.0 KD in this series. Like as if he wasn't just going out playing like it was a pub. 25-6 map number 1. CleanX, he goes 10-3 map number 2. I think he maybe has died a less than total of like 15 deaths in this entire series. So for Toronto Ultra, if CleanX continues to play like this throughout the rest of the weekend, I mean, this might be our biggest contender to go up against Atlanta FaZe.
Guys, there was a round in Search where CleanX ran through top plat, jumped out of their fire, and did not stop sprinting for like 25 seconds. Shoots 2 players in the back, and I was like, how is he getting away with this? When you're so confident in your teammates and their ability to lock down lanes, and you guys just have command of the map like that, he can make those types of plays. It's special to see.
Sneaky Tobias, I call him. CleanX has been causing problems, and Toronto is moving into round 2. And we have one more match to find out who is going to play on their side of the bracket. When we come back, it's Miami, it's OpTic. It's going to be a good one. FaZe, they're waiting for him. We find out who it is next. for the final battle of the evening. It's opening day here of the first major of the 2024 Call of Duty League season, and we got another showdown between some juggernauts. This time, theoretically, it should be the closest match of the day, and I sure hope so, because it's been nothing but 3-0s. This is number 5 seeded OpTic Texas taking on number 4 seeded Miami Heretics, who earned that seed, Joe, by 3-0ing OpTic in one of their last online matches. Let's start there. What was going on with our OpTic team?
I mean, you played them twice on Invasion, right? Which is, you have these auto vetoes if you are OpTic, and that's going to carry in later. We'll get to that, but I mean, just right out of the get-go, you're down 0-2, and then you go to a control, which the number 1 control team in the game right now is Miami Heretics, but the last couple of matches for OpTic, they have just come out sluggish, right? We saw it in the game versus Vegas as well, starting down 0-2, relying on a reverse sweep. Just feels like maybe the land environment will help them out, but coming out slow.
That's 0-2 starts in their last 3 matches. Yeah. 2 of those were 0-3s, but one's kind of expected occasionally when you play against Atlanta FaZe.
Absolutely, right? That's a tough series versus them, but versus the Heretics, right? Like, you expect them to come out and beat that team. That was not the case. You know, they started off dominant at hardpoint. They ended 7-4. Their last 2 series, abysmal in that game mode. And I think it's just teams are starting to get better at this game, figure things out, because for OpTic, right, like, your T3 breaking and holding, but rotations are where they have struggled in the last couple of series. So for OpTic, I'm expecting them to have a stronger performance in front of a crowd.
Let's take a look at our Monster Energy pregame for OpTic Texas. What are the keys today?
Honestly, for me, it's just they need to give Kenny a little bit more help, right? I feel like when we find them finding success, it's because Kenny's making these miracle plays happen. And obviously, like Ann touched on, like, their hardpoint hasn't completely been there. Holding and breaking, or excuse me, has been their 3rd and 1st overall in the league, and their 3-8 record post-holiday break. So after we had those 2 weeks off, they came back and they have not been able to find their footing. So for OpTic Texas, hopefully they take the energy from the crowd and try to pull off something, a miracle today. Break the curse.
What's the difference between playing online and playing on land for OpTic? You worried about these guys?
I mean, you have another teammate in the crowd, right? It's this energy, the fans, every single play. You could be the most basic kill in the world, and they will gas you up, right? It really doesn't matter. But on the opposite end, sometimes there could be a little bit too much adrenaline, but there is sort of these newcomers. I think Pred is a guy we've seen on the stage. When he gets going, he gets fired up, he starts yelling. This is just a team, I think if they can gain some early momentum, can run away with this series, but it's sort of their kryptonite. This Miami, Florida, you know, team that they get to land, and it just feels like they beat them.
I hear a lot of OpTic fans out in the crowd. Who out there is cheering for the underdogs, Miami Heretics?
I hear a few,
I hear some.
This team has been taking over the CDL. Vamos, boys. Let's talk about Miami. They came in and they started off with the hottest record in week 1 and week 2. A 9-1 map count has then finished with them a 4th seed overall. We were wondering, will they be able to hang with some of the top teams? Some they could, some they couldn't.
And it all just depends, right? Because we haven't seen this team play on LAN yet. We haven't seen them play on LAN since Black Ops 4, but they're not new to it. They have XP when it comes to playing against crowds, especially when crowds are against them. So when it comes to Miami, you know, everybody was quick to turn heads on them. They're like, oh, well, they had an easy schedule, whatever. Then they come out in the 3-0 OpTic Texas. Now they get to have them in their round number 1 as well. So Miami Heretics, in all sense of the words, must be feeling incredibly comfortable in day number 1.
Of course, this is the rebrand formerly known as the Mutineers. It's a brand new team, though, and it's a Spanish fan base. All 4 members of the team speaking Spanish fluently, some coming from Spain. So tell me about this lineup and what makes them strongest in your eyes, Joe.
I mean, you see right there, I mean, if you want to be, you know, competitive at the highest level, you have to be good in every single game mode. They are top 4 in every single game mode. And I think that's what, you know, maybe is a little bit different than some of the teams in the past. If they've had strengths, maybe it's respawns, they're struggling in search and destroy. But as we look at our Monster Energy pregame, you can see it's 6-map win streak. They turned it around after losing a couple of matches in a row, and then that game number 3 can be so pivotal. They are 6-1 right now, and their attacking record is 1st in the league.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Heretic team is incredible. I think they've done a good job in all of their series as well, getting a diversity of maps in. I mean, they have wins on each and every hardpoint map. You cannot say that for every team in the league. So they've really dug deep into their bag. And, you know, when they went up against OpTic, we sort of saw a different side of this Heretics team. Like, they can beat a top team, and the pace that they set is absolutely incredible. Like, when we watch that Karachi control, which we have once again in this series, there's not many teams that can go toe-to-toe with them, especially when they're on attack.
It's time to take a look at what maps they're playing today. We didn't get to a map 4 in their online series. Will we get there tonight? Alley Cat, walk me through this 5-game series. What do you see on the good side for both teams?
I will say, at least for the side of OpTic Texas, they got to switch to map 1 and 4. So these are the first 4 maps are the exact same ones from their previous series. Instead of a high-res S&D, we got a Karachi. But the Skid Row is going to be map 1 instead of map 4 in this series. So I guess OpTic Texas is hoping to try and take it early. But on the flip side, Miami got 2 invasions.
It's just a shame that OpTic has 2 auto vetoes. It puts them in such a tough spot because now you have to play those double invasions. Like, they have to get rid of Skid Row S&D, never played it, and sub-base hardpoint. So we'll see if maybe there was sort of chestnut checkers playing those invasions against Heretics, because they knew they were going to play them regardless of the outcome of that series.
All right, this is just one-word predictions. I'm going Miami. Joe? OpTic.
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 3 OpTics and a Miami. Let's get it started as we set it up to the stage with Guy Blaze.
All right, Chris, let's get this one started. Boston, I know you ready. And the first team coming to the stage is coming from the Lone Star State. But they're not alone, as the Green Wall has their back. But will it be enough? Get ready, because here comes Texas.
From a city, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
Make some noise for OpTic Texas. We got Cammy, Shotzzy, and Dashy. Give it up for OpTic Texas.
Don't get it twisted. That's 4 superstars on that stage right now. In the offseason, they decided they wanted to make a change. They wanted to pack a punch. They brought in a world champion in Kenny, and they brought in Pred, an absolute superstar SMG from Australia. They have struggled so far, but don't be surprised if they put it together here on land in front of a crowd. Let's bring out the opponent.
Time to bring out their opponents to the stage for the first time with a new brand. Get ready, because here comes Miami Heretics. We got Journey, Vickle, Lucky, and Metals. Vamos, Miami Heretics.
Don't let the new brand fool you. Vickle has been on this stage before with the crowd against him, and so have the other 3 many years ago. The Miami Heretics already got counted out early this season with their strength and schedule and had to prove themselves once against the Green Wall, and now they have the opportunity to do it twice here on land in front of their crowd. I'm ready to get this final match started, Blaze.
I'm ready to go as well. And this has been an epic story between these 2 organizations. And it's going to be a great battle. And I can't think of no better duo to cast it. Chance, Miles, let's go.
Oh, baby, let's go. We've been waiting all day for this one, and the COD gods hopefully will delight us with something maybe more than a 3-0.
It is going to be a fantastic time. It is going to be an electric crowd. It is going to be an electric match, and it is going to be incredibly fun to see how OpTic honestly respond, because Miami Heretics came out and punched them in the mouth just a week ago. So we have a lot of the exact same maps in the series as well. So I know OpTic, they've been game planning for a long time.
Yeah, been game planning, and we get to run it back on local, which is what we're most excited about. Very, very interesting to see. The very first time we've seen the Heretics play on the main stage as well, and the first time we've seen this OpTic roster get things done on LAN 2. Can't wait to see how this one goes down. And I don't think for a lot of these players, fans, and a lot of the fans at home, these guys have been around the block a lot. We've talked about this plenty. We talked about it on the spaces last night. It's been talked about throughout the qualifiers. There is not a single player on this stage who is anywhere near a rookie.
Yeah, no, for those of you who are new to like the Heretic squad, these guys were popping off back in Black Ops 4. They were a top 8 squad back in the day. Vick would actually be the new man on the roster. He's gotten the experience on the main stage against OpTic just last year, so it is a well-orchestrated team. Don't get me wrong, the nerves are still going to be high because it is the first time in a long time in this, almost post-pandemic sort of environment for these guys, but they're going to come out and be ready. And if you look at the break metrics, GODRX, you already know Miami Heretics need to be on top of the rotations, especially on maps like Skid Row and Invasion. If you're told from the league get the breaks, you gotta get there first.
It will make sure to call out those breaks for you guys as and when they happen in the upcoming hardpoint maps, and interested to see how our maps and modes will go down. It's a run back of what we saw online that was so very profitable for the Miami Heretics to help get them to this point here in the stage so far.
And then on the flip side, I just love sort of the environment for the OpTic guys as well. Like watching Kenny come out on stage and actually get cheers instead of boos from fans that have hated him for years. Even when he joined the team, he sort of had that target on his back, and after 1 week, we were like, oh my God, this guy's amazing. Where has he been our whole lives? So Kenny has been destructive throughout this first stage, but the man closest to your screen right there, Metals, dropped a 1.47 in the series where he matched up against OpTic. So you got superstars on one side, but you got that superstar potential on the other. Metals has been filthy throughout this year.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a lobby full of shooters, and everyone's bringing their A game today. This is a very, very important winners bracket matchup.
I just had a flashback, by the way. When I say that Metals has been filthy, I mean that as a positive. I remember saying that about the Heretic squad back in the day, and the Spanish fans misunderstanding the language. It is a positive term of endearment in the Call of Duty world, at least on the American side of things. So team has been fantastic. The map is loading in. Skid Row hardpoint to kick things off.
Yeah, we say he's filthy, but Metal's fantastic hair and skin, and the gameplay is truly disgusting though. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get this show on the road. The final match of the day. To start off what has been a very interesting major indeed. Skid Row hardpoint.
And for so many of the maps that are a run it back in this series, Skid Row is a new one between these two teams. I know OpTic fans have paid a great deal of attention. Their team has a fantastic record on this map, especially their rotations to P2 have been crucial for this squad. Obviously on Skid Row, that is the name of the game. It is that top blue area right there. You gotta have that focus point, or we like to tease.
Psych! We're only kidding, guys. Quick restart, very quick restart. You know the drill. Don't act surprised. Don't act surprised. We'll get through it.
Could never.
It's only the first map in the series. No one had to see anything happen just yet, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Cool, I was ready to go there, man. I was ready to run through a wall.
That's everybody, man. I mean, this is laser focus. It is nice to see some smiles on the faces of Heretics. Even Methods is sick. The rightful owner of the Methods name, the coach walking out on stage for the Heretics. From what we can tell, incredible vibes on this squad. Their chemistry, possibly unmatched, but obviously LAN environment is a different beast. OpTic, you know, are ready to play on the day. Even the clips we've seen of Pred just bringing the energy and like the video, the content pieces that they are making. Gotta trans that into gameplay, but they can be electric.
As we just get things ready once more, a look at the maps and modes ahead of us. Skid Row hardpoint, we've seen a few of those in the day so far. Of course, Invasion, Search and Destroy, brilliant showing on that. And Karachi Chance has been the map of the day when it comes to control. Should we have to go the distance? That's another Invasion and a Karachi all the way there. Game 5. Well, very excited to get to that, if I'm honest.
If we get to the Game 5, that'd be a great time. It is the middle 3 maps that are the running back from their previous series where Miami handled them. On the Invasion hardpoint, 250 to 137. The Invasion S&D was a 6-2 victory. And you know when we're going to Invasion, it is Operation Do Not Let Vehicle pull off another Ninja Defuse. It has been on this map where he has been the playmaker. He has been incredibly clean. But for Vehicle, it might be the opportunity to play some mind games. If you find himself in that clutch situation, you know the OpTic player is going to be checking the bomb at this point. So Vehicle might have a few opportunities to sort of play the crowd, play the man.
Well, it's a difficult thing to do, to play the OpTic crowd. I mean, they do get quite involved, let's be honest. Try not to let that happen here in the Call of Duty League tournaments, but we've seen a few Ninja Defusers today alone. Cellium, of course, in our first series of the day up against LAG. Very, very close. Very, very close to call that one. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few more of these. But Major 1 so far has been a delight. 3-0s across the board. Very close matches at times. Not like the last series.
No,
that was quick.
That was one of the most demoralizing series I think I've watched, at least in CDL history, if not all time. So yeah, Toronto definitely trying to make up for any lost time we had on the day. One of these teams on the stage may also try and provide. These are the picks we actually have for the hardpoint maps. We saw Search and Destroy earlier on. Obviously, Invasion was one of the top-notch picks in S&D, is preferred for the hardpoint game mode as well, but a much more even spread across the board.
For those of you wondering, we still have, what, 3 minutes before this match is actually scheduled to start. So in between now and once we do get this issue resolved, think of this as time gain. But there we go, looking at the hardpoint breakdown, that's Invasion. Certainly a player favorite so far. Karachi all the way through the terminal there. Relatively even in terms of how many players pick a chance.
And that's sort of the value you get when you have a deep map pool, and it seems like Miami Heretics might have one of the deepest map pools in the league. They've been willing to play all 13. So far, they've only played 11 of the maps, but they have wins on all of them. Their overall map count just for the series that we have on our hands, it's 9-2 record overall for Miami. On the flip side from OpTic, it's 9-8 overall. So certainly if you're losing, you are learning. OpTic trying to bring that knowledge to the table, but Miami, it has been rare that they have truly been tested, and when they have, they've delivered.
Another fun stat coming our way this series. According to Turtle, map number 2 is going to be the 4,000th map of the CDL, if we ever get there. 4,000 maps later. Wow, can you believe we started this all off with all that weird third-person gameplay? Oh, baby, we've come a long way. Here we go, take 2.
3,999. A Skid Row hardpoint loading up.
That's crazy. That is unbelievable. But here we go, folks. Take 2. They get the series underway. OpTic Texas versus Miami Heretics.
Yeah, and you already got number 2 Shotzzy potentially playing for the spawns. Everyone else straight through top mid. It is going to be a gauntlet and a battle for this initial time.
Opening nades go down. It's going to be the submachine guns of both teams absolutely ringing out. Journey finding himself 2 before being dropped, but the last player standing, OpTic Texas, they're going to be the players on the time.
And for OpTic, this is beautiful. You get that clean break on P1, at least early on. You have opportunities long-term to fight for spawns. Dashy inside of the point. Gonna get taken down, and it's not just him. That is all 4. It is an instant response from Heretics. They have already taken control of this game.
This is a big moment for Heretics. Massive damage from Lucky, not enough to get the kills. Metals with a sweet throw. Probably won't land. Oh, it does indeed. Big win, though, there. Heretics get some sweet time, and they've got P2 control.
And again, if you have a team that is number 12 in breaking, that is Miami, they need to rotate. But OpTic, this is where they're at their best. They can handle these moments when they got to play from a little bit behind. They have a small cushion of a lead, but this is how Skid Row plays. The question is, can you break P2?
Trying to make your way in towards that hard point, a very difficult thing indeed. Metals the front line. Vehicle now from the hard point. Big tags, not enough for the kill. You lose that front line player now. As the Heretics, the pressure is now on. Vehicle taken care of. The hard point still in the hands of Miami.
And now Lucky just has to fill in the slot. You already got guys like Shotzzy. Is he going to be jumping up? Is he going to hit you from the stairs? Does it even matter? OpTic break it in 20 seconds.
That's the break. 2 members of OpTic Texas now in. Metal still up close and personal. Can he slow down the reinforcements and get Lucky close enough? Here comes the pinch. Pred finds his. Metal's up close and personal. As the Miami Heretics are not out of this yet, it might be breaks on breaks.
I mean, this is the call and response. In the point, you're going to fall, and nobody can hold P2. Break percentage be damned. And by the way, Journey, 9 kills. We haven't even popped the 3rd hill. Might be the man to watch.
We are having a good time on Skid Row so far. Vehicle flying forward gets turned into a skid mark by Kenny. Dashy on the back apartment line, going to clear those players up. We go to the alley. South side of the minimap. It's now open for business.
Oh, this is already a devastating crossfire being set up. Lucky knows if he jumps in, he's going to be getting shot from both directions. Even Pred up top is the thorn in their side. So it's a beautiful setup from OpTic. Kenny's going to fall down low, though, and Heretics starting to make their move, but Pred's causing problems. Eventually gets traded, and now the opportunity's here.
Here come the Heretics flying forward through the blue doors. There's the first entry, and there's the trade. Perfect work. The second, Dashy taken care of. Here comes Pred from behind. Good work indeed. It's Shotzzy with an unfortunate team kill, but you'll take the time.
I mean, talk about a crossfire as well, right? That's a team kill that might actually go a long way. Dashy getting rid of the trophy. Vehicle going to have to deal with nades. You hear the coordination coming out from OpTic, but you have the crossfire set up again, and the teamwork from Heretics reigns supreme. Still holding on to this time, and they're ahead of the rotation game as well. It's going to be Metals potentially by himself at new. But with effective tied-up game, these rotations always going to be key.
Here comes Pred now fighting his way through towards that new hard point, but it's his teammate Dashy. He's the player now on new. Can he take care of Vehicle? The next member of the Miami Heretics trying to get involved. Great work from OpTic on the opening rotation. That's their time.
Yeah, they've completely cleared house. They've won the gunfights on the right side of the map on every different direction. A beautiful moment there from OpTic. Continuing to get those cleanup kills. Kenny might get dropped down low, but his teammates there for the trades. But it's only Shotzzy left alive in time, and he is being surrounded.
Trying to stay alive as long as he possibly can. Vehicle on the back door. Takes care of business. Now, eyes to the front. Heretics trying to make the entry. Lucky taken care of. as Shotzzy finds 4 in a row.
That is the laser beam snapper right there from Shotzzy. And again, he was in between the entire team, and he comes out on top and delivers, still needing to make the big play. He's on a 4 spree. Players behind him, gunning him down. The next man in line gives the kill. Metals, you talk about a trade you needed to get. You shut down the crews, and on the rotation again, Heretics are going to be here first, but it is Mixy, Dashy around the point. Can you find the players like Vigal hiding by the crates?
That man is surrounded by red dots right now. Lucky, will he check that left corner? He does indeed. Trophies down. Miami Heretics now in control of Nu. This open field, a very hard point to deal with indeed.
And this is the first time a rotation has not been mixed. They are actually able to settle into the game, calm it down just a little bit, and get those comms flowing. A little bit of pressure through Ticket, but Shotzzy assuredly going to fall. He's still dancing for his life, so OpTic putting some pressure on.
OpTic pressure on, but Miami Heretics still in firm control. Now, don't forget, folks, you've been working on your Duolingo. Here comes a very important Spanish lesson. It's a listen in for the Miami Heretics.
Te tengo yo, aguanta, sí, te tengo abajo, tío. No viene nada, van a un siguiente, ¿vale? 2 para arriba, Juan. No viene nada del anterior,
Vamos siguiente, nace pedo, voy a flanquear entero.
Te voy a tomar el tiempo. Chale, súper importante la rotación al pedo luego.
Estoy en tickets yo. Voy contigo, Metal. Tiene por 2 escaleras, vente.
Te pillo info arriba, Javi, en sí. Estoy no ve nada, Javi.
Hay uno en el fuego, no tengo balas.
Dashy está arriba TV, mirándose el ticket.
Está en el pasillo, te veo bien al pasillo.
Hay uno en con que está yendo para Cali, bro, casi seguro. Hay uno en con.
Vete al pedo, Juan, vete al pedo.
¿Yo pedo? ¿O qué? Abajo de TV, en el pool dentro.
Había un TV,
Tienes tu TV. Hay uno con uno TV.
Está en el pasillo, en el Hedi.
Está el Hedi tocado. Sí, siguiente ya, pero... Te he escuchado, vas a tener gente siguiente. Estoy abajo yo esperando, estoy esperando.
No ha sido todavía, no siguiente.
Vale, voy dando garaje.
Me quedo cruce derecha, ¿no te vale el anterior?
Uno, va Cali, Kenny, holdeando sin más. Va ticket rápido, ¿vale? Kenny va ticket. No podemos ir ahora.
Buscáis uno.
Estoy yendo al siguiente como
tengo garaje yo. Tengo el pin de turno.
Cruza P5, cuidado, chavales.
No he podido cruzar.
Ok, tengo el cruce yo.
P5 uno ya.
Tengo que tirar la batería.
Está la basura.
Mata,
Sale la basura. Estoy un tiro. No puedes echar desde el punto. Garaje no ve nadie. 2P5. Garaje no ve nadie. P5 era...
The Miami Heretics there in the listen-in, they concede the entirety of the first hard point. Now they made their way over towards the second. OpTic Texas now still looking forward to the break. Let's go for a quick listen-in with the green team.
Take your time, AJ. We're so graffiti metals, bro. Graffiti. One shot graffiti, bro.
Alright, one is One top mid. One top mid.
One shot ground, let me ground, absolutely. One top mid, right?
Yeah, I have it.
I need a tunnel. I got detonated. I'm one shot. I got a tunnel. I'm one shot. Really good time. I'm crossing.
I want to look at the front tunnel.
Right behind us, garage.
Garage.
And one tunnel,
Garage dead.
That's really good time.
Let's go, Vigo.
Watch your medals. He went top mid. Double those. Yeah, double those.
Top mid, boys. I can't see the guy top mid. He went first side. Metal weak. Behind the dumpster on Nu. There's two new.
You try to
I'm in top mid. I'm alternate.
Okay, I have our apartment bench.
I'm on the top mid.
Either side now.
Yeah, I'm on the top mid.
It's a chaotic and passionate game so far here on Skid Row. OpTic Texas with a brilliant break. Is it enough to hold, though?
Everything was brilliant until Journey found the flank, and now you had a little more pressure towards the point. You are having a juggernaut battle right now between these two teams. Mixy around the hill, still that contested time. Lucky's gonna fall, OpTic collecting on that rotation. Still 25 seconds left. It is a delicate game right now on Skid Row.
Keep an eye on that minimap top side. That's where we're going after this. It's back to the barbershop. Shotzzy, last time we saw him in there, very dangerous indeed. There will be a lead change, but will it be enough? As we battle for the new hard point, Journey's the man in there.
I mean, he's just taking routes as well. He has just bamboozled them, made his way to the back line, but he still doesn't have too much support. Shotzzy and Kenny working together, but if you're down a man, you're playing for the time. Stuns out, he goes for the chow. It is Miami Heretics getting the wipe.
They wipe the floor clean. No hair, no players there on the inside of barbershop. Pred now the next man trying to make entry. Does so. Journey goes down. Metals, next man up, takes care of nothing. It's Shotzzy there as the trades are complete. That's a green hard point.
Pred sets him up, and Pred knocks him down. Crews collected. That's the 6 spree, 26 kills to his name, and all that sweet time.
Oh, big wins from Kenny. He's twisted, taking care of teammates. Can they get another break? There's 30 seconds left in the hard point. Pred can't hold him back any longer. Over to Dashy on the inside. Gets himself one. Here comes Lucky on the outside of the wall. That's a massive amount of time.
And they're shooting Ghost right now, and while Heretics is chasing Ghost, Kenny has made his way towards the back of the map. If they cannot kill Kenny, they are going to lose this game.
All you have to do is take care of Kenny. It sounds easy. Hardpoint's about to open up. Kenny taken care of. Heretics with control.
And that is your opportunity. Either team could full 60 this hill. OpTic, they only need 12. Heretics, they're gonna need to get it all. And for the moment, they're collecting most. Dashy is the only one to really slow him down.
Has a cruise missile to work with. Here it comes. Pred has one in the back pocket as well. Will there be a trophy on the new hardpoint? It's coming in hot. Pred's lands as well. That's it. The Heretics have been wiped out. OpTic Texas take map number 1. It may have ended with a bang, but that was an absolute nail biter to get us through there. Trading of hard points, great work on rotations. Both teams looking exceptionally strong, but Chance are already, we've changed the script a little bit from the qualifiers.
Just a little bit. OpTic turning up on land, and Barbershot setting his team up for the kill. That started out where Shotzzy and Kenny get wiped off. Pred, that first man in from the charge, gets the kill and buys his teammates time to come in from the help. 28 and 19 performance, near 5K damage, led the lobby in both categories. Not just that, obviously Big Bruce getting the cruise missile towards the end. He had a slow start. Started off 6 and 12. As soon as we got back to that P1, he turned up in the second half, going on sprees and obviously doing all of that in the objective. Him and Shotzzy, I mean, that's what, a ton of time collected, 2 minutes apiece. Their objective kills out of control.
That was a banger to start proceedings here. All the hard points on Skid Row, very, very powerful indeed. We've seen a couple of money hills be broken. Everyone's getting a little better at it now, but Pred really was the man of the match for OpTic Texas there. The pieces towards the end certainly fit into place. Starting things off the Chance, I mean, both teams very good. Miami Heretics on all the rotations, they were there in the hard points. I think their P2 was a little ropey. We'll see in the game flow towards the end there, but there was a couple of strong breaks either side. Very, very difficult to hold on the hard points with both of these teams.
Absolutely, and credit where credit is due, right? We had Vehicle. This was the moment where he was popping off inside of the hill, goes on a 4 spree while collecting the time. So make no mistake, there's big plays on both sides, but what we have learned from Heretics is this is a team that puts extra emphasis on the teamwork. They are always coordinated. They are always team shotting. They are swarming where they need to, but this is the moment where Pred delivers in the exact same way, gets the first kill, waits for his teammates to show up, and then just continues on and goes and make the big play. So Heretics, that is a 9 out of 10 performance on Skid Row. OpTic, 10 out of 10.
Slim margins to work with here, but that's map 1 in the books. We go to search and destroy now, and that is elation. Certain sort of sweat off the brow there, a little relief of pressure, somewhat, especially for the OpTic players, certainly for the fans. But this is far from over. And look how close this hard point was.
I mean, you know, how many lead exchanges did we just have in that game? I see that line crossing maybe 5 or 6 times. So yeah, that is a true battle in that moment. And as you pointed out, elation for OpTic to get it out of the way, get those vibes flowing. Their comms were on point, settling down in the right moments. And even towards the end on that final P5, it's not just Dashy calling in the cruise missile. It's guys like Kenny down low, getting the coordination, timing off, and getting those cut off kills. That being said, that's map number 1 in the books. This is one you almost expect OpTic to win. They have been phenomenal on Skid Row the entire year long. This is the middle section, though, where Miami Heretics 3-0'd OpTic the last time they got played. This is where we need to see OpTic really learning, really making those advancements in the game, because we've already learned from Heretics, not only is their teamwork on point, so is their resolve. They've been down, but they are never out.
Pred's got the choking out the way now in the pregame. I think that last roar of victory might have left something in his throat. We'll find out what happens in a moment. But for now, Methods is sick, the coach there on stage for the Miami Heretics. Passing on some final thoughts to the boys before they get into that invasion search and destroy. It looks like they're ready to go. We've already seen invasion search played a few times today. Very, very close. Look for those B-bomb site hits. That's really where things are getting going. And this is how we're looking with both these teams.
And obviously for Heretics, we talk about the teamwork, but it is really just that objective mindset that they bring to the table. Obviously planning 50% of the time, that is roughly going to be the league average, but their retakes are completely on point in their defensive rounds when the plants come through. Heretics trying just a little bit more, and obviously a lot of that has been off of Javi, Vikul, the man who's in his second year now in the CDL, always going to be making those heads-up plays. Of course, on the flip side, Kenny, an absolute veteran. He is going to be there for the mind games.
Here we go in a map number 2. Hopefully what will be a very long and exciting series, but the way the day has panned out, it's been 3-0. Let's find out if the stats and history lies in favor for Miami Heretics. Or will OpTic continue to roll with this momentum, this strong work they put in to start the day off with? As Kenny has certainly been an instrumental player in all the victories we've seen OpTic Texas get so far in the year.
And it was after this series where not a victory but a loss, where Kenny was very vocal about how much time they spent talking over what was going wrong in this series. So it was against the Heretics where OpTic had a lot to learn. This is their opportunity to prove it. It was a 6-2 loss on Invasion Search and Destroy last time they played. Now you've been able to have an opportunity to feel each other out, get used to the play style. What sort of adjustments do you like to make? For the OpTic on the attack, round 1. You have Dashy on the cross, spots 2 players, 1 through dark, 1 deep. In the smoke, well, backing up for the information. They know exactly where Metals is.
Kenny saw 2. Shotzzy gets 1. Bomb is now down at the backside of those broken stairs. I wonder if Vikul saw it.
Well, he's out like a ghost in the night either way, so he just did a fantastic job of getting those trades. And now you have Miami potentially putting some pressure down this A street as well. Journey roaming around the bomb. Vikul's by himself. As soon as Heretics get these comms of where the pressure's coming through, they have to be quick to adjust.
Kenny now with Dashy backing him up. The priority is to recover the bomb. Oh, the kills might help out as well in this 3v3, but with 45 seconds to go, you've still got plenty of time to recover it. And if you can get Pred on the other side of the map to make A safe.
Yeah, it's a solo play right now. Pred's gonna find him. Pred's gonna find him, but Journey's gonna gun him down. Advantage Heretics. Now you had the 2 AR players forced to work this bomb towards B.
Lose Pred, you regain the bomb. Vikul now suppressing fire, trying to keep them at bay. And Lucky's there to back him up as well. The Miami Heretics draw first blood.
And again, to talk about the big brain that is on Vikul, to follow his teammate up into Broken and make sure you trade out Shotzzy. If you don't get that trade, that round could be devastating. Not only does he get it, he gets the bomb down and out with his life. And at that point, OpTic's hand is just forced. They have to move towards the bomb. You had Pred, he wanted to be cheeky. Journey let nothing slip by, guns him down, and seals the round.
Everything could go a little differently if Pred does find that kill, but alas, it didn't. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, round 2. Here we go.
In any round where you get first blooded, but you clutch up, you're always feeling good. And now if you got Vikul going up top, gonna be playing this slow, waiting for the nades and stuns to rain out. Vikul does have a trophy, but he's gonna want to be using that around the actual site. And again, information game, you know where Shotzzy is. I don't know if you necessarily want to deal with him inside of Broken, but you might be forced to.
At least you know he's there, that's one thing. And unless he does something absolutely preposterous, you know he's going to be stuck on that side of the map. And look at this angle! Javi chasing him down. Oh dear. The damage dealt as well. My God, how is he finding these tags? Shotzzy, though, has once again escaped with his life.
Yeah, Vikul knows, though. He knows he's in the spot. The question is, does he read the jump across? Shotzzy might be dancing a little too much. Houdini does it again.
Catch me if you can. Pred now, flying forward. Good timing for Pred. Great timing! As the round is over. OpTic Texas started with a bang and keep it going until the decibels are down.
And that's what I'm saying, man. That is Shotzzy at his absolute best. That is Pred pouncing and making the hunter-killer play. But they got the information on Shotzzy. That's the question. You want to do that dance inside of Broken. That is a dangerous game to play with a dangerous man. And you see how delicate that fight actually is. Shotzzy gets the slight edge, helps you win the round.
And again, you think about how much time spent. So much time spent when it comes to trying to deal with a player like Shotzzy. Well, we talked about it in the other series. We've seen so many good players buying time for their team.
And speaking of time, there is going to be a timeout. A player in the lobby crashed. Death taxes in a lobby crash at the Boston Major. Seem to be getting used to this, but either way, tied up 1-1 for the moment. You do have OpTic that are 2-0 in the first blood category. They certainly struck back on that defensive round. But now it's about keeping the vibes flowing.
Oh, hey, that's no problem. Players on that stage, they're keeping themselves up, keeping themselves going. Referee's going to be there to make sure that we get, I think, oh no, it was Vico. He's back in the lobby now. This should be a quick fix, ladies and gents. As we can see, a fully populated lobby right now.
And so far, the theme of the game, admittedly only 2 rounds in, but it's typical of Invasion Search and Destroy. It is those B Street fights, looking for the opening, trying to catch the players when they're willing to be aggressive. And so far, both of these teams are sending players deep into the mix and really just seeing who is better in those close quarters environments. Shotzzy is 2-0 on the first blood count, but he has been nullified in one of the rounds. Obviously, OpTic, if they are flying at you after the kills start flowing through, you know that they are confident after that Skid Row victory.
Indeed. Well, again, a map like Invasion, you're certainly looking to play to the strengths of the players in your team, and Shotzzy having a very good time over by that B Street side of the map. Those broken apartments, those broken buildings. We're going to see him there nearly every round, I would imagine. Chance, Pred typically plays the A side of the map. As far as we're going to tell, that's the way things will roll out for the rest of this series. Quick lobby restart, folks. We'll get back into this ASAP. Tied up 1-1. It's Pred spitting right now.
And look, I was not allowed to write this script for Boston, but if I was, this is the type of game that would come down to the wire and almost be decided by a vehicle in a clutch situation against pick a random player on OpTic about when that bomb is down. How do those mind games get handled? Because obviously both of these teams have been very solid at getting the bomb down, about a 50% rate for both of these squads. But the objective play has just been a little bit stronger on the Heretics side, but obviously we paid attention on Skid Row, OpTic keeping things clean.
Yeah, clean indeed. There's no doubt about it. This is a very, very tight matchup between these two teams. A little bit of drama coming into the series, of course. Heretics 3-0 them online. A lot of back and forth on social media about this, that, or whatever, but for now, it's LAN. And in the highest stakes we can find here in the CDL, these majors, the competition is as fierce as it could possibly be here in the MW3 season so far. It's both teams still. We are all in the lobby. We are nearly ready to get this one up and going again, folks. Day 1 jitters are nearly finished. We made it through Skid Row, though.
Did make it through a Skid Row. That one was clean, but at least tied up 1-1 here in the Search and Destroy. This is the type of series that is really all about that long-term confidence as well. Not fun to be in this losers bracket. Of course, the teams in losers don't want to have to deal with either Miami nor OpTic. But even just to stay ahead of the game, losing to Heretics twice could be damning. And obviously for Heretics, first series back on LAN in a long time for the majority of these players, at least at the professional level. Got to make sure you come out hot. No doubt in the back of your mind.
Also, we've been joking about this for a while, but of course the Miami Heretics inheriting the spot of the Florida Mutineers, a team that has long had the number of OpTic Texas in whatever form they may be. Does the curse continue? Is that still what's going on? But either way, folks, we are nearly back into this one. We're loading in to Invasion Search and Destroy once again. Final set of fist bumps. Going back in. Tied up 1-1. And we restart the match.
Yeah, I suppose OpTic has a reputation of either dealing with curses or breaking them, and maybe the curse of Dav Patty potentially lives on. This would be the year you want to turn things around. Loading back into Invasion Search and Destroy, tied up 1-1 between these two teams. Shotzzy 2-0 on the first blood count, both on offense and defense. See if there's going to be a brand new look on the attack. OpTic have certainly been leaning towards B. It'll be the same once again.
1-1 in the round count. Opening salvo of stuns and nades will be landing at B.
And look at this stack by the Heretics, by the way. Tripled up down this A street. They were making a hard read, and they get caught out on the crossfire. Pred able to strike for that first blood.
Pred, lucky he had an MCW in that situation, and AR at that range far more adept than the Rival 9. Speaking of Rival 9s, here goes Shotzzy forward. With a little bit of covering fire there from Lucky, just trying to keep him at bay. Journey on the flank. This is outstanding timing. There's the first. The second's in as Journey has just ripped OpTic Texas wide open. And now it's a 1v2. Can Lucky stay alive? The bomb's still in the hands of OpTic.
Yeah, they're making that quick rotation too. Journey might have set you up, but Lucky has to deliver. He has been one of the finest Search and Destroy players in the game throughout this stage. This is his moment to deliver again. But the timing might be awkward. Big Bruce might have put himself in the prime position.
We'll find out in a moment. So we're checking every possible nook and cranny of the map. Lucky taking a slightly longer route. Oh my god, the timing is just unbelievable. 30 seconds, that bomb goes boom. Eyes are on. You don't want this gunfight. Shotzzy's going to stay alive as long as he can. There's the slide. There's the round.
And as soon as he gets away, chalk it up. That round is over. Most of that just gets decided, though, just off the opening break. Heretics wanted to go for the blind counter. They tripled up down that A street and obviously try to work too aggressively on the flank. It was Pred and I think a few different players on OpTic there to gun you down. Journey might have had the timing on the flank, nice aggressive play, but the trades were in and solid stuff towards the end. OpTic, by the way, perfect 3-0 on the first blood count.
This setup for Heretics could have been very, very fun in the round, but unfortunately, the star SMG player running an AR in the round. That changes everything for the Miami Heretics. Here we go once again. Heavier presence from OpTic there in the middle of the map. That's going to be Shotzzy alongside Pred.
And Shotzzy in a slightly uncharacteristic position, a little bit more aggressive than players usually get down this B street. So extra difficult for Heretics to make this read. Of course, the bomb leaning towards A. And they're challenged. They're getting information, putting the pressure out on Pred and not yet wanting to get this bomb down.
Well, here comes the fight over by the B street, though. Vehicle walks away with one. A 3v3 now, so we pump the brakes somewhat. Metals does not want to pump the brakes. He's looking to breach in through the backside of this store and maybe catch these OpTic players totally unaware. Timing's a bit off. It's a bit awkward, but he somehow managed to keep rolling. Oh dear, it's getting shoulder to shoulder here in the alleyway. Pred finds himself one. The turn can't happen. There's a play still going now. Dashy in a 1v2.
And he beams. He beams. You got to be very careful on how aggressive you are to peek. And he is playing aggressive as well, but Vehicle matches him. Catches him on the gunfight, and I was saying it is uncharacteristic for guys to get that aggressive on defense. Obviously, they might have gotten that initial kill. OpTic still perfect. 4-0 on the first blood count, but too aggressive. Heretics swarm, and Vehicle with the gunfight win he had against Kenny evens up the odds. They're able to swarm around DVD. Execution always on point for Miami.
This invasion search and destroy is now tied up 2-2 after our restart. Here we go. Attacking around now for OpTic. Shotzzy with that bomb in hand. And it does look like we're once again going towards B. Here comes the opening nade hit. Smoke's down as well.
And make no mistake, Vehicle has a little bit of love on the cross. But he has been almost the lone defender on the B site. As you see OpTic spread the map just a little bit. I'm leaning towards A, but very much playing for picks.
A pick is a kill that does not get traded here in the CDL. Shotzzy desperately checking every possible crevice. Here comes the crack. Anyone close? Indeed, he manages to deal some damage, but he's going to be unaware as to exactly where that player was. So a difficult situation to be in. And this whole time, Chance, the clock's ticking.
Interesting. You got that damage on Journey, but I don't know if they've made this read. Journey needs to be careful. Dashy might have the angle if he peeks out a little too far, but you are running out of time. You're going to be forced to go towards A, and that is not the best smoke I've seen.
That's the smoke check, not the stun check. Journey still holding down. Oh, bad timing. Pred's there to get the first blood. Less than 30 on the clock, though.
Shotzzy never got the bomb down, though. He never got the bomb down, but he does get you the kill. It does get traded out 2v3. The problem right now for OpTic, it's just that game clock.
Oh, dear. Can they get the bomb planted? Vehicle now moving forward under the coverage of Kenny. OpTic Texas survive a crazy round. And that two-piece from Shotzzy on bomb, he had no right winning that.
It's that movement king, man. I'm telling you. He is so difficult to kill. Even when he seems like he's free, he just somehow delivers. Too quick with it, and that is a big moment right there from OpTic, separating themselves for the lead.
Whew. We have a little replay of that shenanigans going down just before the next one starts up. We've got a moment or two. This was Shotzzy's POV. Oh, man. The last two bullets in there, he just peeks up for a moment. He wasn't snaking.
And keep in mind, it's a one pump. Keep in mind right now from OpTic, they have been perfect on the first blood front. Finally, Heretics were able to get a little something down the line. Trophy not good enough. Or really just not present. Pred's gonna fall for the first blood. A 3v4 here from OpTic.
That was a banger. Vehicle against Shotzzy in this situation. He's gonna take that every single day of the week, that gunfight. Metals with the bomb now planting over towards A. Love has been spotted out. Kenny's couple of shots is not going to amount to much, and that trophy's going to stop the nade as well. So Heretics sitting pretty for now, man advantage.
And Shotzzy's doing his dance, trying to work the flank, but Vehicle read it the entire way, letting the kill fall into his lap. And for the first time, Heretics actually managed to get the first blood. They are making this round look easy.
Oh, indeed. Keep OpTic back. 25 seconds. That bomb goes boom, and we're all tied up. Dashy through mid. Lovely teamwork there. Metal sent in for the kill. Vehicle gets the pinch, and the Heretics find the equalizer.
And you just see how Heretics are not playing any games. Lucky is absolutely not challenging that gunfight. It is, I'm getting the tags, I am getting out, and I'm letting my teammates get that trade. They are making sure they play perfectly, and Vehicle, by the way, has been a machine. Finally, they're able to collect that first blood on the back of Metals, but Vehicle's making plays on all sides of the map. An ever-present threat on Invasion.
3-3 going into the next round. Heretics will be defending this time. We've seen equal love towards the A bomb site and the B bomb site here in Invasion so far from OpTic. Where are we going this time, lads?
The same defensive setup as well right now for Heretics. They happy for the default, maybe a little bit more aggressive down towards the old P1. Around the A bomb site, they go that direction. Shotzzy's there to pick you apart. Another first blood for him. That's his 4th of this game.
He's chilling now. Players out there on the middle of the courtyard. Once again, it's going to be Metals this time round. 1 minute to go. OpTic is still looking for one more kill at the very least before they choose a bomb site. Shotzzy looking to be the one to clear it out. Sees a red dot. And there's the kill from Kenny. That's 3-2. Shotzzy's all the way around the back. Vehicle should be able to stay alive here for a brief moment, but this is a 1v3. What's he got here? Nothing. OpTic take the lead.
And that is just a beautiful round of team deathmatch. Shotzzy running the bomb straight up A street. Throwing this out there. The first blood record this year, I believe it is Metals, in accuracy, tied at 5. Shotzzy already at 4. And we're barely at the halfway point in this game, so Shotzzy on 1 right now on Invasion.
I love the Toronto fan just sitting there on his phone like, yeah, I'm not interested in this one, dude. Here we go. 4-3. Miami Heretics now trailing by 1. Let's see what happens here. It's a very deep stack there from OpTic on the A side.
Yeah, another hard counter. This is just the blind read trying to stack this up on defense, and maybe bad news from Heretics. That is the bomb leaning that direction. They know at least one player's there from OpTic, but that is a lot of information Heretics have yet to collect.
A lot of movement as well. You're reopening these possible angles here for the Heretics to play with.
And all what OpTic have done, if they just showed their hand a little bit towards A, they sort of regrouped into that sort of default setup, but they are just burning time on the clock. Not a massive amount of information Heretics are working with, but they have grouped up B. That's going to be the hit.
It's a lot of shoulders being thrown. Shotzzy manages to bait out the tactical use and the lethal now from Vehicle. Kenny on the flank. Oh, he's picked up the pinch. Massive damage dealt. Gets away with his life.
Gets away with 5 HP. That's the man advantage. This is the bomb attempting to go down. They do have the trophy around the site. Shotzzy is still causing problems inside Ice Cream. Metals hunts him down, though. That is your bomb carrier getting aggressive for the 3v3.
He's trying to stay alive now. Heretics looking for the regen. Oh, my word. Oh, Metals, what timing. Managed to catch one. It's now a 1v1. Dashy versus Vehicle. With 20 seconds to go, the timing works out. Big Bruce is gifted a goodie with the Renetti. Map point, OpTic Texas.
And that might have been chaos in the comms right there from Heretics. Vehicle just looking the wrong direction, gets caught off guard, and Dashy out there hunting players down. Map point right now for OpTic to go up 2-0.
I think I saw a middle finger there. I saw a bird get flipped.
In Boston?
Never. Map point, OpTic Texas. Widespread from Miami Heretics here on defense. Last ditch to stay alive here in the search. Journey's throwing more than a shoulder. What's he doing? What's he doing behind that dumpster? He's been first blooded, but the trades are there.
And that is the trade on the bomb carrier as well. So again, OpTic's hand, at least late in this round, is going to be forced. Danny dancing up top, but you got to go back and recollect that bomb. Pred right next to it should pick it up. There he has it. The fight's all over the place.
3v3. Oh my God, Pred. A couple of big tags there in his head there. Kenny manages to catch out Metals as well. Life advantage. OpTic Texas looking to close out the map here. Vehicle pinned. That's awkward. Kenny gets the kill. Trades once again as Pred and Dashy now go up against Lucky. Bomb planted as well.
And they know he's going to be effectively trapped. You got number 4 looking mid, number 3 checking the alley. It is 2 players on both sides. Lucky maybe trying to play patient, waiting for OpTic to make a mistake, but so far OpTic, they have not bit.
He has to isolate the 1v1s just like that. Now down to Dashy.
Running out of time.
Last man up. The clock's still ticking.
He's got to go.
Can Bruce end the map here? Or will Lucky manage to pull off something special? 15.
Bruce just juked him. Bruce just juked him. He crossed on the deep side of the street. Lucky not going to make this read. And Bruce checks the bomb, and he gets it. Seals the deal, seals the map. 2-0 for OpTic.
That's 2-0. A close search and a close shave for the fans and the production, because somebody did log out of the lobby. That might have been a restart. Well, either way, that's a 2-0 lead here in our series. The shoes in the other foot now, and OpTic are kicking.
And tip the cap, or maybe tilt the controller. Shout out to Shotzzy. I believe he just tied the first blood record on the year. Was able to collect 5 throughout that game. So Shotzzy, an absolute machine. Maybe a freebie towards the end, but his teammates clutched up as well. That is efficient work there out of OpTic Texas. They made amends for that invasion loss.
They did indeed. Well, there we go. 2 maps down, and we've got ourselves a very spicy situation. I don't believe this is going to be another 3-0. Do you, chat? Do you, fans here in Boston? 3-0s all across the day? It's possible. We've seen it a few times, actually. I can't lie. But, ladies and gents, that's going to be it for map number 2. Map 3 is on its way in just a brief moment on the other side of this commercial break. Don't go too far. Plenty more Call of Duty played here at the Boston Major number 1. We'll be right back.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
The Painted aBeZy bundle is available now in the Call of Duty store. Inspired by the folk art of Oaxaca, this stunning bundle offers colorful, vibrant, and mythical items you gotta check out.
Idly ho, neighborinos, and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are ready to rock and roll through map number 3. We've got ourselves a control to play. OpTic 2-0 in the series, shots.
And what better place to rock and roll than in the MGM Theater, man? That's right, we're on point with this. Just like OpTic is on point in this series. Made amends for the Invasion S&D. On Skid Row, a map they have been on point on all year. They deliver. It is a close battle. They were popping off, making the bigger plays, and the exact same snowball effect rolled into that map too. Shotzzy again, 5 first bloods, typical performance. Everybody like Dashy delivers towards the end. Still though, 2-0 up. We've seen Heretics bounce back from these spots before, so they are down, not out. OpTic still have one more map they need.
Plenty more to play still here in our final series of the day here at Major 1. We've got ourselves a Karachi control. Will OpTic be able to close it out? We've seen nothing but 3-0s today. Will it be another? I know some of the fans here in the venue want it. I personally don't, man. It's been a good day at Call of Duty. Keep it going. Let's find out what happens here in map number 3.
And I will say, Vehicle has been on point in control as of late. His KD is outstanding, and he's played well in this series. He needs to deliver. We've seen Journey also have those pop-off moments. Same thing with Lucky. Metals has been solid, but that's the guy I'm looking at to really kick things up. But if Eagle's been the playmaker for the squad, doesn't hurt to watch him opening break straight towards A. Heretics go.
See if any nades land. Oh, a couple there. That's going to shave some eyebrows off. Not a whole lot of HP lost. So with that, Lucky's first blood lands. 2 players there for the Miami Heretics capturing the A zone. First segment's gone.
Yeah, the silent approach right now over towards A, but there's Shotzzy for the big boom. Gets the gunfight win, clears him off the point, and it is Metals behind enemy lines. You can see they're looking for him though. And they have him trapped and isolated, and everybody there from OpTic there to gun him down. The question is, can OpTic be quick to rotate over towards B? It's been a problem for them before.
Oh, no.
I think Shotzzy might be the solution.
1, 2. No problem whatsoever for Shotzzy there. Perfect timing on the pinch. And there's the third. The man is simply so hard to deal with. Wow! What a snap from Lucky.
Yeah, Lucky kills instantly by the looks of it. Maybe a team shot coming through, but either way, MCW maybe hiding its ray gun moment. Back towards the middle of the map you go. Kenny doesn't like people to be alive. It's only Shotzzy that shuts him down, but you're getting all the kills around the zone. Nowhere to hide from Pred, and still that slow approach towards A. Heretics, there's no room to breathe.
Snippety snap there from Pred. Manages to get a little bit more time into his team. But without that, you've still got the A zone being captured. Metals versus Shotzzy now. Lovely coverage from Lucky. Trophies are in play as well. Second segment A, nearly complete. There we go. Big wins out of Kenny. Nearly. Get involved. Dashy's there to try to get him off A.
And keep in mind, in the meantime, Dashy has been living inside of the junkyard. He is going to be the constant force spawning these players from Heretics out. So Heretics right now, you're flooding in through the coop side of the map, and you are being funneled into death.
Yep, no one's able to get near the B zone whatsoever. Pred heavily stunned. It didn't matter. Ears were ringing. The guns are still hot though. Shotzzy opens the clock once again. Metals are going to dive on and maybe get the final few pixels. He doesn't. Shotzzy's still in control. 15 seconds.
I mean, he's 7-2 right now. He is feasting. You're trying to get him off A. It might be that final gunfight that buys you a lifeline, but you are down to 11 lives. You only have a minute on the clock, and you've shot Dashy maybe twice this entire round. He has been living inside a junkyard, and again, it is about just spawning these players out. Heretics off spawn. It's a 45-second run, what feels like, just to get towards B.
Dashy playing very disciplined right now. Metals looking to close out that spree. Here he comes. That's junkyard open for a brief second. Kenny now there to reinforce. Vehicle caught unaware. OpTic will continue to hold over by B, but Lucky has managed to slip through.
Yeah, the question is, how many kills can he get? 0. OpTic ahead of the game, completely shutting it down. Now maybe you've at least bought the pressure off a junkyard, so your spawns now are going to be quick, but the problem for Heretics, they just barely have any left.
Trying to brute force their way through the bottom side of red. Here we go, Pred lying in wait. Gets red. Here come the trades. Oh no, Shotzzy with a 2-piece instead. 20 seconds to go now. Kenny cleans up middle. This could be the first round done. Oh, Jesus. Big shots. Metals there. turn and burn from Kenny up close and personal. 10-4 for Kenny Williams.
I mean, look, that is a 22-8 performance right there in round number 1 from Shotzzy and Kenny. Maybe add an extra death to the pile, but that is a nearly perfect round of Karachi. Again, Dashy just gets the feet up, get in position, force the spawn up, or spawn out rather, and let Kenny and Shotzzy do it all. That slaying was out of control.
Exactly what you want to be seeing as an OpTic fan. Smiles across the faces of these players, but that's it, wipe it. Strictly business. Round 2 now. Miami Heretics on defense.
And that was just mistake-free as well. Again, the trade's always on point. You think Lucky might make the play, getting to dumpster. OpTic just ahead of the pace right now. That means the comms are flowing as well. Now they're on the attacking side, though. Heretics, they want the instant bounce back. OpTic don't want to give them a chance to breathe.
Nades up right through the middle of the map. OpTic looking to get themselves onto A quickly. They might just be able to do that. Nice shots out of Journey. Lucky nearly able to take Pred down. Here comes Journey, hungry for it, but that's a huge amount of work from Pred. Journey, sweet drop shot, stays alive. Do lose that first segment on A.
Yeah, Journey going on the flank as well, so it'll be late to the picture, but he's been on point with the kills. There's the comms coming through, by the way. I think Kenny just dished one up to Dashy. Either him or Pred gonna be screaming those call-outs. Still, though, not a lot of pressure bot out towards A.
Oh my God.
Elite shots coming from Pred with the rival 9. Dead Silence popped, a couple kills going their way. Top third, though, still a problem. Metals, a nuisance on top of the map.
Yes, Miami Heretics now really pushing the pace of this game. They are not letting OpTic Texas breathe whatsoever. Shotzzy, though, might have the opportunity to put some air in those lungs. That's it. He's on the beat.
Oh, that's a great shot coming from Lucky as well. You want this opportunity. If you can get it from OpTic, you want more than one player here, but Kenny's going to be nearby. If you can get the stack on B, this is without question the harder zone to capture. OpTic, they have an opportunity to put the pressure on this round.
That's one segment down at the side. Halfway through B now we sit. Anyone there from Heretics to stop this one? Second segment gone. This is it, the last line. Here on the B side of the map. Veekle's in. Gets himself 2. Over to Shotzzy, still keeping the capture going. Can Veekle find all 3? No. Metals is there on the back line. The play is now done. The Miami Heretics hold B.
Still, though, 2 ticks is a fantastic job from OpTic, and they're actually getting the close spawn, so they have options. If they want to work for B, they can continue to do so. Getting the junkyard spawns, get 2 ideas to play with, and they're going to force it. They're leaning towards B, or maybe they're all chalking up 3 arrows turn, dive onto that A point. They felt the pressure of the game clock. They just want to be nice and secure.
The game clock is going to change in a brief moment from 29 up to 120 something. There you go. Kenny peeled through the middle. Lucky trying to keep these players out of the action zone. Don't let them get near B. You only have 1 segment to defend.
And Heretics are still trying to make sure they contain every player. Pred being a problem, but he does get caught. Now you're dealing with the junkyard pressure. OpTic opened up that dam. And now they're going to be getting those consistent close spawns. You can afford to fly.
Lucky trying to hold them back once again. He's turned the KD around in a big way. Spree comes to a close. Not enough HP to stay in the fight there. Journey on the flank now, trying to slow down the reinforcements, but Shotzzy keeps the lane open. Veekle once again, plugging the holes of this slowly sinking ship. 50 seconds to go.
Big wins as well. It's that SMG front line looking for the trades. You're going to get it. The 2 AR players cutting in through mid.
Pressure once again, flying forward. Journey desperately stays alive. Go away from the light, my son. 11 lives now for the Heretics to hold on. Just about 35 on the clock.
And they're setting up for Kenny to go on the flank, but it looks like Metals is going to read it. Heretics on point as well.
Oh my word. 30 seconds now to go. Pred dealing with the trophies on the backline. Might be able to get the contest time as Dashy picks up 2. Pred has threaded the needle, finds 1. Oh my God, they're in! Can they read the spawners? They can! Dashy is there, and they've just managed to dive in! OpTic Texas, what a round!
And that is the value of leadership in those moments. You had OpTic, they pumped the brakes. They got everybody in position. 2 players around, Ticket in red, Dashy up top. They sent Kenny on the flank. As soon as he gets gunned down, no one overchows, no one makes a mistake. There is no overcommitment. They wait for Kenny to come off spawn, and they make that secondary play. Dashy shredding with the opening, picking up the 2 big kills, and it is fodder after the fact. 1 round, and OpTic have their revenge.
Heretics unable to push that front line further forward. Every death was so close to the point. Now they are staring down the barrel of a 3-0. Swift and violent retribution from OpTic Texas from the online play. Is this destiny in the making? Are they flying forward into the win?
Kenny loves that bust. He did it at the start of the game, and he's doing it again. Finally gets traded, but the reinforcements are here. Dashy on the cross. Dashy first some damage. Shotzzy trying to be the cleanup crew in the moment. Stuns on point, but Heretics right now, they are swarming around this B zone.
This is that teamwork. Every single time you fight one member of the Heretics, you've got two more to deal with. Holding him at the back wall now. First segment at B is on its way out. Lucky the man doing the work.
Yeah, there's so much damage from the nades coming through as well. So Dumpster able to be opened up. Shotzzy has made it through the back. The Eagles reading the pressure. Right gun for the job too as the MCW at close range able to shred.
Here comes the second segment. Complete. Great work out of the Miami Heretics once again, breaking this one down. Lucky in the reposition. Not enough to get the kills. Pred and Kenny, they clean house, 1 minute to play.
I mean, again, similar situation, right? For getting the 2 ticks, you're setting yourselves up long term and you're getting close spawns. Heretics, they want to force this through straight towards B. And keep in mind, number 4 is also out of the picture, so OpTic not quite here. Now the rotation coming through from Dashy, and Heretics getting picked apart along the way. They're going to be forced to chalk it up and go back towards this A zone, but even still, 0 ticks of progression through, only 40 seconds on the game clock. Heretics have some back pressure, a couple kills starting to flow their way, but OpTic are fighting. This is not an easy round.
Dashy's been alive on top of AC for so long now. Vehicle may be able to deal damage, but all he's doing is tickling him, and Dashy is not dismayed whatsoever. Lovely teamwork once again. Metal's in the feed there, and he's still being captured slowly but surely. As Vehicle now, come on, Kenny with 3.
I mean, look at the feed. Kenny and Shotzzy, Mr. Do-It-Alls on this map. Metal's by himself on the point, and it is a dance with death, and now you might be just flooding it towards me. It's chaos for Heretics as they cannot buy a kill. Looking for this opening. Top red though gonna be a problem. Dashy, Big Bruce, the beads are there. Can't get the third, but doesn't even matter. Defense has been reigning supreme.
Holding still. Kenny keeping the play going. Kenny still fighting tooth and nail. Can they get them out of B in time? Dashy, there's the contest. Vehicle down. It's a goal line save from OpTic.
And look at Shotzzy, by the way. They're just going to be funneled in. They know all the players are going to be spawning coops, so that long spawn out with 20 seconds on the game clock could go a long way. Looks like OpTic might be forced. They're not going to make that full commitment. And that third tick does go through at a minute to the game clock, but for Heretics, no respawns remaining.
You needed that one. Pred might get caught here, but is it going to be enough? Metals manages to find it. 7v4.
And this is time. Pump the brakes for Heretics. This is where your teamwork has to be at its Sunday best. You cannot afford to make mistakes. You need to make this clean.
You can throw a few lives away if you're OpTic, but once again, it is a single segment, as now we play a very delicate game.
And OpTic have turtled, but they have everything covered.
Kenny, taken care of, 6v3. But the play is now on. Pred has spotted out Journey. Can Journey make his way forward? Shotzzy, he's not going to check that. Shotzzy gets the kill. Lucky with the acrobatics. There's now 5v2, 5v1. As the 3-0 is looking more and more likely the seconds they pass by. That's it. Vengeance is a dish best served cold. And here in the cold of Boston, OpTic have got that one back over the Heretics.
Welcome to LAN and the revenge from Pred as well. Nice little 3-0 eyeglass. That reminder, that was online. This is LAN, and what a different story we just saw. OpTic completely on point from start to finish. Honestly, some of the best Call of Duty they played. That is nearly mistake-free from start to finish. Every single game mode, every single round. OpTic Texas could do no wrong.
3-0 all day long here at Major 1. It's been a 3-0 Thursday, which I think we can now coin as an official phrase. Shotzzy at 27-17, that's your guy. Kenny alongside him. A brilliant series out of Kenny from start to finish. Every map, every mode, brilliant work out of them. A chance, I think you're right, it was brilliant teamwork there of the OpTic boys, but also that flair. We saw Shotzzy make those crazy plays. Kenny leading from the front. Big beams out of Dashy. And Pred, absolute superstar moments. That scoreline, it was still a tight series. But my word, another 3-0.
I mean, again, that is as good as it gets. That is the comms on point as well. Shotzzy, maybe the MVP of that series. The first bloods out of this world in the search and destroy. And the control, you saw the damage stats. Absolute menace on the map.
Well, it's getting rowdy here in Boston, and with a very good reason. That's right, Shotzzy's up there on stage with Guy Blaze. I can't wait to hear what he's got to say for us, guys. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Boston, give it up for OpTic Texas as they win that first match of the bracket.
Thank y'all.
Yeah, Shotzzy, they've been going wild the whole series. I know you was hearing them with the headsets there. But, you know, for these dedicated Green Wall fans in the building, they never doubted y'all in this series whatsoever between you and Miami. How did y'all get this 3-0 done?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we played them last week, so we kind of know their tendencies. But you know, this time around, we kind of just focus on ourselves, make sure we're executing right, and I mean, that's what we did.
There you go. That revenge that you guys got against them definitely feels good. Now, the whole squad is back together here on land. It's a lot more to get done. How excited are you for this season?
Oh, I'm excited, man. I feel like we haven't played on land for like half a year, it feels like. So, I mean, I love it because of the crowd, obviously. Shout out to you guys, and yeah, it's been good so far.
Definitely doing good so far. I'm gonna let you get up out of here, but there's some Green Wall fans at home. What you want to say to them?
I appreciate y'all for, you know, supporting us as always. Obviously, we have a good online slip, but we got you guys on land. Appreciate you guys.
All right, you heard it from Shotzzy himself. That's gonna do it for us on the stage. Chris, take us away.
The fifth man definitely playing their part tonight as the Green Wall gets a revenge 3-0 over the Heretics. Joe, I saw things going south for Miami at the end of that game one. That was a game they looked to be in the driver's seat for the majority of, and then it was just stolen from them on the final 2-3 hills.
Yeah, I think there was just some execution that obviously they were probably, I don't know, not proud of, right? I think they were very much in that game. P2 was a little messy, but I think really if you look at that P4, it was just sort of this chaotic. You had a two-man setup. They kind of let it go. You spawn OpTic out for P5. It's like, if it was a little bit cleaner, and I know they're going to go back and watch the VOD, they'd probably win that map one, thinking they have all the confidence in this series because you steal OpTic's best hardpoint away from them. You have invasion map 4 for Joedecieves, but just some early mistakes, you know, for Miami we saw.
I owe Chance an apology. He said it was going to be 3-0. I said it was going to be 3-0. His 3-0 was correct. Mine was incorrect. But Miami's not done. They could meet up later in the tournament. Let's catch you up with everything we saw in this showdown. Last time, it was all Heretics winning the KD fight. This time, looks like Pret and Friends had a great time.
Yeah, it was all OpTic Texas this time. And again, that Skid Row map 1 really showed out for them. And as Joe was touching on, it almost was Miami Heretics steal away. Unfortunately, Shotzzy just got a god kill on Lucky in that final rotation, even though they had the early setup. And he got us 2Ps right after that. So for Miami Heretics, that map 1 definitely hurts. And then to lose that invasion, search, and destroy, I mean, OpTic Texas just knew everything they were doing. Like Shotzzy touched on, they had just recently played them on it, and they showed that they seriously did some review.
Nameless, do you think Miami made a mistake with the map pool today?
I don't. I feel like if you're Miami, you look at that map set and you feel pretty confident. Just OpTic got a lot better. I mean, talking about that search and destroy a little bit, just the information gathering so on point for OpTic Texas. We saw multiple rounds, you know, Dashy playing back ice cream, getting the info, Kenny coming to assist, playing off of each other's contact much better to their defenses than on offense. I mean, Shotzzy was having a day, man. I mean, he was getting first bloods left and right. We saw them push all the way up American Street one time together. You never see that on offense. So OpTic today looked like the far stronger team and clearly learning from playing Miami on Karachi. You saw the aggressive red spawns. It was beautiful to see.
Ignore the last two online results. OpTic is back on land and they're into winners bracket round 2. Let's recap all the teams that made it to round 2. Starting at the top, Atlanta played LAG to open up the day, Joe. And well, the Tiny Terrors weren't the only ones dropping numbers. Cellium was right there with them. Drazah had a huge game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first match of the tournament, the first match on land of the season, it can be a little bit nerve-wracking, right? But they just got to work, right? That's what this team does. They take care of business, obviously, and they're going to continue on to face OpTic in a winners round 2.
I will say, even though it was a 3-0, when you look a little bit closer into the statistics, it was a little bit close. That Skid Row was back and forth the entirety of it until the final 3 hills that Atlanta FaZe was able to chain basically uncontested. And then that invasion search and destroy, I mean, Cell had the 1v2 in the Ninja. You obviously cannot let that happen. You got to check the bomb. Unfortunate to be in Fame's shoes in that situation, and then Simp dropping a 6 free, but the control, that was all Atlanta.
Yeah, just massive regression from the side of LAG. You know, the playmakers that you expect to go off, DiamondCon, like, just wasn't happening today. Atlanta FaZe, I mean, they're a tough team to go up against, man. You saw it today. You give them an inch, they will take a mile, Allie, and that's exactly what happened in the hardpoint.
After 8 matches, LAG only has 2 wins. One of them is against LA Thieves, who they will play tomorrow in an elimination matchup. That's Atlanta taking the first series of the day. In our second battle, we saw Minnesota Røkkr with the first upset of the tournament, the first LAN upset of the new season, and this was dominant.
Yeah, this is a 4-0 series. You know, we have a saying in Call of Duty, it's you never win the replay, right? And, you know, they have to replay. There's a game crash. They're up 120 points. They still win, and everybody was popping off. Owakening, it felt like he breathed life into the rest of the roster with him just turning up. They were like, wait, yo, Wake, when you actually kills dude, this is so easy. And everybody had such a great series, man. I'm going to show some love to Lynz as well. That guy was a man on a mission today.
Joe, we saw him face off today. Who's the better French player right now in MW3?
Oh, he's putting you in a spot.
I mean, listen, I don't think I can. I mean, it's one series, but I mean, Lynz has been in form. They've obviously won 4 in a row, but I'm gonna still give that to Hydra.
Hey, he looks good, though.
Right now, no, Lynz is getting more and more comfortable. Listen, early on in the year, I casted over this team and I was like, this is an absolute mess, right? Like, it just felt like they were not on the same page whatsoever. Their teamwork was off, the pacing was off. Obviously, they went 3 in a row. Maybe the schedule isn't the best, but they started to get momentum. Trust in one another. You saw it pay off today.
These are the underdogs of the league right now. Minnesota Røkkr, I think, is kind of putting everybody on watch because now they're on 4 series win spree. They proved they can do it on LAN. Lynz has proved he can do it on LAN. This is a team that I don't think anybody expected to be in this position.
Let's roll on to the Surge versus Ultra. Our third French speaker took the stage. We're in Seattle here, and Abuzah got 0-3.
We're watching the whole series actually right now.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah.
The highlights here from QueenX, I think this was the key from my day one. QueenX is the best player in the venue.
I legitimately, when I was guessing this, I looked at Clint, I was like, this may be like the most one-sided series I've ever casted. Like, legitimately, like, it just felt so clear how much further ahead Toronto Ultra was. I mean, just right from the get-go. Should have been a 100-point club. Hardpoint wasn't. The Search, you know, they get a couple of rounds back to Seattle. But then this control, I mean, I don't know.
I've never seen a pro team dispose of another pro team like this. That bad.
I mean, it's been a while.
Black Ops 2 champs, Team Japan that brought Riot Shields into Search and Destroy is as far back as I can.
Sorry, what year was that?
2013 is good year.
I think we saw a couple in Cold War, but it has been a long time since a series like this.
Surge got to wipe their minds, and they've shown us they can do that, right? They've had ups and downs the whole ride. No surprise to see them in the lower bracket, especially with how hot Toronto has been playing. But now we know 3 of our top seeds are moving on. A lot of people considered OpTic to be that third one, I should say. Here's your bracket right now. What side would you rather be on, Mr. Merc? The top or the bottom?
I mean, the bottom.
What?
I mean, Atlanta FaZe versus OpTic Texas, that rivalry we are going to see again. We just saw it online. FaZe, they took care of business. But again, OpTic, they have a day now to reconvene. We're going to go over VOD, see what we like, what we don't like. Toronto Ultra versus Minnesota Røkkr, that's obviously a bit of a rivalry from the past, kind of rekindling that flame here, but initially an interesting one.
And Allie, every team that lost today, they are playing for their lives in the tournament tomorrow. We kick off the elimination bracket all day 2, all eliminations until that winners round 2 to close things out. Let's break it down for you. What do you see here?
I see that the home team, Boston Breach, has to go up against a Surge that is reeling from the hottest 3-0 we've seen in a while. So we might see the quickest exit here at the major in that map number 4.
Obviously, Carolina, New York, it's a tough one, but outside of that, those next 3 can be extremely close games. Like the LA versus LA rivalry. Vegas, they have looked good at times going up against Miami, and then Boston, Seattle. These could all be much closer games than we saw today.
I'm looking for a Legion to cause some chaos. Standy and the boys are here to prove everyone they still got it, and we will see you all tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in to day 1 of the 2024 season. We'll see you all for Major 1 tomorrow. Kickoff Friday.
Rolling up at 12 a.m. Squad deep, and we all brought friends. No heat, all we breaking limbs. Open doors, all we bust them in. Rolling up at 12 a.m. Squad deep, plus a couple friends. No heat, all we breaking limbs. Open doors, all we bust them in. Friday night, like 100 degrees. The block stay hot, but my wrists don't freeze. Didn't pull it out, never had to squeeze. And I stay all day just collecting fees. about that time. Better cross the street, better tuck your shine. Gonna walk these dogs, gonna take what's mine. You know what it is. So throw your hands in the air, cause this is what it is right here. You don't want it with us, what you think this was, huh? Yeah, yeah. Rolling up, 12 a.m. squad deep, and we all brought friends. No heat, or we breaking rims. Open doors, or we bust them in. Rolling up, 12 a.m. squad deep, bust a couple friends. No heat, or we breaking limbs. Open doors, or we bust them in.
Take still on broken. Go one to your left, okay? You got this. Push me. I already pushed. On the forklift, take your time. So. Probably won't hop in this situation.
Come on. Nervous.
I was about to say, I think he hopped it.
Oh, I see that, dude.
I couldn't see it either, but I thought you'd have my cross there.